Welcome back to BALA MANHUA Recaps. Picking up right where we left off in the previous part, Xingye made an absolutely badass entrance by slapping the 5th prince, Kang Lingyun, right in the face on the grounds of the Wanqiang Gate. In this part 2, the bitter grudges between the Qingyun sect, the Wanqiang Gate, and the royal family will reach their boiling point right in the middle of a grand wedding ceremony. Not only that, but the earth-shattering secrets behind the ultimate technique, the ancient king art, and the true mastermind pulling the strings behind decades of tragedies will finally be exposed. Xingye will face his greatest life-or-death challenge yet, and of course, it wouldn't be complete without those trademark shameless, unpredictable plot twists he's known for. For any newcomers who haven't seen the previous part, our massive 11+ hour Part 1 video, covering chapters 1 to 113 is already up on the channel. We've dropped the playlist link in the description and the pinned comment so you can easily binge watch it. But for now, no more beating around the bush, let's dive straight into Part 2. After Xingye finished the slaps, the system voice rang out, "Ding, creation points 208. Kang Lingyun roared in fury. "You brat, you dare hit me!" He shrieked like a madman. "I will kill you!" Xingye dug his ear with a look of disgust. "Stop barking and call your master out." Just then, a surge of spiritual pressure came whistling over. Sect leader Qing Zan, it is likely quite inappropriate for you to indulge your disciple in beating a member of the royal family. Xingye looked up and questioned, "And who might you be?" The voice answered arrogantly. "I am the 2nd prince of the Kanglan kingdom, Kang Ju." The moment Kang Ju finished speaking, Xingye ignored him with a cold face, making Kang Ju explode in a fit of rage. "Since you aren't his master, I have nothing to say to you." "You!" Cheng Li suddenly appeared in the air and negotiated in a heavy voice. "Qing Zan, release him first." He released a powerful spiritual pressure to intimidate them. "This is the territory of the Wanqiang Gate. You indulge your disciple in publicly attacking and humiliating a royal guest. Do you wish to start a war with the Wanqiang Gate and the royal family?" Another expert appeared. Xingye asked Qing Zan while breaking into a cold sweat if all these nascent soul masters could teleport. Qing Zan answered calmly, "Counting everyone, there are 6 in the early stage, 4 in the mid stage, and 2 in the late stage." Xingye knew he couldn't win by force, so he turned to Kang Ju and questioned, "Prince Second, if I release your brother now according to royal rules, what is the punishment for a subordinate insulting a superior?" Kang Ju rejoiced inwardly, "Fool. So you know fear now, according to the laws of the Kanglan kingdom, for a subordinate to insult a superior." Xingye interrupted him impatiently. "Stop, stop. The royal family and the 3 sects and 4 gates are of equal status. I am the first senior brother of the Qingyun sect's inner sect. My status is equal to a prince. Where does this talk of insulting a superior come from?" Kang Ju was momentarily speechless and had to switch to another excuse. "The Kanglan laws stipulate that if a person of equal rank injures someone without cause, the victim may repay it tenfold." Xingye calculated while stroking his chin. "Tenfold? So, 20 slaps?" He immediately responded decisively, making Dihai break into a cold sweat. "Fine, we'll do it according to the royal rules." Dihai, worried about Xingye, hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait, little friend, you mustn't. The 5th prince is at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage." Xingye asked Dihai back with a troubled face, "Then how does Elder D suggest we settle this? There's a whole group of nascent soul masters watching us like tigers over there." She recalled Xingye's previous look of confidence. Dihai's face turned dark as she thought to herself, "Why are you asking me? I told you before we set off that the other side had at least 10 nascent souls. Who was it that beat their chest and said it would be no problem?" After some nonsense, Xingye turned to look behind him. "5th prince, what do you say?" Kang Lingyun was currently grinding his teeth in rage. "Fine, according to the royal rules, I'll repay you tenfold." Cheng Li watched the drama from the side, sneering in his heart. "Dunce, even if you are a genius, you are only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. Let's see if you die this time." Cheng Li suddenly sent a divine sense transmission to Kang Lingyun. "5th prince, feel free to go all out later. I and the other elders will block anyone who tries to rescue him." Kang Lingyun received the signal and sent a sinister reply. "You don't need to tell me. I'm going to kill this bastard." Kang Lingyun glared at Xingye. "Hurry up and release this prince. Release me, release me." No sooner had he spoken than Xingye charged forward and gave him a heavy, resounding slap. This scene instantly stunned Kang Ju, Cheng Li, Dihai, and Qing Zan. Kang Lingyun was so stunned by the blow that he didn't recover for a long time. "Ouch!" The system voice suddenly rang out. "Ding, creation points 26. Xingye struck while the iron was hot, delivering several more slaps with both hands. "Ding, creation points 2011. Creation points 186. The notification tones followed one after another, and the crisp sound of slaps echoed through the sky. Qing Zan watched dumbstruck. The system detected point farming behavior. Dihai also opened her mouth wide in shock. Ding, creation points 88, creation points 42, creation points 18. The sounds of consecutive slaps echoed in the air. Kang Ju and Cheng Li were completely petrified. Ding creation points 1. Xingye slowly straightened his gloves. Alright, adding the 2 slaps from before, it's exactly 20 now. The system's residual sound rang. Ding creation points 1. Looking at Kang Lingyun's bruised and swollen face, Xingye asked with feigned surprise, "Why are you making such a fierce expression?" Xingye quickly took out the automatic recording screen he had previously installed in the quiet room. The screen displayed the actual footage of the previous scene. The 5th prince had broken in without cause and slapped Xingye twice. Putting away the recording screen, Xingye said calmly, "I originally intended to return those 2 slaps. Since the 5th prince personally said to repay them tenfold according to royal rules, I had no choice but to respectfully comply. This matter ends here." Finally, Xingye still provoked him on purpose, making Kang Lingyun almost spit blood from anger. "But since the 5th prince insisted on the tenfold repayment rule, I couldn't very well refuse." Ding creation points 1. Cheng Yan, watching the battle, clenched his fists, feeling indignant. This guy must have looked up the royal rules beforehand to dig a hole for the 5th prince. He's as sinister and cunning as ever. Xingye still wore that cynical expression. "Now we are even. I've released you. You aren't allowed to strike back, or I will still repay you tenfold according to the rules." Kang Lingyun was so angry he couldn't speak. You, Ding creation points 1. After hearing Xingye's words, Dihai's face turned dark. "Little friend Xingye, you are truly killing the heart. If these words get out, the 5th prince will become a laughingstock." She then communicated with Qing Zan via transmission. "It seems the little friend didn't lie to us." Seeing this good show, the sect leaders felt much better. "Indeed, I feel 10 years younger myself." As for Kang Lingyun, having been both beaten and humiliated, he could only roar in impotent rage. "This is too much. I challenge you to a duel." Xingye was overjoyed in his heart, but his face wore a naive smile. He scratched his head with feigned confusion. "A Konglan duel? What's that? I've only heard of snow peas." Kang Ju couldn't help but explain from below. "If royal descendants have grievances that cannot be resolved, they may initiate a Konglan duel. The other party must accept the challenge and resolve the conflict in the arena." Xingye continued to play dumb. "Isn't it said that one only must accept if the duel is between those of the same stage, or if a lower stage challenges a higher stage?" Kang Ju almost spat blood from anger. Xingye still retorted righteously, "First, I am not a member of the royal family. Second, your brother's realm is higher than mine." Even with his swollen face, Kang Lingyun couldn't help but sneer. "So you want to run away with your tail between your legs? Pity your senior sister is still suffering for you in the cell." Qing Zan couldn't listen any longer and shouted sharply, "Kang Lingyun, if you dare insult my core disciple before the matter is settled, don't blame this seat for disciplining you on behalf of your royal father." Not only did Kang Lingyun not restrain himself, but he also mocked even more aggressively. "Rest assured, sect leader Qing Zan, this prince won't do anything to her. It's just that the arrays in the Wanqiang Gates dungeon are a bit crude." He then added sarcastically, "I've heard of evil cultivators slipping into dungeons to humiliate female disciples before. The end result is truly a tragedy." Xingye finally couldn't hold back and pointed a finger at him. "Enough, stop barking. I accept this Konglan duel. After the match is over, I will take my first senior sister with me." Because of his innate arrogance, Kang Lingyun agreed with full confidence. "No problem." But immediately after, Kang Ju secretly blamed him. "Kang Lingyun, what the hell are you doing?" Kang Lingyun still turned back to counter with self-righteousness. "What's the hurry? I only agreed to let him take Lu Tianyan away. I didn't say I'd stop pursuing her responsibility for killing the royal brother's son." After the agreement was reached, Qing Zan and Dihai hurriedly tried to stop Xingye. "Little friend, don't be impulsive. Kang Lingyun is at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. There is a whole major realm between you." After hearing the advice, he retorted firmly, "Sect leader Elder D, there's no need to advise me further. My first senior sister is locked in the dungeon because she suffered for me. If I were to leave like this today, I would look down on myself for the rest of my life." Listening from the side, Kang Lingyun rejoiced inwardly. Fool, he took the bait with just a little provocation. Once we're on the stage, this prince will repay this grievance 1,000, 10,000 times over. The scene shifted to the dungeon surrounded by barriers. Deacon Jia had arrived outside at some point. "Greetings to Miss Zinner and Miss Tianyan." Cheng Xin's brow was furrowed, her tone unfriendly. "What is it, Deacon Jia?" He still maintained that kind and calm appearance. "The 5th prince, Kang Lingyun, invites you both to observe his Konglan duel with the little friend Xingye." Tianyan, who had been silent, finally cried out in surprise. "What?" In the blink of an eye, everyone had arrived at the Wanqiang Gates arena. Kang Lingyun's injuries had healed as if they were never there, and his expression was extremely arrogant. "The guests this prince invited have arrived." Deacon Jia appeared with the 2 ladies. Tianyan couldn't wait to rush to the edge, waving and shouting, "Junior brother Xingye," but she was blocked by Cheng Li. "Before the match ends, it's best if Miss Tianyan doesn't leave the stands." Immediately after, Xingye's voice rang in her ear. Senior sister, endure for a moment longer, I'll take you home right now. The gazes of the two met instantly. After watching this show of deep affection, Kang Lingyun mocked hypocritically. Truly a devoted couple. The thought of you begging for mercy before this prince in front of your senior sister makes this prince extremely excited. Faced with the mockery, Xingye smiled instead of getting angry and raised his hand again. Kang Lingyun reflexively covered his face. Seeing this, Xingye laughed until his stomach hurt. Ding creation points 1. After being played, Kang Lingyun was filled with shame and anger, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. This prince will definitely kill you. Seeing the situation was turning south, Kang Ju hurriedly coughed twice and stepped forward. Alright, I will now announce the rules of the Kanglan duel. Cheng Zan and Di Hai listened quietly. First, the duel has no restrictions on magic treasures, magical tools, or pills. Cheng Li was also watching from the stands. Second, the battle must continue until one side loses combat effectiveness. Surrendering or yielding is not permitted. Kang Lingyun listened to the rules while grinding his teeth. Third, the Kanglan duel aims to resolve conflicts. One must not intentionally take a life, regardless of the outcome. Neither party may use this as a pretext for further disputes afterward. Xingye listened very seriously. Fourth, if there is outside interference, the duel and all agreements are rendered void. Finally, Kang Ju looked around at the two of them. Do either of you have objections to the rules? Xingye and Kang Lingyun spoke in unison. None. But then Xingye suddenly spoke, making Kang Lingyun freeze. I have one thing I want to ask the second prince. Xingye stared at Kang Ju and questioned him seriously. Regarding the death of your son, what percentage of responsibility do you think my senior sister should bear? As soon as Xingye spoke, Kang Ju shot him a displeased look and snapped. She bears full responsibility, of course. Upon hearing this, Xingye spoke unhurriedly. All right, I understand. Internally, however, he let out a sigh of relief. Since you've put it that way, I can proceed without a guilty conscience. Sitting to the side like a mere spectator, Deacon Jia shook his head with feigned pity, thinking, this child is still too young. Just a moment ago he was clever enough to use the rules to toy with the fifth prince and clear his own name, yet now, just to take Lu Tianyan away, he actually agreed to a Kanglan duel. Even Cheng Li couldn't help but chime in from the side. Indeed, Cheng Zan has truly gone senile in his old age. Under these circumstances, he should have used force to take Xingye away. How could he let him run wild like this? Cheng Li was mid-sentence when he suddenly turned to glance at Lu Tianyan and asked, what does niece Lu think? However, Tianyan ignored him, leisurely cracking melon seeds as she watched the show, gesturing for Cheng Xin to answer on her behalf. Cheng Xin was also observing the situation while cracking seeds. Suddenly, she pulled out a teal token, which caught Tianyun's attention. Though I don't know why you're so confident, I'm going to add another layer of insurance. To prevent the duel from dragging on too long, Kang Ju announced loudly, let the Kanglan duel begin. Only then did Tianyan speak up to question Cheng Xin, what are you doing? Cheng Xin looked at her and replied with total sincerity, I've already discussed it with Xingye. Just as Kang Lingyun was about to harass Tianyan, Xingye had already begun circulating his internal energy below the stage and crushed the token. Seeing this, Lingyun immediately activated his spirit snake binding to launch a fierce assault. Countless teal chains shot out rapidly, binding Xingye's entire body tightly. Seeing Xingye rendered immobile under the heavy layers of restraint, Kang Lingyun couldn't hide his smug expression and mocked. Weren't you quite the formidable figure when you struck this prince earlier? However, Kang Lingyun's smile quickly vanished as Xingye suddenly exerted force and charged forward. Facing a palm closing in on him, Lingyun didn't even have time to react, only managing a dazed ha. Then Xingye slammed Kang Lingyun onto the ground. Xingye unleashed his blood escape technique, erupting with massive strength to pin him down firmly. Following that, Xingye grabbed Kang Lingyun and spun him frantically against the ground, carving a deep spiral mark into the surface. High in the air, Cheng Zan and Di Hai were thrown into confusion by the sight. What's wrong with little friend Xingye? Why did he suddenly become so violent? Indeed, it doesn't look like the fifth prince is the angry one. It seems to be Xingye instead. On the other side, Tianyan was playfully choking Cheng Xin, shouting excitedly, look, the results are instantaneous. Kang Lingyun refused to be outdone, desperately pushing against Xingye's hand that was locked around his neck, before suddenly launching a kick that forced Xingye to withdraw and dodge. After taking a palm strike, Xingye used the momentum to fly high into the sky. Kang Lingyun steadied himself and pursued him with overwhelming power. I will kill you. Without hesitation, he unleashed the royal family's ultimate killing move, the Kanglan heaven-shattering art, hurling it toward Xingye. Seeing this, Di Hai was struck with shock and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to warn him, not good, that is the strongest sword technique of the Kanglan royal family. Its power is enough to kill enemies across major realms. Little friend Xingye is in danger. Kang Lingyun had completely lost his reason, glaring at Xingye through gritted teeth. "Die for me." When Xingye saw this familiar sword style, memories of the past instantly flooded his mind. This move, as the words left his mouth, Xingye's expression remained calm. Without hesitation, he gathered a surge of terrifying spiritual energy at his fingertips to meet Kang Lingyun. This matchless sword intent, I have it too, at that very moment. Two terrifying forces, both named the Kanglen heaven-shattering art, collided violently in midair. Kang Lingyun, who had looked arrogant just a second ago, now had his eyes wide open, roaring in disbelief. This is impossible. Because Xingye's sword intent was superior, it instantly pierced through Kang Lingyun's offensive and bore down with irresistible force. The protective barrier around Kang Lingyun was shattered to pieces. The two elders of the Qingyun sect were even more dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. How does little friend Xingye know the secret sword techniques of the Kanglen royal family? And it seems his comprehension is even deeper than the fifth prince's. Completely defeated, Kang Lingyun looked up in a wretched state and questioned, "How do you know my family's secret art? And you are clearly only at the golden core stage, yet you can activate it to the 4th layer." Xingye appeared quite relaxed, casually adjusting the control lever on the system panel to the lowest setting. He asked back in a tone designed to infuriate, "What was that?" Immediately after, a surge of extremely thick and unshakable spiritual energy fluctuated around him as he announced flatly, "I'm already at the golden core stage." As soon as he spoke, Tianyan and Cheng Xin, who had been bickering to the side, froze with dazed expressions. "Junior brother, he broke through to golden core? Did he force it by consuming a large amount of forbidden drugs?" No wonder he dared to step onto the stage and challenge Kang Lingyun. Even Deacon Jia and Cheng Li wore expressions of disbelief. After all, before his seclusion, he was merely at Foundation Establishment Level 5. In less than a year, judging by this aura, he had actually reached the middle golden core stage. This was simply preposterous. Could this be the terrifying nature of the chaotic spiritual root? Amidst the crowd's awe, Kang Lingyun revealed a sinister look. He secretly swallowed a spiritual pill and sneered, "Think you can control the battle just by hiding your cultivation? Don't be naive." With that, his aura surged violently as he charged into the sky again to confront Xingye. "This prince has just consumed the royal family's pulse-surging pill, which allows me to temporarily transcend a minor subrealm below the nascent soul stage." Although the pulse-surging pill wasn't an extremely rare divine pill, its significance was entirely different when consumed by a cultivator at the great perfection of the golden core stage. Kang Lingyun suddenly lowered his head and threatened ominously, "This prince will make you understand that before absolute strength, your little tricks are nothing more than the jokes of a clown." Witnessing this, Xingye felt a hint of wariness alongside his surprise. In this tense moment, Di Hai suddenly furrowed her brow, sensing something unusual. Spatial fluctuations? Has this child actually touched the threshold of the nascent soul stage with the help of the pulse-surging pill? According to her explanation, the 3 realms of Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core are the accumulation of spiritual energy. A cultivator's advancement below the nascent soul stage can be summarized as increasing the total volume of spiritual energy the body can contain. This belongs to the process of quantitative change. Practitioners sit in meditation to comprehend life, time, space, and the 5 elements. But once the nascent soul realm is reached, a cultivator gains an opportunity to trigger a qualitative change. That is the contact with the power of laws. Among them, the law of space is the one most easily touched by most nascent soul cultivators. But it is also the most difficult power to master. On the dueling field, Kang Lingyun smugly drew a straight line in the void, then slashed toward the right face. Instantly, a bloodied gash appeared inexplicably on Xingye's cheek. Kang Lingyun frantically traced glowing trajectories in the air, shouting with victory in his grasped left shoulder. In the blink of an eye, a long tear was sliced into the clothes on Xingye's left shoulder. Kang Lingyun's gaze grew increasingly arrogant as he shouted again, "Right shoulder." Sure enough, a bloodied gash appeared on Xingye's right shoulder as well. At this moment, Xingye looked tattered and in a wretched state, while Kang Lingyun laughed like a madman. "How is it? This is the sure hit effect brought by utilizing spatial law attacks. Furthermore, don't even think about any of your subsequent attacks touching this prince." After a moment of silence, Xingye reached out and pressed his hand against his chest, chanting softly, "Acacia palm." Immediately, Kang Lingyun was slammed heavily in the face by a massive palm, shattering both his physical body and his pride with that single strike. In an instant, an extremely overbearing aura erupted from the collision of a red and a golden streak of light. This thrilling scene left the spectating Cheng Li, Qing Zan, and Di Hai so shocked their mouths hung open. Standing at a distance, Xingye mocked the figure within the smoke. "What did you say just now? The wind was too loud, I didn't catch it." Kang Lingyun, his face a mess, roared in absolute misery. Impossible, you're only at the middle golden core stage, how could you possibly master spatial laws? Hearing this, Qing Zan, high in the air, immediately negated the claim. No, there are absolutely no signs of spatial fluctuations. The spiritual energy of that strike simply vanished directly in front of little friend Xingye, and then it appeared directly in front of Kang Lingyun. The figure of that black-robed person suddenly flashed through Qing Zan's mind. The technique was identical. Xingye ignored Kang Lingyun's questioning and cut back into the battle with soaring momentum. Come then, since both are sure hits. Let's see whose attack topples the other first. In an instant, a flying sword flashing with golden light was summoned. Kang Lingyun charged straight ahead with his sword filled with endless hatred. You bastard, a mere middle golden core user. How could you release such terrifying sword chi? Stop getting ahead of yourself. Immediately, Kang Lingyun roared with all his might. Konglin's sky-cleaving slash. Brilliant light burst from Xingye's eyes as he shouted, soul-shattering art. The two forces collided violently, triggering a massive tremor. The scene shifted, showing Kang Lingyun finally waking up after being unconscious for a long time. Seeing him awake, Deacon Jia hurried forward to ask with concern, Your Highness, you're awake? The fifth prince rubbed his throbbing head and asked with a frown, My head hurts. What happened to me? Deacon Jia lowered his head and reported respectfully, You were hit by Xingye's soul-shattering art and then you were unconscious for an entire day. Hearing this, Kang Lingyun's eyes widened. What? Soul-shattering art? He clearly used the starting stance of the Kanglin heaven-shattering art. Did my attack hit him? Faced with the question, Deacon Jia could only explain with a look of pity. Regrettably, because soul-type techniques are instantaneous, you were hit first. Then Kang Lingyun pressed further. What about Lu Tianyan? Deacon Jia answered patiently as always. They took her away. As soon as the words were spoken, Kang Lingyun ground his teeth in hatred. As long as the crime of Lu Tianyan murdering a royal disciple remains, he can forget about escaping. If that brat named Xingye dares to be ungrateful, then don't blame this prince for using his beloved senior sister as an example. However, Deacon Jia immediately doused him with cold water. Regarding this matter, I'm afraid the prince will find it very difficult to hold the Qingyun sect accountable. Then, ignoring Kang Lingyun's confused expression, he gestured for him to rise. Your Highness, please follow me. A moment later, a pale corpse appeared before his eyes with an extremely long sword scar on the chest. Seeing the tragically killed Kang Ju, Kang Lingyun stammered in horror. Who did this? Was it that bastard Xingye? Do they want to go to war with the royal family? But he was immediately shocked once more because Deacon Jia said, You did this with your own hands. These words exploded in Kang Lingyun's mind like a bolt of lightning. Although your final sword strike was interrupted by Xingye, the power contained within it had already reached its peak. After your Highness lost consciousness, that violent force went completely out of control, and very coincidentally, hit the second prince. Hearing this nightmare, Kang Lingyun was frightened out of his wits. How could it be such a coincidence? It must have been that guy Xingye's doing. Deacon Jia, however, ruthlessly snuffed out his delusions. He unhurriedly pulled out a recording stone glowing with purple light. The entire process was recorded by Elder D of the Qingyun sect. Look, Your Highness, the image shows exactly the scene where you unleashed your strongest strike and pierced through the second prince. Not only that, but Deacon Jia continued the finishing blow. As you can see, both you and Xingye were unconscious at the time. Subsequently, your sword technique went out of control and hit the second prince, without any intervention from anyone during the interval. He put away the recording stone and continued. This explanation caused Kang Lingyun to collapse to the ground, clutching his head and trembling. Although the second prince had protective treasures that could withstand attacks from the great perfection of the Golden Core, they couldn't block the power of spatial laws contained in your sword strike. Why did it happen like this? Deacon Jia's face suddenly turned gloomy and serious. Your Highness, you should understand what this means, shouldn't you? His words made Kang Lingyun both angry and terrified. As long as you continue to hold Lu Tianyan accountable for the murder of the royal grandson, then your Highness must also bear the crime of murdering your brother. Furthermore, once this footage is made public, it will surely become a key tool for other princes and the opposition to attack you and prevent your succession. Inside the bedchamber, Cheng Li stood alone before a pool. At that moment, Deacon Jia quietly appeared. Gatemaster. Cheng Li didn't turn around, asking coldly, Well, what are the fifth prince's plans? Deacon Jia bowed respectfully and reported, As long as he still wishes to inherit the Kanglin throne, he will never dare leak the matter of accidentally killing his brother. In other words, before his succession, it is impossible for him to pursue the Qingyun sect's responsibility for killing the royal grandson. As soon as the words were spoken, Cheng Li angrily smashed the wooden railing. He ground his teeth in hatred. He had thought he could cooperate with the royal family this time to swallow the Qingyun sect. Who could have imagined that the brat Xingye would suddenly return from the dead and even break through a major realm within a year? At this point, Deacon Jia took the opportunity to speak. More than his strength, I am concerned about the methods he displayed this time. His words greatly surprised Cheng Li. I suspect Xingyi's original goal was to take Lu Tianyan away and render the royal family unable to hold her accountable. Cheng Li pressed, "On what grounds are you so certain?" Deacon Jia's mind recalled Kang Lingyun's wretched appearance when he was slapped by Xingye. From those two slaps, the fifth prince had already fallen into the opponent's rhythm. Xingyi's proposal to resolve things according to royal rules was actually digging a hole for Kang Lingyun, making him take 20 slaps for nothing with no way to appeal. If he wasn't willing to swallow the loss and had to follow the rules, his only option was to propose a formal duel. Deacon Jia analyzed confidently, as if he had seen through everything. However, because Xingye had hidden his cultivation, challenging a foundation establishment stage with a golden core stage meant Xingye could have completely refused. There was a very high probability that Kang Lingyun would use Lu Tianyan as leverage to force him to accept. Subsequently, one only needed to propose taking Lu Tianyan away, and Kang Lingyun, eager to vent his anger, would surely agree. With that, Deacon Jia closed his eyes and cut to the core. Thus it reached the most crucial step of this game. How to take Lu Tianyan away while simultaneously making the other party unable to hold her accountable, and even being able to slap the other party's face in return. Under Deacon Jia's guidance, Cheng Li felt as if the clouds had cleared, realizing Xingye had made Kang Lingyun commit the exact same mistake as Lu Tianyan. Seeing the gate master had guessed his thoughts, Deacon Jia continued to praise. Exactly, in this way, all the methods Kang Lingyun used to attack Lu Tianyan become boomerangs. Striking back hard at himself, it cruelly exacted revenge while leaving him helpless. But having said that, he still had a doubt identical to Cheng Li's. How exactly did he do it? This is the one point I still can't figure out. Deacon Jia's mind repeatedly played back Xingyi's moves. He used the starting stance of the Kanglin heaven-shattering art at the end and pushed the sword chi to the limit, clearly inducing the fifth prince to use his strongest strike to decide the victory. Speaking of this, Deacon Jia looked helpless. But I can't see through how he manipulated that out-of-control sword technique to accurately hit the second prince. After listening, Cheng Li pondered and expressed agreement. Let alone you. Even this seat didn't see any signs of human intervention in that final strike. In the secret room, Deacon Jia expressed his worries. Terrifying strength and even more mysterious and unfathomable methods. It seems my initial judgment of this person was completely wrong. Elsewhere, a white porcelain wine jug was slammed heavily onto the ground at this moment. Kang Lingyun was drunk as a heap of mud, muttering to himself as he continuously poured wine. Bastard, bastard! Just as he was in a daze, Shadow Slave suddenly appeared to report, giving him a great shock. There is news of Elder Du. Has he left the secret realm? The eyes flashing red in the dark, Shadow replied. He was killed by the nascent soul stage corpse ghost. He refined himself. His remains are at the Qingyun sect. Hearing this news, Kang Lingyun's eyes flew open in shock. What? The scene shifted to the Qingyun sect hall where two disciples were bowing to the elders on the dais to admit their faults. The disciples know their mistake. Xingye and Tianyan cupped their fists simultaneously and said sincerely, "It is all the disciples' fault for not explaining clearly to the sect before seclusion. The technique I practice enters a state of suspended animation. The blame lies entirely on my reckless actions, leading to the death of a member of the royal family within our sect, which made the sect appear to be in the wrong even when we were in the right." By now, Cheng Zan no longer harbored any blame. He simply waved his hand gently. "Enough, enough. It's good that you're all right." Suddenly, he used a private voice transmission to say to her, "Niece Lu, ask Xingye how he managed to control Kang Lingyun's out-of-control sword technique at the end." Tianyan looked at these two old fogies who, having received benefits from the boy, were now forced to give him face. She felt quite dissatisfied. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" Despite her thoughts, she decided to step forward and look at Xingye, junior brother. "How did you manage to make Kang Lingyun's final strike hit the second prince?" However, he scratched his head with feigned innocence, trying to brush it off, which made Tianyan so angry she wanted to curse. "I didn't do anything, that was pure coincidence." Liar. Immediately following, Xingye secretly transmitted a message to her that made Tianyan's eyes widen. "Senior sister, when no one is around, I'll tell you privately." After hearing the exchange, Cheng Zan knew he wouldn't be able to pry any information out, so he smiled and moved on. "Then we shall chalk it up to heaven's blessing upon my Qingyun sect. This incident has shown us the true colors of the Wanxiang Gate. It's just as well that we don't talk of an alliance." Xingye suddenly felt a bit confused and asked, "Why were we so insistent on an alliance with the Wanxiang Gate before?" Only then did Di Hai speak up to explain, "Since the magic sword Chaos, our sect's high-level combat strength has seen no replenishment, leading to a drain of disciples. Furthermore, our sect was originally the head of the 3 sects and 4 gates. occupying the most resources. Without enough high-end power, it is difficult to protect the sect's foundation. The Wanxiang Gate suffered less during the Magic Sword chaos, but they faced financial problems that made it difficult to run the sect. Our alliance was meant to be a mutual fulfillment of needs. After hearing this, Xingye understood immediately. Basically, we lacked people, while they lacked money. She slowly responded, "You can understand it that way." Xingye suddenly made a suggestion with a serious face. "Then I wish to exercise the authority of the first senior brother to recommend disciples to join the sect directly." In an instant, Tianyan turned her head toward Xingye with a look of helplessness. "Junior brother, we've already said the core problem is the lack of high-level combat power." Seeing this, Qingzhan hurriedly waved his hand to smooth things over. It's fine, little friend Xingye, bring them in." Soon, Sun Sighting appeared with a valiant and heroic air, cupping her hands in salute. Sun Sighting, mid-stage nascent soul, Hall Master of the Acacia Sect's Formation Hall, pays respects to the Qingyun sect leader. Lin Ziyuan also appeared unexpectedly. Though he looked aged, his manners were impeccable as he cupped his hands and bowed. Lin Ziyuan, mid-stage nascent soul, Grandmaster Craftsman, pays respects to the Qingyun sect leader. After the two finished their introductions, Xingye immediately made his demands for their arrangement. "Please handle the procedures for them to join the sect." This single sentence was like a thunderclap, leaving the other three shocked and their minds blank. Qingzhan looked at the somewhat unfamiliar people before him and asked in confusion, "Little friend, these two fellow Taoists are?" Xingye answered quickly, "They are the disciples I am recommending to join the sect." Upon hearing they were being recommended for entry, Qingzhan froze on the spot, thinking, "How can you even recommend someone like this? Lin Ziyuan looks even older than I am." Hearing his name mentioned, the old man said with a slight tone of distance, "Sect leader Qingzhan, you have already turned against the Wanxiang Gate. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. Surely you understand this logic." Xingye immediately turned to remind him, "Stop putting on airs. Your attitude toward joining the sect needs to be more sincere." Lin Ziyuan didn't dare to argue and could only lower his posture. I have been discourteous. This old man truly wishes to join your noble sect." Xingye then mentioned the other two, and those two old fox accomplices who injured Elder D back then. Lin Ziyuan replied respectfully, "I have often offended Elder D in the past, so my coming here this time is also to offer an apology." Qingzhan didn't want the atmosphere to be too tense, so he said, "Enough. As long as little friend Xingye doesn't mind, it's fine. There's no need for an apology. I am not a petty person. There are 5 high-grade Earth-rank flying swords, 10 mid-grade Earth-rank ones, and 20 low-grade Earth-rank ones here." Di Hai had been listening intently just now, and he quickly caught the ring thrown his way, saying decisively, "I'll take them." Qingzhan scrutinized the person before him with some distrust. "It is understandable for Lin Ziyuan to join our sect, but why is this fellow Taoist from the Acacia sect here?" Sun Sighting answered coldly, "I am only following my master's orders." Xingye hurriedly gave a dry cough to stop her from talking nonsense. Then he helped her out by saying, "This is the intention of the Acacia sect leader." To prove this point, Xingye showed everyone the recorded message left by Luo Sheng. "Qingzhan, long time no see. I heard the Qingyun sect is about to be destroyed in your hands." Such blunt words right at the start made Qingzhan freeze in embarrassment. Luo Sheng added with a smile, "Our Hall Master's son violated our sect's strict laws and should have been executed, but after careful consideration, I decided to kick her over to your Qingyun sect. In any case, considering your current predicament, letting her stay in your sect is no different from her being dead." The video ended, and Xingye closed the screen. Qingzhan, feeling a bit aggrieved, raised a question. "Little friend Xingye, haven't you been in seclusion this past year? How did you get in contact with Lin Ziyuan and the fellow Taoist from the Acacia sect?" To avoid wasting time, he explained, "This brings us to the technique that helped me fake my death." Upon hearing this, Qingzhan understood. "Oh, is it that kind of technique?" To let Qingzhan see the technique clearly, Xingye suggested, "Let me demonstrate it for the sect leader." As soon as he finished speaking, he performed a soul projection and added an explanation. Using this technique can create countless subsouls. They can cultivate outside the body, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy will multiply. Suddenly, something interfered with the technique. Xingye felt a sense of familiarity and secretly guessed, this feeling, could it be? An inner demon appeared. Demonic energy shrouding his entire body. Xingye was unable to suppress the power and was forced to return his soul to his body. Seeing things were going wrong, Tianyan stepped forward with concern. "What's wrong, junior brother? Are you all right?" Xingye rubbed his body and replied, "I'm fine." Qingzhan noticed something unusual and also asked, "Little friend, you are?" Seeing Xingye's panic-stricken expression, Qingzhan asked in surprise what had happened. Xingye replied, "Sect leader, you have an inner demon, and she looks exactly like Lu Miao." Qingzhan asked worriedly, "Little friend, did you see her?" Xingye let out a sigh. I didn't see her before, but after she devoured my sub-soul, I can see her now. The figure turned to Qing Zan and threatened. Qing Zan, this disciple of yours actually dares to lie to you. If you don't teach him a good lesson, you'll become a pushover in the future. Hearing this, Xingye spoke up irritably. Old lady, I didn't lie. The inner demon was shocked beyond belief. What? You can actually see me and even hear me speak? To prove it, Xingye rushed forward and launched an attack. Not only that, I can even slam the table. While proving his words, he also took the opportunity to vent his rage. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me just now and actually dare to try and sow discord between me and the sect leader. Watching this series of strange behaviors, Dihai asked awkwardly, Sect leader, what is little friend Xingye doing? Qing Zan also answered helplessly. He's currently fighting with my inner demon. He was also surprised by this. Xingye's fist didn't stop. Meanwhile, the inner demon still couldn't accept the reality. Why? How is this possible? I've never heard of a cultivator being able to touch an inner demon. What kind of monster are you? Ignoring her nonsense, Xingye continued his physical output without saying a word. The inner demon wailed with a tearful face. Qing Zan, I'm being beaten to death by him. Aren't you going to do something? Only then did Qing Zan step forward to stop him. Little friend, please wait a moment. Seeing her savior appear, she hurriedly said, Qing Zan, I knew it. You can't bear to see me die again, right? Hearing those words, Xingye was a bit confused. Die again? Isn't Lu Miao still alive? To prevent the situation from escalating, Qing Zan advised, Little friend, spare her life for now. Xingye disagreed. But sect leader, she is an inner demon, Qing Zan interrupted. I know. Give me one more night. I'll trouble you to take action tomorrow. Xingye turned to the two companions and asked, Then will the sect leader accept these two? Only then did Qing Zan give his answer. The sect is currently short on hands. If the two fellow Taoists are interested in joining our sect, they can serve as guest elders. The treatment will definitely not be inferior to other sects. Xingye disagreed and said irritably, What are you talking about? Sect leader, one of these two is a sect criminal, and the other is here seeking asylum. Our agreement to receive them is already a great blessing. How can we still give them benefits? Although he said this, Qing Zan still felt he wasn't wrong. Is this not a good thing? Xingye swept a threatening gaze over Sun Sighting and Lin Ziyuan. You two seniors, what do you say? Lin Ziyuan caught his meaning and promised, Sect leader Qing Zan, you needn't worry about us having any ulterior motives. This old man and fellow Taoist son swear that we have absolutely no thoughts detrimental to the Qingyun sect. Beside him, Sun Sighting added, I'll add one more condition. The two of us will go to use the trial heartstone once every 6 months. Lin Ziyuan agreed. We can go check it right now. This old man knows where the trial heartstone is. With that, Sun Sighting followed. I'll go too. Dihai was somewhat worried. Qing Zan was also uneasy about this and suggested, Elder D, why don't you follow them and see? She took her leave. Then Qing Zan turned to Xingye and asked, Did these two join our sect wholeheartedly for the sake of money? Xingye immediately denied it. Ah, that's not it. To prove it, Xingye listed his achievements, exposing the crimes of the Wang family's grandfather and grandson, rescuing Wanner, helping the sect defeat Lin Ziyuan in the crafting grand competition despite soul damage, facilitating the alliance between the sect and Wanxiang Gate, agreeing to the marriage contract, crushing Lin Ziyuan's plot to mobilize the sect against Wanxiang Gate, rescuing Elder D, and helping him return to his prime. Now he has resolved the stalemate between the sect, the royal family and the Wanxiang Gate, and can even remove the inner demon for me, and has even recruited 2 nascent soul-level combatants. Qing Zan recognized these contributions. You have sacrificed so much for the sect, yet I, as sect leader, have nothing to give you. At this point, Xingye remembered what Cheng Xin had said at the time. The reason he's doing this is to repay the sect's kindness on your behalf so that when you leave, you can go without any lingering attachments. Finally, Qing Zan made a decision. Now that you have broken through to the Golden Core stage, I intend to convene an elders' meeting to appoint you as the young sect master. Xingye was so surprised he couldn't believe his ears, and a flicker of surprise crossed Tianyun's face. Qing Zan added, At that time all resources and authority within the sect will be open to you. As long as you are in the Qingyun sect, you are my successor. I wonder if little friend Xingye is willing to accept. To be more certain, he turned to ask for Tianyun's opinion. What does senior sister think? Being made awkward by the sudden inquiry, she said, Ah, this, but in her heart she was disdainful. Why ask me? Shouldn't this be a question for you to answer yourself? Qing Zan spoke up and announced. Niece Lu also saw when the little friend took the trial heartstone test upon joining the sect. Now that the Wanxiang Gate's marriage contract has been cancelled, I shall act as the matchmaker. We will arrange for the young sect master's succession ceremony and the wedding with niece Lu to be held on the same day. Tianyun did not agree with this and immediately retorted, Sect leader, please do not use me to bind junior brother Xingye. Ching Zan immediately denied it. How can this be called binding? This is called a double blessing. Seeing that Ching Zan still maintained a cynical attitude, she turned to Xingye for help. Junior brother, you should say something to the sect leader too. On the contrary, he showed great grace and then said with a pretense of formality, "Call me young sect master." Tianyan was so angry she was helpless. She turned and left. "I'm not dealing with you two anymore." Ching Zan and Xingye just watched, not saying much. At this moment, Xingye had a lecherous face. "Senior sister is truly too cute." Ching Zan clarified his point. "I was only joking. I have always opposed arranged marriages by parental command and matchmaker's words. I also have no right to make decisions for niece Lu." Finally, he summarized. "So as for little friend Xingye's share, you still have to strive for it yourself." Xingye also revealed, "To be honest, the reason I could do so much for the sect is also because you, Elder D and Elder Guanzhou all suit my taste very well." Therefore, Ching Zan also wanted to know, "Then what about the matter of the young sect master?" He immediately declined politely. "This matter is of great importance. I hope the sect leader will allow me to consider it further." Ching Zan did not blame him and waved his hand. "No rush." Xingye was a bit curious. But why would the sect leader's inner demon be Hallmaster Lu from the Acacia sect? Ching Zan did not answer directly, but asked a question instead. "Have you already seen her?" He stated what he had seen truthfully. "Yes, I saw her while practicing using my sub-soul, and it felt very familiar." Ching Zan asked again, "How has she been lately?" Based on what he had learned, Xingye replied, "Quite well." Ching Zan asked with a serious tone, "Then you must have seen her inner demon too?" Xingye answered calmly, "I have already helped her remove it." Hearing these words, Ching Zan breathed a slight sigh of relief, then said a few puzzling words. "Little friend, I owe you another massive favor. How about you don't be the young sect master anymore, and I'll just give the position directly to you?" Xingye was confused. What kind of joke is the sect leader making? Ching Zan continued to probe. "Did she ever mention anything about the inner demon to you?" Although he didn't understand what was going on, Xingye still replied, "No, I was also very curious why her inner demon was herself." Ching Zan cried out in surprise. "What?" He projected what he looked like in his youth. "Is her inner demon not this person?" Xingye denied it. No, it's just that the sect leader's inner demon looks exactly like her." Only then did Xingye feel confused. "Then who is this handsome guy?" Ching Zan informed him. "That is what I looked like when I was young." Xingye was surprised by this fact. While Xingye was still feeling surprised, Ching Zan decided, "Let me tell the little friend a story." He began to recall the distant past. "That was a long time ago, about 30 years ago. Back then, I was only at the Qi refinement stage, working for a mercenary team that specialized in hunting demonic beasts." The scene changed as Ching Zan continued the narration. "During a mission, I discovered a village that had been attacked by demonic beasts. I killed that beast, but the people in the village were almost entirely slaughtered. Only a pair of sisters hiding in the village's abandoned well escaped the catastrophe, but both were severely injured. So I brought them back to the team for treatment." He recounted his discovery at the time. "At first, I intended to find someone willing to adopt them in a nearby village after they were healed. But during their recovery with the team, these two mortal sisters actually revealed amazing talent for cultivation." Ching Zan's emotions were also immersed in the story. "I felt that the dangerous mercenary life was not suitable for them, and wanted to introduce them to a better sect. But both disagreed and insisted on staying with the group to help. The captain then agreed to their decision. 7 years passed in a flash, and Ching Zan recalled what he had seen and heard. During that time, I witnessed the growth of two great cultivation geniuses in just 7 years. These two sisters went from being mortals to practicing at Foundation Establishment Level 3 and Foundation Establishment Level 1 respectively. And at that time, I was only at Foundation Establishment Level 4. He spoke in praise of the two girls. Besides their cultivation, their appearance also underwent significant changes. The two golden-haired girls from back then had grown into elegant young women. After noticing a clue, Xingye immediately interrupted. "Wait a moment, is this person Lu Miao?" Ching Zan explained that the one on the left was the elder sister, Lu Miao, and the one on the right was the younger sister, Lu Yan. He stared at the screen and commented, "Their personalities were the exact opposite of their names. Lu Miao was bold, resolute, and as passionate as fire, while Lu Yan was introverted, humble, and as gentle as water." He then mentioned that most of the members in the mercenary group back then were rough men like himself. Hearing this, Xingye thought to himself, No. If everyone was like you, that wasn't a mercenary group, it was a total sausage fest." Ching Zan added more information about the two. These sisters were the rare women in the group and were treated like treasures. Many in the group had pursued them, but all were rejected. At the time, I thought that with their talent, they would surely reach heights I couldn't imagine in the future. Why would they fall for someone in our group? he recounted in detail that in the monster mercenary group, it was a custom to use necklaces made from monster teeth and bones as tokens of affection. A young Ching Zan once said to one of the girls, "What's wrong? Which kid sent you this thing this time?" Lu Miao replied shyly, "I made it myself. It's for you." Ching Zan didn't want to reveal more of this romance and decided, "The rest isn't important, I'll skip it." Xingye was looking forward to it but was doused with cold water, feeling a wave of disappointment. Afterward, Ching Zan summarized in the briefest way possible. "In short, we went through life and death many times afterward and eventually established a relationship as Taoist companions. That time was absolutely the happiest and most joyful period of my cultivation journey. But things didn't end there." Ching Zan said that the good times didn't last. Once he and the group members went to a body of water for a mission. That lake was originally the habitat of an early Foundation establishment iron-scaled python, but a late Foundation establishment black water flood dragon unexpectedly appeared. We were no match for it at all. Of the 10-man team, only I and 2 other members escaped in the end, and I was even infected with dragon poison. Flood dragons are lustful by nature, and their poison is even more dangerous. If the victim doesn't resolve it through dual cultivation in time, their meridians will snap at best, or they will explode and die at worst. He still felt a lingering fear recalling it. Fortunately, we weren't far from the camp at the time, and Lu Miao was there. Although the 2 of us hadn't progressed to that step yet, we couldn't care about much else. The other 2 members immediately rushed back to the camp with me. I lost consciousness halfway there. My divine sense vaguely felt the dragon poison in my body slowly resolving. I thought to myself, if I can survive this time, I must cherish Xiao Miao even more and never fail her in this life. However, when I regained a sliver of consciousness, the scene before me was like a bolt from the blue. Before me wasn't Lu Miao, but the younger sister, Lu Yan, disheveled and exposed. Hearing this, Xingye felt a bit awkward. Ching Zan continued, saying that Lu Miao rushed back later and witnessed it all with her own eyes. Although a long time had passed, his eyes were still sorrowful when mentioning this. I wanted to explain, but she turned and left immediately. Later I heard from the 2 members who brought me back to the camp that when they sent me back, Lu Miao was not present. At that time, transmission jade slips were expensive, and only the commander and captains had them. Everyone else relied on burning monster corpses to send signals. Fearing it would be too late, those 2 acted separately. One went to send a signal to call Lu Miao back to camp, while the other took me to find the younger sister, Lu Yan, who was in charge of the group's logistics, to see if she had a faster way to contact her sister. However, just as that member was explaining the situation, I suddenly lost control and lunged at Lu Yan like a madman. Perhaps more than worrying about Lu Yan, that member was afraid something would happen to me. So instead of stopping me, he locked the door. By the time I regained my senses, everything was beyond repair. Ching Zan's story grew heavy. From that day on, there was no news of Lu Miao, and I was too ashamed to face Lu Yan, so I left the group alone and embarked on a journey to find Lu Miao. But when I found her, there was only a cold corpse left. This revelation startled Xingye instantly. Ching Zan continued his sorrowful words. I found her in an area where high-level monsters frequented. Her body had been bitten beyond recognition. Perhaps she accidentally wandered into a forbidden zone during a mental breakdown and died in the mouth of a monster. He frowned deeply. Xingye expressed sympathy and could only offer comfort. Sect leader, that was just an accident triggered by a misunderstanding. It wasn't your fault. In reality, he was judging internally. Although it's a bit rude to the sect leader to say this plot is way too melodramatic. Ching Zan rejected the comfort. No, from the moment I regained consciousness and felt the state of the dragon poison to the moment Lu Miao pushed the door open, there was an interval of about 15 minutes. Xingye couldn't help but feel a bit flustered upon hearing this. He sadly brought up the suspicious point from back then. I don't know why, but clearly the dragon poison had already been mostly resolved by then, yet I still couldn't control my body. During those 15 minutes, I was fully conscious while continuously violating the younger sister, Lu Yan. Ching Zan looked at the inner demon behind him and continued. I was immersed in pain and remorse, and I don't know how long it was until it appeared. His gaze turned somber again. I didn't panic. Instead, I felt much more at ease. Ching Zan's current mindset was somewhat passive. I owe those sisters, and since I cannot make amends, at least let me carry this shackle to atone and spend the rest of my life. Xingye understood his meaning and interrupted. Wait a moment, sect leader. Are you saying you've been carrying this inner demon and practicing from Foundation establishment all the way to the middle nascent soul stage? Ching Zan confirmed. That's right. He clarified the problem. In fact, I knew I had talent for cultivation. But after joining the mercenary group, I became lazy and didn't put my heart into practice. At the mention of Lu Miao, Ching Zan couldn't control his emotions and blamed himself. After that incident, I kept thinking if I had been more diligent back then, my cultivation might have been higher. If so, would I have been able to slay that dragon? Would I have been able to suppress the toxicity in my body? And would Lu Miao not have had to die? Finally, he had an awakening. So I made up my mind to never let a similar tragedy happen to the friends and family around me again. At this point, Xingye also vaguely guessed the truth. So that hall master Lu Miao of the Acacia sect is actually the younger sister, Lu Yan. Qing Zan opened his mouth to confirm. That's right, she also disappeared for a long time after that incident. It wasn't until half a year ago that I had news of her. She joined the Acacia sect using Lu Miao's identity. Despite this, he had always harbored doubts. I don't understand why she did that. Perhaps it's because I ruined those sisters, and she wants to use this to take revenge. Later, he learned through Luo Sheng that Lu Yan also had an inner demon long ago, which made him feel even more self-reproach and guilt. He paused for a moment, then continued. But I don't understand why her inner demon would take the form of her elder sister. A notice board popped up. Event mission, help sect leader Qing Zan resolve the grudge with Lu Yan. Mission success, Golden Core gift pack. Mission failure, immediate self-destruction. Time limit half a year. What was bound to come had finally arrived. Xingye complained, I haven't seen a mission in over half a year. I thought the system upgrade had patched the loophole. Looking closely, he discovered the benefits. In the past, I always did those life or death missions, but this time they're actually asking me to do psychological counseling, and gave such a long time limit. The system asked whether to use the mission refresh voucher with a 9-second countdown. Xingye had had enough of this broken system. Hey, so it was decided from the start whether to use it or not? He thought deeply before choosing. This mission didn't seem difficult. I also plan to help the sect leader. I shouldn't need to use the refresh voucher, right? Qing Zan let out a long sigh and said, I've talked so much nonsense. Is my little friend tired of listening? Xingye waved his hand in denial. Not at all, not at all, he summarized. In short, this inner demon is the retribution I deserve, and I didn't plan to remove it. Suddenly, Xingye ran away quickly, leaving behind a sentence. I will help the sect leader change his mind, but please give me a little time. I need to prepare. After returning to the peak, he requested the system to have a video call with the inner demon in the system space. As soon as the video connected, Xingye spoke urgently. I have some things to ask you. In reality, he thought, I didn't want to pry into Hallmaster Lu's private affairs, but in the current situation, there's no other way. He asked, why would an inner demon like you take the form of Lu Miao? The inner demon didn't answer immediately, but reached out to demand payment. Give me a bit of yin fiend qi and I'll tell you. Xingye did so immediately. After getting what it wanted, the inner demon revealed. Because Lu Yan feels she let down her sister Lu Miao. He didn't understand the reason. It wasn't her fault, she was a victim too. The inner demon explained more clearly. At that time, Lu Yan hid her cultivation. She wasn't at Foundation Establishment Level 1, but at the great perfection of Foundation Establishment. Xingye was even more confused. Why? The inner demon detailed. Lu Miao was the elder sister and had been extremely competitive since childhood, learning everything faster than her sister. She loved taking care of her sister, and the younger sister enjoyed being cared for. When learning new knowledge, Lu Miao would tell her sister, Xiao Yan, I discovered that breathing like this makes the speed of absorbing essence faster. The inner demon cut to the point of conflict. But since they came into contact with cultivation, the younger sister found that her talent was much higher than her sister's. The delicate-minded younger sister feared hurting her sister's pride, so she originally lagged behind her sister's practice progress on purpose. But later she found that the monster hunting team's missions were extremely dangerous, and she felt she had to become stronger to protect her sister at critical moments. So she began to practice desperately in secret while hiding her cultivation. Xingye had a question and interrupted. Wait a moment, this doesn't make sense. At that time, the sect leader was only at Foundation Establishment Level 4. If she was at the great perfection of Foundation Establishment, why would she be? The inner demon immediately replied, because at that time, Lu Yan intentionally did not resist. Xingye still had doubts. Could she have been worried that the sect leader's dragon poison couldn't be resolved? The inner demon did not answer directly. Initially, she comforted herself this way too, but she knew what the true reason buried deep in her heart was. Xingye felt extremely annoyed by this cryptic answer. Stop being so mysterious, it revealed new information. Lu Yan also liked Li Zan. Xingye heard this unfamiliar name and repeated it. The inner demon knew. That's your sect leader. He only changed his name to Qing Zan after becoming the personal disciple of the previous sect master. It then explained the reason. Because Lu Yan's personality was relatively introverted, although she had feelings for Li Zan long ago, she only buried them silently in her heart. But Lu Miao had a carefree personality, and didn't notice her sister's feelings. After finding that she liked Li Zan, she immediately confessed. At that time, Lu Yan told herself that her hesitation and fear to speak out was her own problem. Li Zan also preferred a girl with her sister's personality. Sister's happiness is my happiness. But the fact was, despite the younger sister constantly comforting herself this way, a voice like this would occasionally appear in the depths of her heart. Put away that hypocritical face. Actually, you aren't reconciled, are you? The inner demon continued to reveal the truth. Although Lu Yan hated herself for having such thoughts, as the relationship between her sister and Li Zan progressed daily, it became increasingly difficult for the younger sister to restrain herself. Until that day, even though the younger sister had clearly reached the great perfection of Foundation Establishment, she didn't stop a man who was only at Foundation Establishment level 4 from violating her. Even I cannot read what she was actually thinking at that time. Perhaps even she didn't know herself. Only then did Xingye guess. So her inner demon is Lu Miao instead of the sect leader, because she feels her actions led to her sister's death. The inner demon confirmed, that's right, and because of this, she developed extreme self-loathing. It provided more information. She began to use her sister's name, disguised herself as her sister, and imitated her sister's personality and way of doing things. She believes the person who should have died is herself, and her sister should have been the one to live on. Xingye understood and was practically on the verge of collapsing. This was too far-fetched. No wonder the mission gave half a year. The inner demon didn't even know how she was doing now. Is this someone I can persuade? The video screen suddenly cut out, leaving him somewhat puzzled. The system spirit appeared and reported, "Host, she's awake." Xingye complained dissatisfiedly. "Didn't I say not to give her creation points for now and wait until I'm finished?" It hurriedly defended itself. "I didn't, she woke up on her own." Only then did Xingling speak. "You used the monster core fusion I absorbed to resist the lightning tribulation, didn't you? The monster core absorbed the power of the lightning tribulation and helped your cultivation jump directly from middle foundation establishment to middle golden core. However, this also incidentally replenished my depleted energy," she commented dissatisfiedly. "But I really didn't expect that while I fell into a deep sleep, this pseudo-spirit actually gained higher control than me." The system spirit immediately fought back. "Who exactly are you? Since when have you been attached to the host? Why manipulate the system, and what is your purpose?" Xingling replied passionately. "What are you saying? I'm Brother's cultivation clone." Xingye gave a serious warning. "If you continue to play dumb at this time, I'll have to lock you in the system space forever. After the system upgrade, the energy you separated has also been restored. You no longer have any bargaining chips." Xingling let out a long sigh. She accepted the interrogation but proposed a condition. "Fine, I can answer the pseudo-spirit's questions, but brother, you cannot listen," Xingling reminded softly. "Pseudo-spirit, if you still want to tell brother after knowing the truth, I won't stop you." A voice came from outside the door. "Junior brother, are you back?" Tianyan saw him seemingly talking to himself and asked in confusion, "Who are you talking to?" Xingye made up a random excuse, "Just talking to myself." She wanted to know what the sect leader's side said. "Did you agree to be the young sect master?" Xingye didn't answer directly, but asked tentatively, "Will senior sister stay at the Qingyun sect forever?" Her eyes were melancholic, and she answered softly, "Probably not." Hearing her say this, he immediately made a decision. "Then I won't be this young sect master." Tianyan didn't understand and blurted out. Xingye stated his intention. "But I will help the Qingyun sect return to the top of the 3 sects and 4 gates, and then take senior sister to wherever you want to go." Hearing this, Tianyun's delicate face looked very cute. Then she shyly blamed him. "Always bragging. Do what you promised me in the sect's main hall first before you talk." Xingye said casually, "Is it about the marriage?" As soon as the words fell, Tianyan hurriedly retorted, "Who wants to marry you? Didn't you say you'd tell me privately how you made Kang Lingyun accidentally kill the second prince?" Now Xingye finally understood. "You mean that matter?" To avoid wasting time, he continued, "Senior sister knows I have a storage space that doesn't require spiritual energy mobilization." Tianyan thought it made sense. "Does that have anything to do with this?" Xingye explained, "Managing this space is controlled by my soul, and just like a storage ring, it cannot store living things." He suddenly touched Tianyun's head. "If I want to store something, it would be like this." Xingye touched her head and thought it was very interesting. System prompt creation points 18. Tianyan shyly brushed his hand away immediately. "What are you doing?" "Ha, continue the analysis," Xingye said. "By this point I had already teleported senior sister into that space 100 times, she cried out in surprise. "What?" Xingye revealed the truth. Every time, Senior Sister would be instantly bounced back at a speed so fast that even Divine Sense could not perceive it. Even if I deliberately closed the space's exit, it was to no avail. However, in the process of closing it, I discovered a new use for this space, he explained his experiment. I tried to use a sub-soul to control that space. Unfortunately, as long as my primary soul is conscious, the sub-soul cannot mobilize it. Although it cannot be actively deployed, there is an interesting phenomenon, Xingye revealed. For instance, there is a wisp of my sub-soul within this strand of hair. He then flicked the strand of hair toward a roof beam and lightly touched Tianyan to conduct the experiment. Now, if I send Senior Sister into the space again, while deliberately closing the exit of my primary soul's space, Xingye then moved outside the door. He demonstrated that the exit through which Senior Sister was ejected would automatically appear beside the sub-soul. Pretty magical, right? Xingye shared. This allows for various applications. The easiest to master is the pseudo-teleportation Senior Sister just experienced. He further explained other functions. Naturally, I can also use pre-arranged exits to allow my attacks to teleport. A calculated glint flashed in Xingye's eyes. I can also divert an enemy's attacks. After thinking for a moment, Tianyan felt something was off. Wait, you were far away from Kang Lingyun at the time, and his attack trajectory was clearly visible. There were no signs of movement or a counterattack, Xingye explained, dispelling her doubts. Even though I was far away, there was still a strand of hair containing my sub-soul at his feet. Tianyan still didn't fully grasp it, but then it suddenly dawned on her. Tianyan finally understood the whole story. Is that why you used the soul-shattering art? It didn't just cause Kang Lingyun's attack to go out of control at its peak power. It also caused his primary soul to lose consciousness. In that instant, the sub-soul attached to the hair could take over the space. In a flash, Kang Lingyun's attack was stored within the mysterious space and then released at a speed Divine Sense couldn't perceive. At that point, all that was needed was a precise adjustment of the direction to create the illusion that Kang Lingyun had accidentally killed the second prince. But there's a problem. Even if the mysterious space can change the direction of an attack, if the angle of deviation is too large, it would still leave a flaw. It would make bystanders confused. Wait, why did the attack veer off that way? She finally concluded. So his position at the time was also part of your design. The three of you basically needed to stand in a straight line. Tianyun's deduction made Xingye marvel in admiration, saving him a lot of breath. I only need to list the conditions, and Senior Sister can analyze the entire process. She remembered something else. The second prince had a life-saving magical treasure. Kang Lingyun's attack just happened to exceed the treasure's limit. Don't tell me that was a coincidence too. Only then did Xingye reveal. To make the whole thing look more like an accident. That was indeed part of the plan, he further explained. Actually, I can see through any magical treasure anyone is wearing. For example, I could see that a mid-grade Earth-rank amulet could withstand a single strike from the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. He explained the next step. After that, I just had to push Kang Lingyun to use his killing move and see if his attack was enough to kill the second prince who possessed the protective treasure. If it was enough, I'd follow the steps Senior Sister just analyzed. If I felt Kang Lingyun couldn't kill the second prince, then even if he exerted all his strength, I would have activated the sub-soul hair pre-attached to the second prince. After using the soul-shattering art to strip him of his protective treasure, I would have swapped his storage ring for one containing spirit stones and fake receipts before letting the attack land on him. Xingye added, because Cheng Yan mentioned the second prince was at the Wanqiang Gate, I researched the route there as well as the royal rules and some secrets, he continued. The second prince is a gambling addict. Facing such a crisis, it would be perfectly reasonable for him to have pawned off his life-saving treasure. Listening to this, Tianyan felt a headache coming on. Junior brother, does the plan have to be this meticulous? Xingye's expression darkened as he softly replied, because I've learned lessons the hard way before. Tianyan was shocked. What? He let out a helpless sigh and explained the reason. That's right. It was because fellow Taoist Xingling's divine sense attack at the time prevented the opponent from using their protective treasure. I didn't consider that the opponent had a life-saving treasure and nearly killed a friend whose brain wasn't very sharp. He then looked elsewhere. Fortunately, she solved it with money in the end. Xingye felt that problems that could be solved with money weren't really big problems. The scene shifted to the next day. Shaowen was shouting downstairs, "Is Xingye there?" Having just woken up, his eyes were still bleary with sleep. Seeing the young man standing shirtless at the railing, she was startled and scolded. "Oh, it's broad daylight. What are you doing? Why aren't you wearing clothes?" Tianyan walked out and stood to the side. "Shaowen is looking for you. Why are you taking your clothes off?" She then looked down and asked, "What is it, Shaowen?" Seeing this scene, Shaowen shrieked, turned, and ran, crying out her complaints in broad daylight. "You two are too shameless." Only then did Tianyan realize the impropriety. Shyly covering herself, "Do you want to die?" Xingye replied calmly, "Just teasing the girl." She still insisted. "Give me back my clothes quickly." Xingye stepped forward to appease her. All right, don't be mad." He then conjured a set of clothes for her, but it was a sexy bunny girl outfit. Outside, Xiaowen ran while crying, "Bastard, big bastard, senior sister, my senior sister." Suddenly a loud boom came from behind. Tianyan appeared, and at her feet was Xingye, who had just been executed. She asked Xiaowen, "What do you need him for?" Outside the door, Cheng Yan was trying to force his way in but was stopped by the crowd. He emphasized impatiently, "I said it already. I don't want trouble. I just want to see Xingye. I have something important to tell him." But they resolutely drove him away. "Get lost, we don't welcome people from the Wanxiang Gate. Don't force us to take action." Xingye spoke from behind. "Cheng Yan, what are you doing here?" Seeing the person he was looking for, he shouted with joy. Seeing Xingye's wretched state, Cheng Yan was startled. "Eh? What happened to your face?" As night fell, inside a room on the main peak, Xingye and senior sister Tianyan were receiving their guest. He asked, "Young Gate Master Cheng, what is it you need me for?" Cheng Yan directly handed something to Xingye. "My sister asked me to give this to you. She said that except for that divine artifact fragment, nothing else inside should be touched." Xingye stared at the item in his hand and thought, "Is this the storage ring of the previous host?" The system answered his doubt. "Correct. The items inside are perfectly consistent with this system's previous records." He and Tianyan listened quietly as Cheng Yan continued. "We juniors can't interfere with the sect's decision. She is very sorry about what happened this time and said your agreement is now void. She won't trouble you again in the future." He lowered his head, a sorrowful look on his face. "Though I don't know what you agreed upon." I could feel a suicidal resolve in her voice when she said those words. As he spoke, he thought of Cheng Xin curled up in a corner of her room, feeling she was very pitiful. She is currently under house arrest. In 3 days she will hold a grand wedding with Kang Lingyun, after which she will be sent to the imperial capital. Cheng Yan added worriedly, "I think given her state, she might not last until that day." He remembered going to plead with Cheng Li, hoping his father would reconsider. "I begged my father, saying Kang Lingyun definitely has no good intentions. But my father is already blinded by greed, his mind full of the benefits of cooperating with the royal family." Cheng Yan continued, "Threatening him with my life was useless. Even I was put under house arrest. I only managed to sneak out thanks to Elder Li's help." After hearing the story, Xingye harbored doubts. "So what? Since even you, the young gate master, can't do anything, what can I do?" Faced with the difficult problem, Cheng Yan lowered his head. "I don't know, but besides you, I don't know who else to turn to for help." Xingye thought for a moment and coldly refused. Saving her would mean the Qingyun sect declaring war on the Wanxiang Gate and the royal family. "Sorry, I can't do it." Cheng Yan remained seated, silently taking out a silk pouch. Seeing this, Xingye was curious. This was Cheng Xin's trick. The second pouch was to be used if the emotional route failed while Lu Tianyan was present. Xingye's expression changed slightly. "What on earth is that?" he pretended not to know. "I'm not sure, my sister gave it to me." Cheng Yan opened the pouch and inside was a recording stone. The recording stone emitted a mysterious light. Everyone watched with bated breath as the image of Xingye dancing and bragging appeared in the light and shadow. "Cheng Xin Yu." Xingye couldn't watch anymore. He flew into a rage and immediately delivered a kick that shattered the illusion. Tianyan looked at him in confusion. "What kind of thing is Cheng Exen?" Xingye explained. "She's a venomous woman, I'm cursing her." She pressed further. "Then why did you kick it to pieces?" He laughed dryly to cover it up. "Because the cursing was too filthy." Cheng Yan said nothing and silently took out another pouch. Xingye shouted, nearly breaking down, "Another one!" The third pouch. "The second one was just revenge against a heartless ex-fiancé. The third one is the main point." Xingye stared at the pouch and thought, what trick is that venomous woman trying to play now? Cheng Yan directly opened the third pouch. It was another recording stone. Xingye, with his fiery temper, was about to deliver another kick, but Cheng Yan stopped him. Kang Lingyun's mocking face appeared in the illusion. "So what if that brat Xingye took Lu Tianyan away?" In the illusion he was casually saying to Cheng Li, 3 days from now will still be the day of the grand wedding between me and your daughter. The world won't know it was him who rescued the senior sister." The recording clearly showed Kang Lingyun's sinister and malicious expression. "But the world will surely know that the first senior brother of the Qingyun sect is a waste, standing idly by even as his wife is snatched away." Tianyan was completely enraged. She instantly unsheathed her sword and split the recording stone in two, stunning Xingye and Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan was pained by the residual power of Tianyun's strike, but Tianyan gently soothed Xingye. "Junior brother, there is no need to pay any mind to those mad dogs." However, he replied without flinching, "No, senior sister, usually when a mad dog barks at me I kick its head off." Worried that Xingye might get into trouble, Tianyan said, "But this is exactly Cheng Xin's provocation." Xingye explained calmly, "This has nothing to do with that woman. Last time at the Wanxian Gate, I didn't kill Kang Lingyun because I wanted to take you away safely. If I count the things he's done to me, killing him 10,000 times wouldn't be enough." At this point, a ruthless look appeared on his face. "This time, I'll use the wedding day to settle the score once and for all." Tianyun, gentle and refined, analyzed the situation calmly. "Don't be impulsive. Kang Lingyun's wedding isn't in the Imperial City but at the Wanxian Gate. Cheng Li must have pushed for that. I expect the elite of the Kanglan Kingdom will all be present. They surely take this wedding very seriously. If you disrupt it in public, it will be a public declaration of war against the Wanxian Gate and the royal family." Xingye reassured her. "Don't worry, senior sister. I won't play the bride-snatching trope like other protagonists, and besides, that woman isn't worth me snatching." Hearing him talk about his sister like that, Cheng Yan gave a dry cough as a reminder. Hey, watch your image. You're the first senior brother of the Qingyun sect." Xingye gave a sinister smile. "I just want to give Kang Lingyun a wedding experience he'll never forget." In a secluded place, Kang Lingyun was focusing on studying the ancient king art. "So that's how it is. That old fellow actually dared to lie to this prince." His brow furrowed as he discovered that practicing the ancient king art would plant a life-bound GU inside the body. Once the number of people practicing this technique reached 99,810, the altar ritual would begin. The book depicted a person at the center of a crowd radiating a brilliant light, explaining, "As long as the practitioners die, the ritual is considered successful, and the energy of their life-bound GU will be divided equally among the survivors." Kang Lingyun looked at his hand and read that, until only one life-bound GU remains at the end, it will turn gold and evolve into the ancient king. He looked at the life-bound GU in his hand, perplexed. "But this prince's life-bound GU turned gold over a year ago." Shadow Slave revealed to Kang Lingyun. "Elder Du did indeed die over a year ago. It's just that the Qingyun sect has been suppressing the news." From this he deduced, "So that old fellow was spreading fragments of the ancient king art everywhere, wanting to use us as sacrifices to help him refine the ancient king. If you devour Cheng Xin, who has already entered the third stage, afterward, you will have a chance to return to the nascent soul stage." Detecting the conspiracy, Kang Lingyun's face turned ashen. He thought to himself, "This prince nearly fell for your scheme, claiming you needed our royal family's dragon vein to help me increase my strength. I already felt something was wrong." Shadow Slave added, "The matter of the dragon vein is true, and it's recorded in the technique as well. If the final step can involve setting up an array at the center of the dragon vein, the success rate will increase threefold," he added. "But because he died a step ahead by accident, it ended up fulfilling your needs instead." Kang Lingyun laughed wildly, his gaze cold and profound. "At the start, that brat Xingye dared to humiliate this prince. When the time comes, I'll make the entire Qingyun sect be buried with you." He then turned to ask Shadow Slave, "This complete ancient king art, how did you get it?" Shadow Slave answered straightforwardly that it was naturally obtained through a mole in the Qingyun sect after paying a significant price. Kang Lingyun asked further in confusion, "That old fellow is dead. Why are you still helping me?" Shadow Slave replied honestly, "As your highness knows, I have a slave GU in me. Elder Du is dead, and now only by successfully cultivating the ancient king art can the GU be removed." He gave an arrogant smile, considering it a small matter. Kang Lingyun suddenly remembered, "Right, is the technique on Cheng Xin's side not finished yet?" Shadow Slave answered worriedly, Still in the second stage. It's been delayed for 10 years and many methods have been tried to no avail. The original plan was to have your highness imprison and torture her, making her develop a dependency on the person abusing her." He agreed. "That move is interesting. I didn't realize you, Shadow Slave, had such heavy tastes," he defended himself. "This was purely an accident. Because of the incident 10 years ago, the order went wrong, making it very difficult for Cheng Xin to enter the third stage." Shadow Slave suddenly changed his tone. "However, a better method has been discovered now." Kang Lingyun let out a cry of surprise. "What, you're actually siding with that Xingye? From what I've seen, Cheng Xin has already developed stage 3 feelings for him." Lingyun's fury flared up, and he wished he could burn Shadow Slave to ashes. He roared, "Are you suggesting that I, a prince, am inferior to that Xingye, that I'm only fit to be a foil in your despicable schemes?" Shadow Slave was frightened out of his wits and hurriedly recalled his previous words to explain. "Your highness misunderstands. A woman with a peculiar personality like Cheng Xin is actually uninterested in an outstanding man like you." Upon hearing this flattery, Lingyun's anger gradually dissipated. That makes sense. Then how can we smoothly transition Cheng Xin into stage 3? Shadow Slave proposed a plan. "For instance, we could have Xingye kidnap her and then have him killed in the end." Lingyun praised, "That's a good script, but how do we execute it?" Shadow Slave replied with composure. Don't worry, the bait has been cast, we just have to see if the fish will bite. The scene shifted to the Qingyun sect where they were in the living room discussing the plan to deal with Lingyun. First, the guests will arrive to offer gifts and congratulations. Then Kang Lingyun will pick up your sister and lead her inside. Finally, the wedding process will be completed. Cheng Yan took over the conversation. Exactly. Xingye pressed him on what betrothal gifts had been sent. Cheng Yan didn't know the specific details, only that they would be presented on the wedding day. Hearing this, Tianyan couldn't help but feel suspicious. This isn't according to protocol. Xingye echoed her sentiment. He's likely holding back some rare treasure to show off in front of the public, both to display the royal family's wealth and power and to give the Wanqiang Gate plenty of face. Cheng Yan explained that the imperial capital was extremely far from the Wanqiang Gate. Although there would be a bride-picking ceremony, most of the proceedings would indeed take place within his Wanqiang Gate. As Cheng Yan spoke, a panoramic view of the Wanqiang Gate was revealed. Kang Lingyun and the wedding procession would take a flying magical tool from the sect's main hall to the West Pavilion where my sister lives. He asserted that this was the perfect opportunity to rescue his sister. Xingye wanted more specific details and asked exactly how he planned to do it. Cheng Yan revealed his plan. First, I checked the list of the wedding procession. They are all royal juniors, and the one with the highest cultivation is Kang Lingyun. The entire mountain is shrouded by a magical tool, but his route is fixed. On that route, they will pass our spirit spring pool. Since it's a bathing area, the entire pool is covered by a formation that blocks divine sense. Combined with the fact that the procession's flight speed isn't fast, it will take at least half an hour to fly out of the blocked area. Reaching the spirit spring pool, he was filled with confidence in his plan. As long as we lie in wait there, our chance of rescuing my sister is immense. Furthermore, there's a secret tunnel at the bottom of the pool leading to a one-time teleportation array outside the sect. Xingye directly pushed Cheng Yan toward the door, preparing to close it. All right, thanks. This information is enough. You remember the way, young gate master. I won't see you out. He slammed the door shut, leaving Cheng Yan stunned. Cheng Yan roared in a fit of rage. Wait, what exactly is your plan? Are you rescuing my sister or not? Give me a straight answer, I can cooperate with you. The door suddenly opened again, and Xingye's hand reached out through the gap, holding a storage ring. He said, by the way, take everything in this storage ring and give it to your father and Kang Lingyun. Taking the ring, Cheng Yan complained dissatisfiedly, I sneaked out. If I take this back, I'll definitely be grounded. How am I supposed to deliver it? Xingye's voice came from inside the room. When your dad sees what's inside, he'll forgive you for sneaking out. He was shocked by Xingye's words. Ha! The scene shifted to Lingyun holding a treasure, exclaiming, This is a soul-nourishing pill, and a top-grade Earth-rank one at that. Cheng Li also stared at the treasure for a long time, lamenting, This is a peak sacred medicine capable of healing and nourishing a damaged soul. I once saw one at an auction. The sect leader of the Wind Thunder sect spent 50 million spirit stones just to acquire it. He questioned his son, Cheng Yan, what is going on? Speak clearly. Why would Xingye send such a precious pill? Cheng Yan produced 2 letters, saying they were for the both of them. Cheng Li looked tense as he opened his while Lingyun was busy opening his own. The letter to Cheng Li read, Gate Master Cheng, although I, your junior Xingye, once stated the engagement with your daughter was for the sect's interests, my relationship with Miss Cheng Xin is truly pure. It transcends all worldly interests. When I learned that my fake death for secret cultivation led you to cancel the engagement, I was heartbroken. Today I am sick with worry and my heart is cut as if by knives. To resolve the misunderstanding, I offer one soul-nourishing pill, hoping Gate Master Cheng will fulfill our wish and let me and your daughter continue our 3-life vow. Lingyun was also reading the letter Xingye gave him. Prince Lingyun, I am well aware that Cheng Xin's charm is lethal to commoners, therefore I can understand the things your highness has done for her. However, the two of us are of one mind, and our fathers and ancestors have long-standing ties. A fact Gate Master Cheng can testify to. As the saying goes, it is better to demolish 10 temples than to break up one marriage. Since I am not yet dead, I hope your highness will not act to tear apart a pair of lovebirds or force a relationship. This soul-nourishing pill shall serve as a small compensation for your highness's admiration. After reading the letter, Lingyun's face turned ashen, and he blurted out, What? Having finished, Cheng Li asked curiously, Lingyun, what was written on your side? Lingyun was equally curious and suggested, Shall we swap and take a look? The two exchanged letters and read them in silence. Cheng Yan stood by nervously thinking to himself, Why are they so quiet after reading for so long? After finishing both letters, Lingyun frowned and asked Cheng Li, Gate Master Cheng, is what's written here true? He pondered for a moment before answering, There was no physical intimacy, but as far as I know, Xingye did indeed fall for my daughter's charms. Hearing his father's answer, Cheng Yan seethed internally. Is he talking nonsense again? That's not it at all. Lingyun asked in a heavy voice, does Gatemaster Cheng plan to accept the pill he sent? Cheng Li thought for a long time. The Qingyun sect was already in decline and Xingye alone could not control the overall situation. He immediately denied it. Although the words in the letter are sincere, the hostility he showed when he came to our sect was definitely not feigned. Cheng Li pushed the pill box back across the table, refusing. I'll have someone return these 2 pills later. Lingyun, however, stopped him with a sinister look. Why return them? He revealed his greedy nature. I want Cheng Xin and I want his pills too. Cheng Yan felt the unfairness and spoke up. 5th Prince, I'm afraid doing this is a bit inappropriate. Fearing he might offend someone, Cheng Li immediately scolded his son. Cheng Yan, this is none of your business. Go back to where you belong. Cheng Yan sorrowfully pleaded with his father. If you must lock me up, lock me in with my sister. I'm afraid she'll do something foolish. He agreed. Deacon Jia, take him to Cheng Xin. The deacon accepted the order. Yes. Cheng Yan didn't say another word and silently followed Deacon Jia away. Kang Lingyun complained offhandedly. Your son doesn't seem to like me very much. Cheng Li smoothed things over. He's young and ignorant, don't mind him. However, Lingyun changed the subject, feigning gratitude. What are you saying? If it weren't for him, how would Xingye have taken the bait? Cheng Li worried the plan was too blatant and said, but aren't the flaws we left too obvious? My rebellious son accidentally saw the wedding procession list, and the route just happens to pass by the spirit spring pool that blocks divine sense, which also just happens to have an escape array at the bottom. Lingyun understood Cheng Li's concerns, but he already had a new trick. He said plainly, he will definitely be suspicious, but these 2 grand gifts can serve as his motivation. Cheng Li was confused and asked what he meant. Lingyun decided to use the situation to frame Xingye, urging Cheng Li if you pretend to agree to his request, and invite him to the wedding venue to talk. At that time, in front of everyone, Lingyun stacked the 2 treasure boxes and continued, take those 2 soul-nourishing pills he used to trade for his sweetheart and use them as the betrothal gift I'm giving to Gatemaster Cheng. I want to see what kind of expression Xingye will have then. Hearing this sinister plan, Cheng Li praised with ill intent. My son-in-law truly kills without shedding blood. Lingyun revealed a wicked smile and said, anger will consume logic. At that point he will definitely not miss that opportunity to both teach me a lesson and snatch away Cheng Xin. The scene shifted to Zhengyang Peak, a bathing area. In the bathroom, Xingye stripped off his clothes and soaked in the warm water, talking to himself. It's been a long time since I've had a bath. Now that I'm in the golden core stage, I can suppress the heat from the transformation necklace without needing to wear a magic robe to hide it. He suddenly stopped enjoying the bath, sat up and asked, System, how did your talk go? Have you cleared up her origin? The system popped up a reply. I know now. She says the entire system is actually a magical tool and one that surpasses the heaven grade. Xingye cried out in surprise. What? The system continued to relay information. But the name of that magical tool cannot be spoken, because there are some truly terrifying existences searching for her. It's fine for an artifact spirit like me to know. But if the host learns the name, they will be tainted by karma and discovered by those people. Xingye pondered. This was way too mysterious. The system added, of course this is all just her side of the story. I have no way to judge its truth. He asked anxiously, then who exactly is she? The system began to narrate the situation it had learned. She says she is the original artifact spirit of this tool, but because she exhausted her energy she fell into a deep sleep and only recently woke up. As for me, according to her, I'm a pseudo-spirit who took her place. Even she doesn't know how I appeared here. The system displayed the host Xingye's image and continued its statement. She also says that without her help, the host cannot fully develop the capabilities of this magical tool. For example, the formation that was easily broken before, the ability to merge monster cores, soul completion, the myriad sword spirits, and the rapid mastery of techniques. None of these could be completed by a pseudo-spirit like me alone. The system suggested with a hint of grievance. If what she says is true, then she is indeed more suitable to assist the host than I am. After listening, Xingye's brow furrowed, and his expression appeared very tense. Xingling sat to the side, seeing through his intention to contact her and guessing what he wanted to say. Xingling spoke first. I've already said everything I wanted that pseudo-spirit to know. You don't need to ask me further. I won't say anything else, Xingye replied calmly. It already told me. I'm considering whether to transfer the authority to you. Xingling was somewhat surprised. While he wore it, didn't expect that, did you? Look. Did your plan involve thinking it would definitely hide the truth to save its own skin, so you could take the chance to drive a wedge between us? Xingling laughed awkwardly. Oh, don't think so poorly of me. I truly want to help you, he took the opportunity to say. In that case, there just happens to be something I need your help with right now. Xingling was overwhelmed by Xingye's series of unexpected moves. On the other side, Cheng Yan was brought to his sister. Cheng Xin was astonished to see her brother Brother, why are you here? Cheng Yan didn't answer her question and said directly, take out your transmission jade, Xingye has something to say to you. Cheng Xin held the jade token and reminded him, but there's a formation here blocking everything. Cheng Yan leaned in and whispered, he said adding an antenna will give us a signal. I don't know what that means either. She stared wide-eyed as her brother attached the device to the transmission jade, then held the token now equipped with an antenna. Cheng Xin was startled by the sound coming through. Hello, hello, can you hear me? Cheng Xin successfully made contact with Xingye. The two began communicating via voice transmission. It really works, how did you do it? Xingye's voice rang out. Don't worry about that. You don't want to marry the fifth prince, right? I have a plan, listen closely. Before he could finish, Xingling interrupted. Hey, wait, this plan is too crazy. Xingye wanted to hear her opinion and asked if she had a better, faster way. Xingling stammered and couldn't say, so he asserted, then it's settled, nothing else. The scene switched to a room door with a gossip pattern labeled, Seclusion Chamber. Xiaowen and Tianyin stood at the entrance. Xiaowen wondered, what is Xingye doing? Tianyin answered that he said he was preparing a congratulatory gift. Hearing this, Xiaowen found it baffling. Why go into a seclusion chamber to prepare a gift, and he's making such a racket? This place can withstand attacks from the nascent soul stage. Tianyin didn't bother wasting words with her junior sister, saying as she left, we'll find out when he comes out. 3 days later, at the Qingyun sect hall, sect leader Qing Zan said to Xingye, my young friend, you don't have to participate. Elder Di Hai agreed. Precisely. Things have reached this point. They definitely have ill intentions in sending that invitation. Xingye was resolute. No, I must go, even if the other side intends to humiliate me. I will engrave it in my heart and let it become the motivation for my future cultivation. Di Hai and Cheng Zan couldn't do anything with him. Let him go. Cheng Zan also came to terms with it. He spoke up. Since my young friend has this resolve, I needn't be overly cautious either. We shall treat this wedding as a trial to temper one's character. Within the Wanxiang Gate, the festive atmosphere of the wedding day was everywhere. Cheng Zan, Xingye and Tianyin attended the wedding together. Xingye looked down from a high vantage point and lamented, it's so lively. Guests gathered outside the gates, and the announcer's high-pitched calls echoed through the hall as he arranged the seating for the various sects. Fu Mengyan, the sect leader of the Howling Wolf sect, arrived to offer congratulations and was seated in the first-class seats of the side hall. A continuous stream of people entered with gifts and the seating was arranged in order. Zhu Ju, the sect leader of the Flowing Cloud sect, arrived to offer congratulations and was seated in the second-class seats of the main hall. Wei Sheng, the sect leader of the Heavenly Spring sect, arrived to offer congratulations and was seated in the third-class seats of the main hall. After observing, Xingye and Tianyin discussed in low voices, is this seating based on status and the value of the gifts? Invitations were only sent to a few prominent sects, but many small sects or wealthy merchants wanted to use this opportunity to climb the ladder and attend. Seeing the officials checking gifts at the main gate, Tianyin added, the announcer at the main gate is a top appraisal master from the Kanglan Kingdom's largest merchant guild, the Bone Treasure Pavilion. So guests needn't worry about their treasures going unappreciated. Xingye mocked. In a situation like this, the kind of circle you can break into depends entirely on the value of the congratulatory gift you can produce. This is a blatant money grab, Tianyin commented. It's just a case of a willing buyer and a willing seller. Cheng Zan urged. Let's go, let's see what kind of seats they've arranged for us. As they walked in, they heard the announcer shout, Grand Elder Ling Yao of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect arrives to offer congratulations. Seated in the first-class seats of the main hall, upon seeing Cheng Zan, the person respectfully bowed. Greetings, sect leader Cheng Zan. With one hand behind his back, Cheng Zan said mildly, I wonder if I can enter even though I didn't bring a gift? The announcer's face turned pale upon hearing this. Then sect leader Cheng Zan laughed. Just kidding, you're a VIP, your seat was arranged long ago. The announcer shouted at the top of his lungs. Sect leader Cheng Zan of the Qingyun sect arrives to offer his congratulations. Please be seated at the VIP table in the main hall. The eyes of the crowd instantly focused on the group from the Qingyun sect. As they took their seats, bursts of whispers erupted around them. Sect leader Cheng Zan actually showed up. I heard things between them. The royal family and the Wanxiang Gate have been extremely tense lately. He's likely looking for trouble. What's that group of nobodies getting all riled up for? Is that pretty boy following behind him the one who had his fiancée snatched away this time? That's him all right. This is going to be good. Tianyin's blood boiled as she listened. She shot a cold glare toward the crowd of gossips. Sensing his senior sister's fury, Xingye reminded her in a soft voice, Senior sister, there's no need to pay them any mind. I came here specifically to temper my ability to handle pressure. Hearing this, her anger finally subsided. However, among those loose-tongued people, some sensed danger and said with trembling hearts, Something's not right. That girl clearly only has the aura of the Foundation establishment stage, so why did it just feel like I was being targeted by some great demon? Another person interjected. She must be hiding her cultivation. Just then, the sect leader of the Acacia sect walked over. Qing Zan politely returned the greeting. Sect leader Luo. Qing Zan's face stiffened upon hearing her words, and he immediately corrected her. Sect leader Luo, please refrain from saying things that are so easily misunderstood, all right. From a distance came the voices of Kang Lingyun and the others. Sect leader Luo's personal arrival is an honor. Please forgive us for not welcoming you sooner. Kang Lingyun approached and cupped his hands in salute, putting on a humble and friendly front. I am truly flattered that sect leader Luo would come to attend my wedding. Luo Sheng didn't even spare him a glance, turning away with a look of utter disgust and leaving Kang Lingyun standing there in awkward silence. Luo Sheng walked to her seat and called out in a sweet voice, "Little brother Xingye, come quickly to big sister's side. I've reserved a seat for you." As soon as those words were spoken, everyone present felt a wave of nausea. System notification. Creation points 87, creation points 58. Tianyan joked, "Junior brother, your relationship with sect leader Luo seems quite good, doesn't it?" Xingye's face flushed as he stammered, "And no, not at all." System notification. Creation point 66. At that moment, Luo Sheng gently patted her fair thigh. "If you don't want to sit over there, you can sit here too." The notification tones followed one after another. Creation points 105, creation points 95. The surrounding people were struck dumb with shock. Tianyan couldn't help but tease him with a smile. That is, after all, a top-tier seat among the VIPs. Xingye was both ashamed and annoyed. Sect leader Luo, stop making fun of me. It'll be the death of me. Luo Sheng emphasized, half joking and half threatening. Don't be a spoilsport. This sect leader only hurried here because I heard you were coming. Kang Lingyun furrowed his brow, his tone low and carrying a hint of authority. What's going on? The sect leader of the Acacia sect came to the wedding for that brat from the Qingyun sect whose fiancé was snatched. Is this truly a case of a blessing in disguise? The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Someone chuckled, teasing half seriously. It's too infuriating. If I could get close to sect leader Luo's charms just once, I'd be willing to have my fiancé snatched away 100 times. The person beside him turned pale instantly, fearfully grabbing the other's sleeve and whispering with a tremble, "Shish, do you want to die?" While the atmosphere was heavy, Kang Lingyun had already walked up, a fake smile plastered on his face, though his eyes betrayed an irrepressible mockery. "Isn't this Xingye? My apologies, this prince didn't see you just now." Xingye replied calmly. "Fifth prince, when do you plan to announce that matter we agreed upon to everyone?" Kang Lingyun lifted his head slightly, his arrogant gaze sweeping over the crowd before he coldly turned his face away. "No rush, no rush. We'll talk once all the guests have arrived." Sheng Li smiled. A thought flashed through his eyes, then he put his hands behind his back and said in a steady tone, "In that case, sect leader Luo, we shall take our leave for now." Luo Sheng remained leaning leisurely in her chair, lifting her teacup for a sip as she replied indifferently, "Suit yourselves." Qing Zan followed behind, whispering with a deep frown, "What announcement?" Xingye walked beside him with a smile as bright as spring sunshine, replying softly, "Sect leader, you'll find out in a moment." A while later, amidst the bustling banquet, Luo Sheng sat alone and casually gestured, "Come and sit, I'm the only one here." Tianyan silently pulled out a chair and sat at the table, her expression calm but her eyes unable to hide her wariness. Luo Sheng laughed happily. "Little brother Xingye, who is this?" Tianyan replied softly. "Greetings, sect leader Luo. I am his senior sister." As soon as those words were out, the smile on Luo Sheng's face grew even more brilliant. "What kind of dual cultivation technique do you two usually use?" Qing Zan couldn't help but let out a dry cough, covering his mouth with his hand as his low voice rang out. "Luo Sheng, the Acacia sect and the royal family have never been on good terms. Why would you come to attend this wedding?" She turned her head, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she dropped her playful look, showing a hint of sorrow. "I've already said I came for little brother Xingye. His sister helped me quite a bit. This sect leader doesn't like owing favors." Qing Zan was stunned, arching an eyebrow in surprise. Sister?" Luo Sheng's smile vanished, her tone becoming serious. "That's right, Xingling, wasn't it you who wrote the recommendation letter?" Xingye hurriedly interjected, a nervous smile on his face as he tried to ease the tension. "Well, I have two sisters. One is named Xingling and the other is named Xingdahua." Qing Zan replied. "I see," he thought to himself. To be able to help Luo Sheng, it seems this young friend is not simple at all. Immediately after, Qing Zan looked down at his Taoist robes as if remembering something, a look of regret appearing on his face as he secretly blamed himself. "I should have kept her a bit longer back then, and had her join our sect. I'm truly failing in my duty as sect leader." Just then, Luo Sheng's gaze inadvertently drifted toward another table. "That member of the royal family over there, is that Kang Shang, the prince of Zhenhai?" Xingye followed up casually, his tone a bit lazy. What about it? Is he very strong? Luo Sheng smiled slightly, her tone gentle yet arrogant. Only slightly inferior to this seat. Tianyan also looked over and asked. Qing Zan replied warmly. Kang Lingyun's biological mother, Empress Tian. Xingyi's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt in his eyes as he thought, can the Empress here leave the palace? Just then a majestic shout from the announcer came from the second floor. Almost all the fellow Taoists at the VIP seats had arrived. Cheng Li turned and said in a heavy voice, "Worthy son-in-law, go up and say a few words." Kang Lingyun stepped onto the stage under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Very well, he looked calm and arrogant, his royal attire shimmering under the lights. I thank all the seniors and fellow Taoists for coming to attend the wedding between myself and Gatemaster Cheng's beloved daughter, Cheng Xin. I hope our union will lead the royal family and the Wanqiang Gate to reach new heights together. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly emerged from the side door of the hall. Royal brother, what right do you have to represent the royal family? Lan Yu Kongyue stepped forward, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, a cold and mocking smile curling her lips. While our father stands at the precipice of life and death, you are all in a hurry to collude with outside forces to expand your own power? Xingyi's face instantly changed as he thought. Lan Yu, Kang Lingyun froze for a moment, then suppressed his awkwardness and turned around, a smile plastered on his face. Kongyue, where have you been this past year? Your royal brother has been very worried about you. She gently brushed her long hair back over her shoulder, her eyes as cold as frost. Her tone was arrogant to the extreme. Where I choose to go is my freedom, not even father can control me. Kongyue walked toward him, lifting her chin as she asked, "Where is second brother? He owes me 1,000,000 spirit stones and I heard he ran here to handle some personal affair." Kang Lingyun's brow furrowed slightly as he struggled to maintain his composure. "He left a few days ago. I don't know where he is now either." She let out a cold laugh and took another step forward, her tone filled with absolute sarcasm. "This time you've joined forces. I'm sure you didn't miss the chance to swindle the Qingyun sect, did you?" Kang Lingyun's face turned pale and he frowned in panic. "Royal sister, today is my wedding day. Can we talk about these things another day?" Kongyue crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over him indifferently. "Fine, as long as you help second brother pay back the 1,000,000 spirit stones he owes me, I won't cause you any trouble today." Kang Lingyun smiled awkwardly. "I didn't bring that much." She didn't hold back either, saying coldly, "Aren't there wedding gifts today?" He ground his teeth, struggling to stay calm as he raised his hands to signal for everyone to remain calm, his tone gentle yet forced. "My apologies, everyone. I must first handle a family matter. Please excuse me for a moment." The moment she turned around, Kongyue tilted her head slightly and cast a seductive wink down at the crowd from her high vantage point. A commotion immediately erupted below the stage. "The princess is looking at me." "Nonsense, she's clearly looking at me." An odd notification rang in Xingyi's mind, making him freeze in place. Creation points 88. Sitting to the side, Tianyun's lips curled up as she turned to tease him. "You even know the imperial princess? Junior brother, could it be that the marriage contract you mentioned before is real?" Xingye hurriedly gave an awkward smile. "No such thing, how could that be possible? I only know someone who looks like her." From across the table came Luo Sheng's chuckle. "It's not me," she said in a deep voice. "She is precisely your sister's friend." "Lan Yu." Luo Sheng propped her chin on one hand, a hint of reminiscence in her eyes as she spoke flatly. "We were also quite shocked back then. That silly girl's personality suddenly changed completely. She started fighting in the sect and caused quite a lot of trouble." Xingye was stunned, memories flashing through his mind, that gentle, smiling, even somewhat airheaded Lan Yu. He blurted out in disbelief, "Fighting, Lan Yu?" Luo Sheng nodded, propping her chin as usual as she said, "Because your sister asked me to look after her, I held back many times, but later she actually started frantically amassing wealth within the sect. We could no longer sit idly by." Xingyi's expression shifted rapidly as he stammered, "Amassing wealth." A scene suddenly surfaced. Lan Yu leaned close to his ear, her lips curling up as her eyes flashed with a cunning look while she whispered softly. Luo Sheng continued her story. She told people in private that she was the successor empress of the Kanglan kingdom. Her father had already chosen her to take over, but she was marginalized by her elder and younger brothers, even besieged, and was forced to flee the palace. In the background, a magnificent palace, as grand as a divine miracle, was buried deep within the underground dragon vein. Luo Sheng said in a low voice, however, deep within the dragon vein, her father prepared a secret vault for her, containing countless treasures of the heavens and earth, trillions of spirit stones, and even a top-grade heaven-ranked divine weapon that could help her sweep away all obstacles and reclaim her throne. In the image, Lan Yu stood in the center of the great hall, draped in a dark red dragon robe, her gaze as cold as frost, her long hair flying in the shadows of the eternal lamps. Luo Sheng continued, "She said that once she gathered 10,000,000 spirit stones, she would be able to use her special privilege to open the path to the dragon vein vault. After she ascended the throne, she would bestow titles and ranks upon those who had helped her and provided financial support, and give them a 100-fold return. Tianyun spoke up coldly, her tone full of doubt. There wouldn't actually be disciples who believed such words, would there? Luo Sheng covered her face, saying listlessly, "By the time I found out, half of the inner disciples had already joined." Luo Sheng arched an eyebrow. The point is, she could produce extremely convincing evidence, such as possessing many royal treasures and secret techniques. Theoretically, those things should have been impossible to take out of the royal treasury. Moreover, she knew royal secrets like the back of her hand. She was almost omniscient. Qing Zan's face changed slightly as he said, "Even so, it shouldn't have been enough to make them believe she could inherit the throne." A scene of Lan Yu standing before the crowd offering tempting conditions flashed through Qing Zan's mind. She suddenly let out a cry of surprise. The most important piece of evidence was a recording stone she produced, which contained the image of the current emperor of the Kanglan Kingdom, Kang Wangyuan. Luo Sheng smiled slightly, and then a low voice rang out. This is the key to the Dragon Vein treasury. From now on I leave the Kanglan Kingdom to you," she continued as if nothing had happened. Later, under my questioning, she finally confessed the truth. She is indeed the princess of the Kanglan Kingdom. But everything about inheriting the throne was a fabrication. A scene flashed by. It was a memory of the emperor and the little princess getting along harmoniously. She had been the apple of his eye since childhood. Those treasures were all things she wanted, and her father had bestowed them upon her. That recording was something she had secretly filmed while playing house with Kang Wangyuan as a child. She glanced at Xingye and said in a deep voice, "Compared to you, she's not lacking at all." Xingye's gaze darkened as he laughed awkwardly. "Sect leader Luo, do you know the reason for Lan Yu's drastic change in personality?" Luo Sheng said coldly, "She says she has a double personality." Her voice rang out. "The kind and pure personality is called Lan Yu. The arrogant and cunning personality is called Kong Yue. However, Kong Yue possesses Lan Yu's memories. But after changing back to Lan Yu, she doesn't remember anything Kong Yue has done." Luo Sheng's tone was low and sorrowful. Kang Wangyuan once took her to see many famous doctors in the cultivation world, but they were all helpless. Xingye rubbed his chin, falling into deep thought. Is this personality splitting in the cultivation world? But what's with the memory mismatch? Qing Zan suddenly spoke up. "Does she have a good relationship with Kang Lingyun?" Luo Sheng replied. "I'm not quite sure. This time she doesn't seem to have come to attend her brother's wedding either." Luo Sheng looked at Xingye. She smiled slightly. "Just like this sect leader, I came for little brother Xingye." Just then, Kang Lingyun returned from the second floor, speaking composedly. "My apologies for the wait, everyone. My royal sister loves to joke, please do not take it to heart." Cheng Li, behind him, reminded. "Lingyun, the auspicious time is approaching, it's time to prepare to set out to pick up Zinner." Kang Lingyun glanced over, but there was one more thing to handle before leaving. He leaned down and handed over a small box, saying respectfully, "Gate Master Cheng, this is a small token of my regard, please be sure to accept it." Cheng Li frowned. He said with some alarm, "Lingyun, what are you doing? Weren't the gifts already delivered long ago?" The lid of the box opened, and 2 pills emitted a brilliant light, spiritual energy instantly saturating the entire space. He said in a heavy voice, "I've thought it over carefully these past few days and felt that the previous gifts were not enough to match a woman as outstanding as Zinner, so I wanted to add another token of my regard." Wisps of spiritual energy cascaded down from the second floor. Kang Lingyun arched an eyebrow. 2 top-grade Earth-rank soul-nourishing pills. "Please accept them, Gate Master Cheng, so that I may marry Zinner with peace of mind." A moment of dead silence fell over the hall, followed by an explosion of noisy discussion. Heaven's soul-nourishing pills again, and their top-grade Earth rank, and 2 at once, to be willing to give away such precious treasures. It seems he truly values this marriage. Kang Shang suddenly stood up. How could this brat give away such important treasures to someone else as a betrothal gift? Sitting beside him, Empress Tian only smiled faintly, her tone calm yet sharp. "Prince Shang, do not get excited. Lingyun didn't mention this to us, so there must be a hidden reason. We'll ask for clarification once the wedding is over." Kang Shang sat to the side, falling into deep thought, thinking to himself that those soul-nourishing pills, could it be because of this little friend? Suddenly, the loud sound of a hand slamming against a table rang out as he abruptly stood up and let out a thunderous shout. Kang Lingyun, Luo Sheng and Qing Zan were all startled by the sight, their faces filled with shock on the second floor. Kang Lingyun still wore that calm smile, but a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Does fellow Taoist Xingye have some advice? Or perhaps you have an opinion on the betrothal gift this prince has presented?" Xingye clenched his teeth, fire burning in his eyes. "You people," Lingyun arched an eyebrow, his gaze carrying 3 parts arrogance and 7 parts provocation. Speaking of which, fellow Taoist Xingye was Miss Cheng Xin's former fiancé, wasn't he? Gatemaster Cheng, do remember to return those previous betrothal gifts to him. Cheng Li gave an awkward smile, indicating he didn't have those items on him. Kang Lingyun's smile vanished, his expression turning cold in an instant as his gaze became as sharp as a sword. Fellow Taoist Xingye, no wonder you are so agitated. This prince is sincere toward Miss Cheng Xin, so I am willing to give anything. This is completely different from those who only want to complete a sect mission but are unwilling to pay any price. As soon as those words fell, Ching Zan slammed his hand heavily onto the stone table and stood up abruptly, his eyes sharp as he roared in a rage, Kang Lingyun, do not go too far. Not only did he show no fear, but he also slowly raised his hands in an innocent gesture, his expression gradually becoming crafty. Sect leader Ching Zan, I am only telling the truth. Xingye stood quietly in place, his face deathly pale. Is that so, fellow Taoist Xingye? Xingye's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes turning as dark as if they were shrouded by a layer of black clouds, and he let out a heavy sigh. A moment later, Xingye cupped his hands and bowed deeply. Although his voice remained gentle, it carried a trace of resolve. Sect leader, I would like to step outside for a moment. Ching Zan was slightly stunned, his eyebrow arching. Ah, Ching Zan said in a deep voice. Wait a moment, little friend. Before he could say another word, a soft hand gently pulled his sleeve. Lu Tianyin spoke softly with a rare look of seriousness. Her tone was filled with decisiveness. Sect leader, let junior brother have some time alone. A steady response followed. Niece Lu, you'll have to explain this clearly to me. Beside them, Luo Shang lowered her head with a look of disappointment. She had originally harbored a sliver of hope for him, but now it seemed his schemes and methods were ultimately inferior to his sister's. Meanwhile, Lingyun scanned the surroundings, his gaze as sharp as a sword and his smile reflecting cunning and pleasure. It's truly for the best that Ching Zan didn't follow. It saves a lot of trouble. With that, he cupped his hands to Cheng Li and said respectfully, Gatemaster Cheng, I shall go and prepare. I will pick up Miss Cheng Xin shortly. Cheng Li nodded, his gaze dark. Go then. The palace hovered in midair, surrounded by layers of spiritual energy forming a brilliant halo. From beneath the clouds came bursts of discussion. Heavens, the entire palace is actually a flying magical tool. The royal family is truly extravagant. Inside the bedchamber, Kang Lingyun changed into a gold-trimmed dark red wedding robe and said in a deep voice, What is the situation? The deacon reported in a low but clear voice. Just as your highness expected, Xingye has already gone to contact the young gatemaster. The two are heading toward the spirit spring pool together. A blade-like sharpness flashed in Kang Lingyun's eyes. He tilted his head slightly and asked, Are our preparations complete? The old man lowered his head even further, his tone heavy. 3 nascent soul stage elders are already lying in wait at the spirit spring pool. As long as he dares to strike at you, they will launch an immediate ambush. A sinister and murderous smile curled at the corner of Kang Lingyun's mouth, his eyes as deep as an abyss where cold calculations churned. What a pity, if it weren't for the sake of letting Cheng Xin enter the 3rd stage, this prince would truly be loath to kill you. Otherwise you could only watch helplessly as this prince ascends to the infant transformation stage, washes your sect in blood, and toys with your friends and family. The scene shifted to the Wanxiang Gate. By the spirit spring pool, draped in a black cloak, Cheng Yan said angrily, You too, I've already told you I could sneak you into the sect. Why did you insist on coming as a guest? Faced with everyone's mockery, Xingye stood to the side, his gaze as cold as a 1,000-year-old frozen lake and his back ramrod straight. His calm voice rang out, cutting through the other's rage. Stop talking nonsense. Xingye turned his head and commanded in a deep voice, If anyone asks where I've gone later, tell them I went to take back my soul-nourishing pills. Hearing this, Cheng Yan was stunned, his brow furrowing deeply. What, aren't you here to take my sister away? In an instant, Xingye turned and leapt into the clear lake water with a movement as light as a wisp of smoke, leaving only one sentence behind. See you later. On the shore, Cheng Yan ran forward in a panic, shouting. Meanwhile, within the hovering palace where spiritual light illuminated every eve, a dark shadow silently emerged at his feet, dense killing intent spreading like a cold mist. A raspy and muddled voice rang out, Remember, you must kill Xingye in front of Cheng Xin. The more wretched his death, the better. Kang Lingyun's lips curled up, his gaze as cold as an abyss and filled with cruelty. You needn't say it. This prince will also make him experience the most painful death in this world. Inside the Phoenix West Pavilion of the Wanxiang Gate, a maid walked softly into the room, her silk skirt making a faint rustling sound. She lowered her head and said softly, Miss Zinner, Prince Lingyun has arrived to pick you up. Cheng Xin did not turn around, only responding flatly, I understand. Behind a distant mountain peak, he gripped the edge of the rock wall tightly, looking toward the shimmering palace in midair with a look of worry. Cheng Yan frowned and said, Xingye, where the hell did you go? The 5th prince has already picked up my sister and entered the spirit spring pool area. Inside the palace he stood beside Cheng Xin, his head held high, his lips curled in an arrogant arc. "All right, let the preparations begin." However, as soon as he spoke, Kang Lingyun's hand unexpectedly and violently struck Cheng Xin's face. Caught off guard, Cheng Xin fell onto the cold jade floor, her long hair becoming disheveled as her left cheek instantly became swollen and bruised. He didn't stop, grabbing her collar and dragging her up, his voice turning raspy with long-suppressed madness. Hey, this reaction won't do, you need to cry louder. Beg me for mercy quickly, did I marry a wooden puppet?" Cheng Yan rushed toward the palace like a madman, roaring, "You bastard, stop it!" Streaks of green spiritual energy coiled around him like venomous snakes, binding his entire body. Kang Lingyun turned his head, a look of confusion in his eyes. "Why is it you again?" His tone became cold and filled with contempt. "Was I too gentle?" Kang Lingyun grabbed Cheng Xin's collar and violently yanked her up from the floor. A harsh grating laugh echoed through the hall, sickly and insane. "Well then, how about this?" His eyes flashed with a cold and frantic light, his breathing as rapid as a beast's. "Suddenly this prince cannot wait. How about we handle the consummation right here first?" Cheng Yan struggled desperately, but the green energy bound him tighter and tighter like chains from purgatory. He roared, "You animal!" Just then a hand suddenly pulled Kang Lingyun back. A man draped in a black cloak said in a deep voice, "Fifth prince, stop here. Xingye won't be coming." Kang Lingyun released his grip on Cheng Xin and turned to ask, "What happened? Could it be that you were exposed?" The man with the scarred face replied, "Absolutely impossible. This place is already shielded from divine sense and we are at the nascent soul stage. How could we be discovered by a mere golden core stage junior?" Kang Lingyun pressed further. "Then where is he?" The scarred man said that he jumped into the spirit spring pool as soon as he entered. And then he never came back up. Elder Li has already gone down to search. There's no one inside. He seems to have vanished into thin air. Kang Lingyun frowned, unable to believe it. How is that possible?" Tied up below. Cheng Yan was so angry he cursed loudly. "Curse you, you actually used me as bait." The scarred man looked down at him and said, "Young Gatemaster, please calm your anger. How could we let that Xingye live? He is a major threat to the Wanxiang Gate." Cheng Yan said through gritted teeth, "I think you've all gone mad." Kang Lingyun asked him, "Cheng Yan, where exactly did Xingye go?" Cheng Yan snapped back, "To see your ancestors." As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Lingyun gave Cheng Xin a heavy slap, then grabbed her and pinned her against the railing, threatening sinisterly, "If you don't cooperate, I will continue doing to your sister what I didn't finish just now." Cheng Yan let out an angry low growl. Before he could hesitate, Kang Lingyun tore open the clothing on Cheng Xin's shoulder, forced to compromise. Cheng Yan spoke up, "Stop, Xingye went to get those 2 soul-nourishing pills." Kang Lingyun frowned and asked, "What? How can he get them?" Cheng Yan replied, "I don't know." After saying that, he jumped into the spirit spring pool. The transmission stone suddenly became hot and he connected it. Cheng Li said, "Elder Li has already explained the situation to me. Since Xingye didn't appear, forget it. You've stayed at the spirit spring pool for too long. Come out quickly and continue the wedding proceedings." Cheng Li's transmission stone also became hot and he opened the device. Kang Lingyun asked Gatemaster Cheng, "See if the soul-nourishing pills in our storage rings are still there." After checking, Cheng Li replied, "They're right here." "Why?" Kang Lingyun explained, "That brat Xingye said he was going to take back the soul-nourishing pills and then disappeared. I'm worried he has some trick we don't know about." Cheng Li asked in surprise, "Could it be that he has a way to snatch the soul-nourishing pills directly from my storage ring?" Kang Lingyun said with a grim face, "Who knows? 3 of your sect's nascent soul stage experts are guarding there, yet he could still vanish in broad daylight. I suggest Gatemaster Cheng first place the soul-nourishing pills and the gifts received today into your sect's treasury." After a moment of silence, Cheng Li agreed, "If you are truly uneasy, I will first store the soul-nourishing pills and the gifts in the treasury." Kang Lingyun gave an acknowledgement. He released Cheng Yan's bindings, then turned and ordered, "Take your sister to redo her makeup and change her clothes." "What kind of state is this?" He held his head high and lamented. How disappointing. He wrote so sincerely in his letter, yet he abandoned his beloved and ran. In the end, he still couldn't let go of those 2 pills. He narrowed his eyes and said, "And after being so humiliated by this prince, you remain nothing but a hiding turtle. Even if you get the pills back, it won't change the fact that you've become a laughingstock." He stopped walking, thinking it was a pity. There had been a perfect opportunity to make Cheng Xin enter the 3rd stage. He snorted coldly and muttered to himself, "It's fine, I overestimated Xingye. I didn't expect him to be such a coward, and I'm going to take back the method I mentioned before." Sitting at the banquet, Cheng Zan asked with a look of confusion, "Why can't my divine sense little friend Xingye even now? Could something have happened to him?" Lu Tianyin comforted him, "Please rest assured, sect leader, nothing will happen." Cheng Zan asked suspiciously, "Niece Lu, are you 2 hiding something from me?" Luo Sheng glanced over and said coldly, "How boring. Could it be he couldn't take being publicly humiliated and ran away?" Just then, Kang Lingyun's warship arrived, and everyone looked up and cried out in surprise, "The protagonist is back." The elderly man wearing glasses ordered the music to play. He stood at a high position and invited the groom and bride. The warship projected brilliant light downward. Kang Lingyun and Cheng Xin walked down from the warship amidst the blessings of young boys and girls. Cheng Yan on the ship was anxious, cursing inwardly. "Curse that Xingye, where the hell did that brat go?" Everyone looked up, praising one after another. Truly a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Yes, yes, congratulations to Gate Master Cheng for finding such an excellent son-in-law. On the royal side, however, Kang Shang thought her looks were ordinary. Empress Tian frowned and said, "This empress trusts Yun'er's vision. This woman must have her extraordinary qualities." Kang Lingyun and Cheng Xin landed. The old man invited the couple to enter the main hall for the wedding ceremony. A flower girl suddenly hugged Cheng Xin's leg. Seeing this, the crowd burst into laughter. "This child is too eager, haha, how cute." Unexpectedly, the flower girl looked up and shouted, "Mama, I'm hungry, I want milk." Cheng Li and the others' faces instantly froze, and the crowd was thrown into a panic. "What, that child called Gate Master Cheng's daughter Mom?" Kang Lingyun also explained awkwardly. "Forgive us for the joke, the child is young and might be a bit nervous." He crouched down and said to the flower girl, "Be good, go down and find your real mom." The flower girl hugged Cheng Xin's leg tightly and said firmly, "She is my real mom, mother, milk, I want milk." Kang Lingyun's face turned green with rage, but he still forced a smile and said to Cheng Xin, "Zinner, you should say a few words to the child too." Cheng Xin looked at the flower girl, gave a then crouched down and called softly, "Good girl. Mother was forced by that man until my milk stopped, so I can't feed you anymore." After hearing this, the guests all stood rooted to the spot as if turned to stone. "Ha, mother, stopped. Stopped what?" The flower girl began hitting and kicking Kang Lingyun, crying out, "Wah, bad man, why did you hurt my mother so she has no milk? Give me back my mother's milk." Kang Lingyun held the flower girl's head, turned to Cheng Xin and said through gritted teeth, "Zinner, this joke isn't funny at all." Cheng Xin stood straight and replied, "I'm not joking." She used a recording stone to project the footage of him striking her just now, saying it was at this time. Kang Lingyun crushed the recording stone in a fit of rage, and the people behind began discussing fervently. "What's going on? The fifth prince actually hit the bride. He dares to act like this before they're even married?" Cheng Li, on the second floor, spoke up to explain. Hee, Zinner has had too much to drink and is not thinking clearly. Quickly continue the wedding." Cheng Yan roared angrily at his father below. "Father, are you going to watch your daughter be bullied and pretend you don't see? In your eyes, are the sect's interests more important than your daughter's happiness?" Cheng Li turned and swept his sleeve, roaring in a rage, "Rebellious son, it's not your place to speak here." He struck out a palm, sending Cheng Yan tumbling several times before he hit the ground. Just then, Xingye walked in and asked, "Has she become delirious after drinking spirit seeds?" Cheng Li was stunned and looked down. Xingye looked up at them and said, "I think it's you people who aren't thinking clearly." The flower girl ran to his side excitedly, calling Papa. And Xingye also called back happily, "Good daughter." Ding, heavenly secret value 122 ding, creation points 96 ding, creation points 102. Luo Sheng propped up her chin and wondered, "That little kid calls Gate Master Cheng's daughter mother and little brother Xingye father." Cheng Zan said awkwardly, "This matter." Cheng Li slammed his hand against the railing in a rage. "Cheng Zan, just because I cancelled your marriage contract you use such despicable means to cause trouble at my gates?" Cheng Zan looked utterly embarrassed, thinking to himself, "Cause trouble? I'm even more confused than you. He said he was coming to test his ability to handle pressure. Could he be testing it on my head?" Cheng Li sternly ordered, "Take down this troublemaker." Just then, Luo Sheng shouted, "Wait." She stood up and said, "Gate Master Cheng, before the truth is revealed it's best not to be in such a hurry to act." Cheng Li could no longer maintain his decorum and retorted, "Sect leader Luo, please do not meddle in others' business." Kang Yu also chimed in, "That's right, sect leader Luo, this is our family matter." She looked at Xingye and continued, "This person has bewitched my future sister-in-law, trying to smear my Kanglin royal family. As the 8th princess, I also have an obligation to clear my royal brother's name." Cheng Li took the opportunity to say, "Princess Kang Yu, these troublemakers want to disrupt the wedding. We must not let them succeed. Men, seize these troublemakers. Anyone who dares to interfere will be seen as declaring war on the Wanxiang Gate and the royal family." A group of black-robed figures leapt down, but they were frozen by a golden light from below. "What, has it transformed into spiritual pressure?" Kang Yu held up a marriage contract and said coldly, "I said we are going to investigate the matter clearly now." The figures of the 13 elders of the Sen Luo Hall appeared, one of them speaking, "This seat is the 13th elder of the Sen Luo Hall, and this is the marriage contract between my son and Princess Kang Yu of the Kanglin royal family. The day Kang Yue turns 20 shall be the day she joins my son in marriage." Upon hearing these words, everyone was struck with utter astonishment. What? That was one of the 5 holy temples. The Sen Luo Hall, Princess Kang Yue, actually had a marriage contract with the eldest son of a temple elder. Heavens, once the marriage was realized, the Kanglan royal family would have a holy temple as their backer. Wouldn't they soar to incredible heights? Could it be that Gate Master Cheng had known about this all along, which was why he wanted to join forces with the royal family? Cheng Li's face lit up with joy as he thought, "Haha, the Sen Luo Hall, this is a truly unexpected blessing." As the light retracted back into the wedding scroll, Kang Yue put it away and asked, "Well, now that I've said I want to investigate this matter first, does anyone else object?" Cheng Li let out a few dry coughs and said, "I originally didn't wish to spoil this festive occasion, but the reputations of the royal family and the Wanxiang Gate cannot be allowed to be defiled by such petty scoundrels." Kang Lingyun spoke with a sinister glint in his eyes. "Correct, I also believe the truth should be brought to light first. Let everyone see for themselves exactly how many despicable underhanded tricks this so-called prestigious righteous sect, this self-proclaimed aloof Qingyun sect, has been playing behind everyone's backs." Qing Zan surged his energy and roared in anger at the junior's insolence, only to be surrounded by a group of black-robed men intending to attack. They had long heard that sect leader Qing Zan's spatial divine abilities were exquisite. Then let us experience them for ourselves today. Kang Shang turned to ask Luo Sheng, "Do you truly intend to interfere in this matter?" Luo Sheng let out a soft chuckle and told the Prince of Zhenhai that she just had itchy hands and wanted to find someone to trade blows with. Qing Zan used a voice transmission to tell Xingye, "Little friend, I'll find an opportunity to send you and niece Lu away shortly." Xingye disagreed, stating bluntly, "Sect leader, we are in the right. Why should we leave?" Qing Zan's face darkened as he asked, "In the right? What right? Even a fool can see you're intentionally looking for trouble." Kang Yue spoke up again, advising everyone to remain calm, as neither words nor violence could solve anything before the matter was cleared up. She looked at Xingye and asked, "Your name is Xingye, right?" Xingye gave an affirmative grunt. She pointed at the flower girl and asked, "You say this child is the daughter of you and Cheng Xin?" Xingye replied, "Exactly." Kang Lingyun ground his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Bastard, how long have you two even known each other?" Kang Yue turned and told her royal brother there was no need to get worked up. She plucked a single hair from the flower girl and explained that while it was difficult for ordinary people to verify parentage, it was quite simple for cultivators. She performed a fire technique, placing the hair within it for identification. This was merely a basic spiritual fire technique, transformed from spiritual energy. It possessed no destructive power and could at most singe a cultivator's hair. She then plucked one of her own hairs and placed it in the spiritual fire, saying, "But if it's replaced with one's own hair, because the spiritual fire is composed purely of one's own spiritual energy, it will not harm oneself, and the hair will not be charred." Kang Yue plucked a handful of Kang Lingyun's hair and explained that if one encountered a person or relative with a blood relation, the hair would similarly be impossible to burn away completely. The closer the relationship, the less of it would be burnt. She raised her hand and said, "So, if this little girl truly is your child, prove it to this princess." Kang Lingyun praised the idea with great interest, calling it simple and direct. Xingye proposed with a hint of concern, "How about we perform the identification in private? There are so many people here. I'm afraid the fifth prince won't be able to accept the truth later." An inner demon had taken root. Cheng Li hurriedly shouted at Xingye, "Stop talking nonsense. You're only doing this because Zinner chose the superior Kang Lingyun over you. You claim to love Zinner, yet you use such a disgusting method to throw mud at my daughter. As for the true love you speak of, though I don't know what methods you used to threaten or entice Zinner into cooperating with you. Thankfully Her Highness the Princess is here to expose your despicable conduct." The flower girl asked with tears in her eyes, "Grandpa, what are you saying? Do you not want Wawa anymore?" Hearing this, Cheng Li shouted even more arrogantly, "Do you see, this person is actually using magic to control an innocent child to achieve his base purposes. This is a disciple of the Qingyun sect." Xingye patted the little girl's hair and said, Fine, stop pinning labels on me. I'll do the test, all right." Kang Lingyun shouted with an unfriendly tone, "Don't even think about playing tricks. This prince will do it personally." Xingye stopped insisting, stood straight and said, "Be my guest." Kang Lingyun plucked a hair from the flower girl while Xingye flicked his finger, shooting a strand of hair toward him and cautioning, "Hold it steady." Kang Lingyun performed the fire technique to burn the hair, but the result left everyone profoundly shocked. The hair actually did not catch fire. There was almost no change at all. Could this not be his own hair? How was that possible? It was plucked by the fifth prince's own hand from the child's head without passing through Xingye's hands. This meant that she really was his child. Kang Lingyun arched an eyebrow, looking at the strand of hair in his hand. "Hey, you certainly have some skill." He was actually utilizing his own flesh and blood. Even Qing Zan couldn't help but feel surprised. "I didn't expect the little friend to actually have a daughter." Luo Sheng pressed a jade finger to her lips and lamented, "I told you so. No wonder she looks so much like Xingling." Kang Yue turned and said to Cheng Xin, Miss Cheng Xin, it's your turn. Cheng Xin gave a soft then performed the fire technique and handed the hair to Kang Lingyun. But this time the strand of hair instantly turned to ash. Cheng Li could no longer sit still. The truth is revealed quickly. Seize the troublemaker. Xingye didn't bother wasting any more words and let out a loud shout. Plan C. Cheng Xin transferred her spiritual energy to Xingling. She opened her arms and shouted, "Go, my hair," and Xingling's hair flew toward everyone present. Luo Sheng looked at the extra strand of hair in her hand and marveled. There were actually so many left over. She's definitely his biological child. But this isn't right. Why is it that only the strand in the groom's hand was burnt away? Xingye also chimed in from the side. Exactly. What's going on? It surely couldn't be that His Highness used his internal energy to deliberately shatter it, could it? Kang Lingyun ground his teeth in speechlessness. At this moment, Cheng Li resorted to an extremely absurd denial. You brat, you must have mixed Zinner's hair into the child's head beforehand to prove it in such a ridiculous way. Luo Sheng couldn't help but stand up to confront him. Gate Master Cheng, just now it was the fifth prince himself who plucked the hair to prove it. According to you, was Xingye not afraid that he would happen to pluck Cheng Xin's hair? Cheng Li lowered his head and squeezed out another twisted logic. As long as he glued his daughter's hair tightly to the child's scalp, he could ensure that all the outer hair belonged to that girl. Kang Lingyun echoed from the side. Gate Master Cheng's insight is brilliant. No wonder I didn't feel the scalp when I plucked that little girl's hair just now. I thought her hair was just too thick. Just now when Zinner performed her spiritual fire, her hair was instantly burnt away, leaving only Zinner's hair glued to the scalp. Then, to avoid exposing the secret, they deliberately put on a show for everyone to see clearly, letting that child scatter all her hair. He said loudly with a stern face, otherwise as a father. This prince truly cannot understand why you would use a method that harms your daughter to carry out this proof. The others also nodded, feeling it made sense. Otherwise there truly was no need to make the daughter go bald. But the hair color was wrong. Hair color could be dyed, and once charred, everything was black anyway. Kang Lingyun thought arrogantly. Foolish. You thought you were being clever with this method, but now I'll see how you prove yourself. He pointed at Xingye and ordered. The truth is already clear. Seize this man immediately. No sooner had he spoken than he saw Xingye use spiritual energy to help Xingling regrow her hair, leaving him instantly stunned. Cheng Xin performed the spiritual fire on the hair once again. Xingling's hair drifted again. She wept like rain on pear blossoms, spreading her hands and asking, "Can't we just pluck one and burn it to see?" Everyone looked at the few strands of hair floating in midair, frozen in place. The degree of charring was exactly the same as before, so it wasn't that he was afraid of his daughter going bald, but that he possessed a powerful vitality power that could make hair regenerate. Where did he get so much vitality power? Someone reached out to catch a strand of hair and began to be convinced. This kind of force-grown hair cannot be faked. Heavens, could this child truly be the daughter of Cheng Xin and Xingye? Xingye raised his head and shouted, "Gate Master Cheng, come on, refute me. Tell me, what kind of tricks did I play this time?" System notification, creation points 288. Cheng Li slammed the table in resentment. Xingye sneered, "Feeling better now, Kang Lingyun? You used the pills I sent as a betrothal gift to humiliate me for being too weak. Now I'll show you what true humiliation is." He pulled out an image stone and replayed the previous footage of Kang Lingyun. "Oh fellow Taoist Xingye, no wonder you are so agitated. I am truly enamored with Miss Zinner, so I am perfectly willing to give anything, unlike some people who only want to complete a sect mission and aren't willing to pay any price," Xingye said. "Prince, I strongly agree with your words. We are indeed different. You are willing to give anything to marry Zinner." He pulled Xingling into his arms, continuing as if to provoke the other to death. "While I didn't want to give anything at all, so I just had to have a child with Zinner first." System notification, creation points 156. Kang Lingyun's fury went to his heart, and he violently vomited a mouthful of fresh blood before collapsing, unable to support himself. Empress Tian ran forward in a panic, shouting, "Lingyun." She supported him and questioned sharply, "Gate Master Cheng, this empress needs an explanation." Cheng Li jumped up in terror, pleading his innocence. "This gate master swears I had absolutely no knowledge of this." Xingling, however, shouted at that moment, "Grandpa, Wawa missed you so much. Wawa hasn't played horsey with you in a long time." Cheng Li was driven mad, roaring, "Shut up," Empress Tian guaranteed with murderous intent. "If anything happens to my son, the royal family will surely engage in a ceaseless struggle with your Wanxiang gate." She picked up Kang Lingyun and cast a sidelong glance at Xingye. "Your name is Xingye, right? This empress has noted you." Xingye replied flatly, "The honor is all mine." She carried Kang Lingyun away. Cheng Yan couldn't help but marvel from the side. Impressive, truly impressive. He drove away the fifth prince without the slightest effort. Not only that, but he also caused the royal family and the Wanxiang Gate, who were originally joined forces, to turn against each other. He suddenly froze, thinking, "Wait, I'm the young master of the Wanxiang Gate. Doesn't that mean my life will be miserable in the future? Cheng Li questioned Cheng Xin with an ashen face. Is this the ending you wanted to see? Xingye spoke up first. Gate Master Cheng, if Wawa is bullied by Kang Lingyun at the wedding, regardless of that man's status or position, or how much benefit he can bring to the sect, and regardless of how much pressure and difficulty I have to endure, I will beat him so hard even his own mother won't recognize him, he emphasized with a sharp gaze, because first and foremost I am a father. Cheng Li replied with an ugly expression. I hope you can say those words when you are in a position like mine. Xingye raised his hand to retort. I'll never fall into a position like yours, I'm quite formidable, you know. System notification, creation point 68. Cheng Yan broke into a cold sweat in terror, advising, just say a few less words. Cheng Li was consumed with rage. He let out a cold snort and swept his sleeves as he departed. Cheng Yan, send Cheng Xin back to rest. Cheng Yan turned and replied, yes, before he left. Xingye shouted loudly, Gate Master Cheng, wait, what about the gift money everyone gave? The elderly man wearing glasses on the upper floor spoke up. My apologies for the poor hospitality, please forgive us. Everyone may continue to enjoy the banquet. The gift money will be fully returned to each fellow Taoist upon their departure. Xingye gave a thumbs up and shouted, let's go, sect leader, the pressure test has ended successfully. Qing Zan and Lu Tianyun wiped their sweat. Who exactly was the one enduring the pressure here? Returning to one day ago, Xingling was asking about this exchange. She looked at her sleeves and asked, how did you come up with such an inhumane, crazy idea? Xingye replied, when I went to the Acacia sect before, I once used your body to stubbornly resist a few lightning tribulations. Not only did the blood evil yin bead fail to repair the charred body, it actually reshaped it into an embryo-like state. Xingling raised her hand to pick up the conversation. Afterward, the embryo began to develop rapidly. Although it will eventually return to its original form, the process will be exceptionally strange. Xingye pointed and said, this time it took 15 self-destructions before I encountered one with relatively proportionate body dimensions. Xingling said that afterward, as long as I exchange with the primary body in time, the blood evil yin bead will transfer over, and this body will stop developing. Xingye responded, exactly. Xingling arched an eyebrow, curious. Having me pretend to be the child of you and Cheng Xin, aren't you afraid of being exposed and slapped in the face? Xingling said with a smile. I won't be exposed. He put down 2 large buckets and said, this is Cheng Xin's blood and hair. Xingling cried out in surprise. Why is there so much? Xingye said honestly, I was afraid it wouldn't be enough, so I used vitality power to get a bit more. Xingling asked, then what do you want to do? Xingye gave a wicked smile, leaning down to ask, can't your ability make the system's synthesis function create things other than crafting materials? Can you synthesize yourself with these things? Xingling cried out in a breakdown. Wah, this is too sad, I feel like I'm no longer pure. Xingye raised his hand and said, you can just take them out after the wedding is over. Xingling asked listlessly, regarding the matter of you and Cheng Xin having a child, how do you plan to explain it to the big senior sister and the sect leader? Xingye answered calmly, I'll just tell the truth. On the Qingyun sect side, Xing Zan wiped his sweat and asked, this child is your sister? Xing Dahua Xingling cupped her hands in salute. Greetings, sect leader. I awakened while my brother was in seclusion. Qing Zan stroked his beard and lamented, no wonder, no wonder. Because it is a body tempering method, one can easily refine the body into a child's form and even refine Cheng Xin's blood and other items into the body as materials. This is how it could pass the test of the spiritual fire. He turned to ask niece Lu, did you know about these things too? Lu Tianyin gave a soft Qing Zan said with a depressed look, then why did you keep it from this sect leader? Dihai countered straightforwardly. If we told the truth, the sect leader would surely have called it heretical and would never have agreed, she said with a smile. But thankfully the plan was completed successfully. It's all thanks to the little friend. Now the marriage alliance between the Wanxiang Gate and the royal family is completely dead. Qing Zan said, not only that, but if Cheng Li cannot explain the matter of the child clearly to the royal family, the two sides will turn against each other instead. It's just that this time we have completely offended the royal family. This time, the little friend has truly shown me what it means to kill the person and condemn the heart. All those words Kang Lingyun used to humiliate the little friend before have turned into blades that are slowly flaying him, and he was torn to pieces by the little friend in front of all the elites of the Kanglan kingdom. Xingye said with a dark expression, he brought it on himself. Who told him to dare bully my big senior sister? Dihai said with some worry. But the matter of Cheng Xin and the little friend having a child isn't actually that easy to make people believe. The Wanxiang Gate surely has ways to force the truth out of Cheng Xin. Once the misunderstanding is cleared, they will retaliate against our sect even more crazily. Xingye smiled, perfectly calm because everything was under control. It's fine, their misunderstanding won't be cleared, it will only increase. She let out a surprised ha, her face full of confusion. In the discussion hall of the Wanxiang Gate, Kang Shang's face was dark and displeased as he said, "Gate Master Cheng, this wedding has left Lingyun physically and mentally wounded and the royal family's reputation severely damaged. We need an explanation." Cheng Li raised his hand in invitation. "Please come with me to the sect's treasury." Although this was a plot by the Qingyun sect, the matter concerning Prince Lingyun did indeed occur within our gates. If there is anything in the treasury that can help Lingyun heal his wounds, please feel free to take it. I shall also return both soul-nourishing pills Lingyun gave me. Kang Shang immediately changed his attitude and said, "Fine, since Gate Master Cheng has such sincerity, we can talk further." The three of them teleported to the front of the treasury. Deacon Jia bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Gate Master Cheng." Cheng Li stepped forward and asked, "Didn't I tell you to bring Cheng Xin here?" Deacon Jia looked toward the gates and replied, "The young miss entered the treasury and locked the gates from the inside. We cannot get in." Cheng Li walked forward. He raised his hand, looking utterly perplexed as he said, "What on earth is this child thinking?" He turned back and gestured, explaining that the plan to take them to the treasury had actually been proposed by Cheng Xin herself, and he had no intention of hiding it. She had previously been bewildered by Xingye's demonic arts from the Qingyun sect, but having just regained her clarity, she was willing to undergo a full physical examination to prove her innocence. Cheng Li looked ahead to where Cheng Xin's wedding dress was hanging. A note was pinned to it. "Father, thank you for fulfilling my wish." Kang Shang frowned and questioned, "What is the meaning of this? Gate Master Cheng, where is the Tianyue token?" Deacon Jia cried out in a panicked state, "How is this possible? The young Miss's authority only allows her to open the door to the first floor of the treasury. Both I and two nascent soul elders saw her enter with our own eyes. How could she not be inside?" Scarface couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "The items in the treasury are gone too. Could they have been taken by Miss Cheng Xin?" Cheng Li gripped the wedding dress tightly and issued an order for every member of the sect at the Golden Core stage and above to mobilize and search for any trace of her. Since only a short time had passed, there was no way she could have gone far. Scarface gave an acknowledgement and departed. Empress Tian spoke up to ask Gate Master Cheng, "That soul-nourishing pill, it couldn't have been taken by your daughter as well, could it?" Cheng Li pulled the wedding dress back into his hand and said, "Rest assured, Empress, this floor of the treasury only held some low-value supplies." He looked toward the second door and continued, "The soul-nourishing pill and other precious items are on the second floor. The door to this second level is strong enough to withstand an attack from a soul transformation stage cultivator." Cheng Li formed a series of hand seals and spoke to the treasury token. "Only those who have reached the nascent soul stage and hold the treasury token have the authority to open it, while treasures can normally be sent in through the one-way teleportation array on the door. If one wishes to take them out, the divine senses of all elders at the nascent soul stage and above within the sect will sense the door opening." Empress Tian inquired, "Is this to prevent anyone from using treasury resources without authorization?" Cheng Li answered while opening the door, "Exactly." Cheng Li turned back to reassure her. "Cheng Xin should be found very soon. Please follow me inside first to select materials that can heal Lingyun's wounds." The second door opened. Empress Tian asked in confusion, "Isn't this exactly the same as the first floor? Are there other mechanisms?" She looked at Cheng Li and shouted, "Gate Master Cheng!" Suddenly, Cheng Li collapsed, giving her a fright. Gate Master Cheng, meanwhile on Xingye's side, Xingling looked at the pill and lamented, "No wonder you wanted to buy soul-nourishing pills. This type of pill inherently possesses dense soul power. Even if you merge a strand of soul power hair into it, it's difficult to detect anything unusual without destroying the pill's structure." She propped up her chin and inquired about Xingye's plan. "You calculated that they would take the soul-nourishing pills you sent for themselves, and then you left a message about reclaiming the pills before vanishing miraculously, creating an image of being divine and elusive to instill fear in them. After Cheng Xin gave you the signal, you disguised yourself as Cheng Li and sent a transmission to the fifth prince, baiting him into asking about the soul-nourishing pills. This successfully established a dialogue between the two. Elder Li has already explained the situation to me. It doesn't matter if Xingye doesn't show up. Gate Master Cheng, check if the soul-nourishing pills in the storage ring are still there." Xingling closed the box, arched an eyebrow, and continued, "The next step was to manipulate and modify the content of their conversation. Cheng Li just put the soul-nourishing pills into the treasury. Since they did indeed use transmission jade slips, it would be difficult for them to discover the discrepancy even if they met afterward. Finally, while waiting for Cheng Xin's signal, you only needed to use your teleportation ability to take her away from the Wanxiang Gate. Along the way, you emptied their sect treasury, disgusted the fifth prince, sowed discord between the royal family and the Wanqiang Gate, abducted the gate master's daughter and even ransacked their home. You're truly something, Xingye, Xingye said with a long face. Enough, just say what you have to say, don't talk about useless things, Xingling stated bluntly. You could share some of the treasures with me. Xingye refused flatly. No, he called out to the system with a serious expression. System, are you there? Roughly how much are these things worth? There might be a financial crisis, but this is a sect with a 1,000-year heritage after all. It's better than nothing. Countless rare treasures, high-grade magical tools, and prestigious pills beyond count, coupled with mountains of spirit stones. If converted entirely into spirit stones, it would be at least in the hundreds of billions. If converted into personal assets, the host could probably rank among the top 10 in the Kanglin Kingdom. Xingye suddenly stopped in his tracks, and Lu Tianyan looked at him in confusion. Xingye turned and shouted, Senior sister, I've saved up enough for the bride price. She let out a surprised, ha, her face full of astonishment. Within the Qingyun sect, Xingye and Lu Tianyan returned via the formation pavilion's teleportation. Sun sighting, were there any problems? She turned and said everything was normal. She lowered her head and said, I have already had Miss Cheng change her clothes and wait in the room for the master's favor. Ding, creation points 82. High volume of creation points detected within a single day. Suspected point farming. Subsequent creation points will be halved. Xingye roared, don't do unnecessary things for me. And how many times have I told you, you are not allowed to call me master? Sun sighting answered calmly, yes. Xingye walked into the room and saw Cheng Xin wearing revealing clothing. He hurriedly closed the door. What the hell are you wearing? Cheng Xin said the red-haired senior made her wear it. Xingye's liver ached with rage as he grabbed Sun Sighting's pigtail and shouted, change her into normal clothes? She lowered her head and replied, yes. A moment later, Sun Sighting asked, how is this look? Xingye stood at the door and said, fine, go about your business. Before Sun Sighting left, he carefully instructed, Cheng Xin's presence here must be kept absolutely secret. Set up a few more layers of concealment formations. Sun Sighting gave an acknowledgement. Cheng Xin sat by the bed and asked, Sect leader Qing Zan of the Qingyun sect let you back so soon? Xingye strode forward and said Luo Sheng had arrived and wanted to talk to him. Cheng Xin looked at him and asked, saying the senior at the door didn't seem to be from the Qingyun sect. Xingye gave a hum and said, she used to be from the Acacia sect. Cheng Xin stared at him with a dangerous gaze and said bluntly, being in seclusion for a year allowed you to have a nascent soul from the Acacia sect follow your orders? Truly terrifying. Lu Tianyan gave a serious warning, so I suggest you don't harbor any other intentions. Cheng Xin pointed at her blankly and asked Xingye, that nascent soul has been captured, but has this primordial Huayan not been claimed yet? Lu Tianyan didn't waste words. She grabbed her by the hair and sneered at Xingye, junior brother, get out. I'm going to crash the bridal chamber. The transmission jade grew hot as Cheng Yan sent a message. Empress Tian and the prince have been sent away by my father, but the fifth prince is still in that flying palace. Xingye asked, are there still nascent soul experts on board? Cheng Yan replied that there were none, but there should still be over a dozen royal guards with cultivations at the early to middle stages of the Golden Core. He looked at the ship in the distance and continued, furthermore, they have already activated the magical tool's defensive layers. A forced intrusion will definitely be detected. Xingye said, fine, I understand. On Kang Lingyun's side, Imperial Physician Wang said, Your Highness, your heart fire is agitated. Resting for 2 days using my method will restore you. Kang Lingyun straightened his clothes and said, thank you for your trouble, Imperial Physician Wang. Imperial Physician Wang instructed, hoping His Highness would not let his cultivation be affected by this matter. Kang Lingyun looked at his hand and said, although I lost all face this time, I have also seen my own shortcomings. Strange to say, I no longer feel angry, and the accumulated frustration in my heart seems to have been swept away. Spiritual energy suddenly erupted from within Kang Lingyun's body, and he said in surprise, what? My bottleneck has loosened. Imperial Physician Wang cupped his hands and said, congratulations, Your Highness. This is a breakthrough in your state of mind. He said joyfully that His Highness's realm had been stagnant precisely because he lacked a transformation of his state of mind. This is truly a blessing in disguise. The door was suddenly kicked flying by a heavy blow. Xingye walked in and said irritably, honestly, making a magical tool this big made me search for half a day. Imperial Physician Wang asked in shock, what, hasn't the defensive formation already been activated outside? How did you get in? Kang Lingyun asked the guards outside with a dark face. Where are the people at the door? Xingye said, I teleported them all away. Kang Lingyun asked in surprise, what? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xingye had already charged forward and launched a move. Just like this, Imperial Physician Wang and Kang Lingyun were instantly teleported away. Imperial Physician Wang shouted in panic, what did that brat do? Where is this? He was suddenly sucked away. Letting out a wretched scream, Kang Lingyun turned and shouted for Imperial Physician Wang. but he had already been sucked into a painting. Several surrounding guards were also sucked in afterward. Kang Lingyun thought in terror. Imperial Physician Wang, what kind of treasure is this? Imperial Physician Wang and the group of guards had all been sucked into the scroll. Xingye stood with his hands on his hips and reassured him. Don't worry. Once Old Man Lin erases their memories, he'll let them go. Kang Lingyun shouted in surprise. Wait, are you Senior Lin Ziyuan? What is the meaning of this? I once heard Gate Master Cheng say that you had a grudge with this brat. Our royal family's wedding with the Wanxiang Gate has absolutely no intention of making things difficult for Senior Lin. Lin Ziyuan retorted, this old man isn't targeting you specifically. Who told you to offend the young master? Kang Lingyun asked in shock. Young master? You call Xingye young master? Xingye reached out and explained, it's true, we were enemies before, but Senior Lin was won over by my charm and has already submitted, he said with a cold laugh. Though we were once enemies, your highness's situation is different. Old Man Lin only targeted me, and as a magnanimous person I could give him a chance, but you laid hands on my senior sister. His expression instantly turned gloomy as he said, so letting you live until now is already my mercy. Lin Ziyuan thought while breaking into a cold sweat. Fortunately, that senior sister didn't follow him to the Acacia sect back then. Xingye rubbed his hands and said generously, but don't worry, I'll go one-on-one with you. Old Man Lin is only here to help me handle the riffraff. Kang Lingyun narrowed his eyes and said, stop putting on an act. Do you think this prince will believe you? Lin Ziyuan raised his hand and swore an oath. This old man swears never to interfere in the life and death duel between little friend Xingye and Kang Lingyun, and guarantees this duel will be absolutely fair. If Kang Lingyun wins, this old man will certainly let him leave safely. If I break this oath, let my Taoist heart shatter. Kang Lingyun pulled out a medicine bottle and said, fine. Since Senior Lin has said so, this prince is at ease. Xingye, with your methods you could have killed this prince long ago, but it seems you've always held a cat-and-mouse mentality, wanting to let someone taste a tragic end for their arrogance. This prince has just realized that truth, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance to realize it yourself. Kang Lingyun consumed the pill, and his strength instantly surged. Xingye dug his ear, asking with a look of boredom, taking medicine again, no new tricks. Kang Lingyun clenched his fist and gave a wicked smile. Foolish, this prince has taken a nascent soul condensation pill that I've long prepared. I must thank you for helping me break through the golden core bottleneck. Xingye looked at Lin Ziyuan with a face full of confusion. What exactly is that nascent soul condensation pill? Lin Ziyuan explained. That is a pill used when the bottleneck of the great perfection of the golden core loosens. After consumption, it rapidly sucks dry the surrounding spiritual energy and enters the stage of condensing a nascent soul. During this stage, one is invincible at the golden core. Because except for the one condensing the soul, as long as one's cultivation has not reached the nascent soul stage, one cannot mobilize spiritual energy under these circumstances. In other words, all spells and techniques become ineffective. Xingye looked at the spiritual fire in his hand and said, for real, I can't even use the spiritual fire technique anymore. Lin Ziyuan thought with a solemn expression, this is bad. After that brat's magical tool underwent the tribulation, he can no longer draw down heavenly lightning. How can he win without being able to use spiritual power? He thought worriedly that it seemed he could only use the slave seal to force this old man to act. Breaking an oath to the heavenly Tao means a shattered Taoist heart. Is this to be this old man's end? To not have even crafted a heaven-ranked tool yet? I truly cannot accept this. Xingye asked expressionlessly, why are you making a face like you're about to die? People will think I'm mistreating you. He secretly called out to the system, help me synthesize all the materials in the Wanxiang Gate Treasury that can enhance the quality of magical tools. The system replied that it was tallying the smithing materials that met the requirements. Tally complete. 1,342 caddies of extraterrestrial meteoric iron, 5.8 caddies of star steel, 22 stalks of ancient arrow bamboo, 75.5 caddies of 5-element jade, 9 grams of 10,000-year cold iron, 50 grams of spatial sand, total of 522 types of top-grade materials weighing 8.5 tons. Ding, commencing batch refinement. A powerful force erupted within Xingye's body. Kang Lingyun raised a hand to shield himself, asking in surprise, how is this possible? The surrounding spiritual energy has already been sucked dry by me. Why can such a powerful spiritual pressure still be generated? Lin Ziyuan was equally surprised, thinking this is clearly the fluctuation of a successful refinement. This fluctuation is even several times stronger than when this old man refined high-grade earth-rank magical tools. But he clearly isn't refining a magical tool. Xingye's power became extremely terrifying in an instant. Kang Lingyun was pinned down by the pressure, asking in panic, this is the fluctuation of dark clouds and lightning gathering in the sky. Lin Ziyuan recognized this as the pressure of the heavenly Tao. Kang Lingyun froze where he stood. Lin Ziyuan looked at Xingye suspiciously. Could he have a supreme treasure that surpassed the heaven rank on him? Xingye frowned displeasurably. No way, why did it attract a heavenly tribulation again? Can it be blocked? Xingling tilted her head and asked how to block it. You can't enter the system space either. This time you can only fight to the death to endure it. Xingye said resignedly. Fine, then I'll use Ding, transaction successful. Ding, transaction successful. Can completely conceal appearance and aura while possessing a voice-changing function specifically designed for ordinary thunder and lightning. Can avoid the awkwardness of having no clothes to cover during the tribulation. Mysterious black robe tribulation suit. Each use consumes 100 creation points. Xingye clicked to synthesize. Mysterious black robe for tribulations. Xingye raised a hand to announce a halftime break. I'm going to go undergo a tribulation. I'll be back to continue the fight in a bit. Kang Lingyun frowned. Planning to escape? Xingye asked. Escape? Don't misunderstand. Kang Lingyun angrily raised a hand to form a seal. Seeking his own death, he unleashed the Kanglin heaven-shattering art to attack Xingye. He laughed triumphantly, thinking, is this the spell benefit brought by the nascent soul condensation stage? Too terrifying. The power has increased several times over. On Xingye's side, however, he was empty-handed. He used a barehanded blade catch to block the strike, leaving Lin Ziyuan dumbfounded. How could there be such a thing as catching a sword barehanded? It wasn't over. Xingye exerted force with his fingers, instantly shattering the technique. Kang Lingyun froze on the spot, while Lin Ziyuan stammered in awe. Heavens, he actually crushed it with his bare hands. Xingye flexed his wrist and said flatly, Kang Lingyun, I'm afraid you might accidentally be struck dead by the lightning tribulation. That would be no fun. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Kang Lingyun gritted his teeth and asked, what kind of monster is he exactly? Cheng Yan's transmission jade glowed hot. A voice from the other end asked, this is a chance for the young gatemaster to show off. Do you want it? Suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky. Everyone below looked up to watch. What's happening? Massive swaths of dark clouds rolled in. A red-haired woman gasped and pointed high above at the black-robed man. Look there, a man in black is standing on the flying palace. The entire ship began to shake violently. Kang Shang looked up and identified it. Is this the pressure of the heavenly Tao? Empress Tian rushed outside to investigate, instructing, stay here and guard Gate Master Cheng. We're going out to take a look. Imperial Physician Wang accepted the order. The two performed defensive spells and watched from afar. Kang Shang thought in shock. What? Who is that man in black? Is the heavenly pressure directed at him? Could it be some infant transformation stage expert undergoing a deity transformation tribulation? A powerful heavenly lightning strike descended, splitting the ship in half. Empress Tian wailed, no, Yuner is still inside. Xingye was hit by a bolt of heavenly lightning but remained unscathed. Muttering with a blank expression, I actually blocked the lightning tribulation, the system prompted. The power this time is inferior to the last. Its actual intensity is much weaker than the lightning during the monster core fusion. However, because the host's body has already been strengthened, you can withstand it. Furthermore, with the addition of the heaven-grade sword-type spiritual root, to put it bluntly, this lightning tribulation is merely an anomaly triggered by the emergence of the host's heaven-grade treasure sword. Empress Tian shouted angrily at Xingye from below. Senior must surely sense that there are many cultivators within that flying palace artifact. We have no grievances with Senior. Why would Senior slaughter the innocent so indiscriminately? Kang Shang advised anxiously from behind. Empress, stay calm. Xingye gave his reason righteously. Making a flying artifact so gaudy and overbearing and flying so high, this old man hates show-offs the most. What? Empress Tian shed tears, thinking in a state of despair. To actually strike Yuner for such an absurd reason. A group of people appeared before her. The fat man in the lead advised, Empress, this person has an eccentric personality. Do not provoke him further. If something happens to you, who will avenge Prince Lingyun? Bai Hao, the deputy gate master of the Wanxiang Gate, respectfully cupped his hands and said, Senior's lesson is well taken. This junior will surely keep it in mind and act with humility in the future. He and the people behind him cupped their hands together and added, however, this place was originally our sect's forbidden grounds. There are many disciples and juniors within the gate, young and ignorant. If they accidentally disturbed Senior's tribulation, it would truly be a crime beyond redemption. Xingye said solemnly, stop talking nonsense. Stand in a row and let this old man strike you once with a sword. Consider it an apology. Everyone was struck with extreme shock upon hearing this. Ah, Senior, this, Xingye's eyes activated their detection function, and he said coldly, don't dawdle. He exerted force and charged forward rapidly. That tower is built so high, it's truly showing off. Another bolt of heavenly lightning descended, destroying everything and revealing the formation below, which left everyone struck with awe. What? The foundation of the sect's grand array is actually located down there. Bai Hao's face turned ashen as he thought in horror. This is trouble. If the Foundation is destroyed, the Grand Array cannot be activated to expel the powerful enemy. But the Foundation has always been in a state of movement and cannot be detected by divine sense. How did he know the exact location? Xingye had no intention of stopping at this point, continuing to fly toward places that annoyed him. There are too many people over there. This old man doesn't like crowds, the sect elders shouted in panic. Not good. Those are all guests who came to attend the sect banquet, the disciples scattered in flight. Run, the lightning tribulation is coming. The third bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down with violent power. Xingye, his body wreathed in black smoke, threatened, "Don't run. If you run again, this old man will kill you all." The sect disciples collapsed to the ground in despair. Xingye looked at his sleeves, which were somewhat damaged by the lightning, and thought, "This cloak is indeed suitable for putting on airs. Although I've been struck into such a wretched state, I still look very cool on the outside." He looked down and commanded, "Stay here obediently and take one hit from the lightning. This old man will leave immediately." Several sect elders consulted uneasily. There are over 20 nascent soul stage cultivators here. If we join forces to set up a defense, we should be able to withstand it, but our descendants likely won't be able to bear it. Those below the golden core stage will surely be killed or severely injured by the lightning. A square-faced man ground his teeth and said, "Damn it, why don't we all join forces and fight him?" The blonde woman behind him countered via voice transmission, "He took 3 bolts of lightning and didn't even tear a corner of his clothes. How can we fight?" Just then, a figure charged rapidly toward Xingye. Cheng Yan looked up and shouted, "Senior." This junior is Cheng Yan, the young gate master of the Wanxiang Gate. "The people here are all guests we invited to the wedding. If they must gather together, it was also this junior's idea. If senior wishes to fight, just hit me," Xingye said with great interest. "You brat at the Foundation establishment stage. One hit and your soul will dissipate." Cheng Yan replied with righteous resolve, "If doing so can appease senior's anger, then go ahead." The crowd below was moved by this scene, never expecting the young master of the Wanxiang Gate to be so responsible and brave. "Dad, he's too cool." The corner of Cheng Yan's mouth curled up slightly as he thought, "This feels great. Is this what it's like to be a hero? No, I can't let myself smile." Xingye granted his wish. "You have spirit. Then this old man will only strike you." Cheng Yan froze instantly upon hearing this, staring blankly at the intense light before him. As Xingye's words fell, the lightning tribulation crashed down. Fearing death, Cheng Yan hurriedly shielded his head, thinking angrily, "This is completely different from what we discussed, Xingye, damn you." At the moment the lightning arrived, Xingye waved his hand and the lightning was reflected in another direction. Ding creation points 2130. Everyone witnessing this could not believe their eyes. What? Immediately after, the crowd was also sent screaming by the aftershocks of the lightning. Cheng Yan squinted and asked, "Where's the lightning? What happened?" The square-faced man shouted, still shaken. "Heavens, he actually changed the direction of a lightning tribulation. That's something locked on by the heavenly Tao. What kind of monster is this person?" Xingye made an excuse. "This old man has changed his mind. You look very much like my late grandnephew. From now on you are this old man's god-grandson." Cheng Yan was utterly bewildered. The red-haired woman pointed upward and shouted, "Dad, Dad, look quickly." The father looked in the direction his daughter pointed, and was frightened out of his wits. "What is going on? Why have the lightning clouds turned deep red?" Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended, pinning everyone down. "This is the pressure of the heavenly Tao. How has it become so terrifying?" "What on earth happened?" Xingling appeared to complain. "I told the host not to use the system space to transfer the lightning. Violating the laws of the heavenly Tao causes the lightning's power to increase manifold." Xingye thought in surprise. Holy crap, no wonder it added so many creation points. A group of cultivators lay splayed out under the pressure of the lightning. "Is everyone all right? You won't die. The lightning's power isn't as strong as imagined. It doesn't seem to be a deity transformation tribulation." As soon as he spoke, Xingye appeared before them with overbearing spiritual power. He turned his head and reached out a hand, saying, "Apologies, the lightning just now didn't meet expectations. I'll compensate you with one now." Kang Shang and Empress Tian shouted in horror. "No, please, no!" The deep red lightning crashed down violently as if to destroy everything. Xingye also plummeted into a cave beside Lin Ziyuan. Lin Ziyuan hurried forward, lamenting that this scene was exactly like the one back at the Acacia sect. Xingye lay on the ground like a charred corpse, thinking, "Damn it, if my divine sense can't catch it, I can't use space transfer. The speed of the red lightning is simply too fast." A system issued a warning. "Transfer it once more and the lightning's power will flip several more times. At that point, the host will surely die." Just then, a streak of sword intent flashed before Lin Ziyuan's eyes. He turned to look at Kang Lingyun and roared in a rage. "You little beast, what are you doing?" Kang Lingyun said as a matter of course. "Senior Lin," Xingye said it himself earlier. "We'd start the fight as soon as he returned." He smiled sinisterly. or do you wish to violate your heavenly Tao oath? Lin Ziyuan was caught by the loophole, feeling helpless. This bastard. Kang Lingyun used spiritual power to blast Xingye away, saying arrogantly, "This is the price of underestimating the enemy." He waved his hand to make Xingye crash heavily to the ground, saying triumphantly, "If you had utilized the power of the lightning tribulation, this prince would have to fear you by 3 points. But you went and turned yourself into this wretched state, and you still dared to come back?" Kang Lingyun suddenly stepped on Xingye, his aura surging as he raised his sword to strike. "Now pay the price for your own stupidity." Before the sword could pierce down, his left arm was instantly severed by sword intent. He dropped his long sword and wailed incessantly. Kang Lingyun ground his teeth and said, Why can't I use techniques, and what kind of move is this? I can't feel any spiritual power fluctuations at all." Lin Ziyuan looked at his severed arm and suddenly realized, "No, it's not a technique. The aura radiating from his wound is the power of laws." He recalled for a moment and exclaimed, "And it's an extremely chaotic power of laws, even more violent than what I felt back then," he thought in confusion. "The most crucial thing is that this time it was released intentionally. Can a golden core stage actually use the power of laws? How is this possible?" Kang Lingyun forced himself to raise his sword again to strike at Xingye. "You monster." He channeled all his spiritual power and stabbed down decisively. "Die for this prince." This sword strike, carrying overwhelming spiritual power, hit Xingye, but the blade shattered instantly. Kang Lingyun was stunned. "Shattered? This is a top-grade Earth-rank treasure sword." His left arm suddenly ignited with eerie blue fire. Kang Lingyun clutched his severed arm and screamed in agony. Lin Ziyuan saw the clue. This is a lethal toxin. Could it be the law of poison? He watched Kang Lingyun consume medicine to hold on, judging. Taking detoxification pills is useless. The power of laws can only be eliminated by using laws of the same level to counteract each other. The poison law evolved into the ice law, making Kang Lingyun collapse to the ground in pain once more. "Cold, it's so cold." Lin Ziyuan witnessed all of this and thought tremblingly, "I didn't expect him to have such means. The poison law actually has the ice law fused into it. Poison begets ice. Ice begets fire." The layers of torment turned his face deathly pale. "There's even a fire system? Impossible." It was unknown how much time had passed before Xingye finally opened his eyes and woke up. He looked up to find Lin Ziyuan feeling him all over. He hurriedly broke free and shouted, "You old geezer, what are you doing?" Lin Ziyuan awkwardly withdrew his hand. "My apologies. The young master's body is truly too attractive to this old man. I couldn't help myself for a moment." Xingye exerted his spiritual power in a rage and questioned, "You pervert, what exactly did you do to me?" Lin Ziyuan lowered his head and answered honestly, "It's not like that, young master. Because you are radiating the aura of a heaven-grade artifact, this old man just wanted to study it." He rubbed his hands and pleaded tremblingly, "Just a little bit more." This old man seems to be on the verge of comprehending something. "Young master, please let this old man touch you once more." Xingye barked coldly. "Scram!" He looked at his hands and asked in confusion, "What happened? How has my body recovered?" Lin Ziyuan replied, "You've been unconscious for 15 minutes. Xingye frowned, even more puzzled. "Strange, I don't feel like the injuries were severe enough to require losing consciousness. Where is Kang Lingyun?" Lin Ziyuan put his hands behind his back and asked in return, "Young master, do you not remember?" Xingye rubbed his chin and recalled, "I remember being ambushed by Kang Lingyun. Then I was very angry and wanted to kill him, and I don't remember anything after that." He pointed at a large tree and continued to ask, "Where did this big tree come from?" Lin Ziyuan said flatly, "That is Kang Lingyun." Xingye shouted in shock. "What?" Lin Ziyuan explained. "The young master used the power of laws to turn him into this. He's already stopped breathing and is dead as can be." Xingye looked utterly bewildered, unable to hide his surprise. "Power of laws? I'm only at the golden core stage. How could I possibly use the power of laws?" Lin Ziyuan also thought in a fog. "You're asking me, who am I supposed to ask?" Xingye said with some annoyance, "I was still planning to settle the score for my senior sister with him. I didn't expect him to die so quickly. He really got off easy," Lin Ziyuan said, breaking into a cold sweat. "Actually, he didn't die easily at all. Poison, ice, fire, death, life. Various chaotic laws tormented him for an hour. Until he breathed his last." The more Xingye heard, the more eerie it felt, and he hurriedly called the system. "System, what's going on?" "Did I use the power of laws just now?" the system replied. "Because the host originally used the synthesis function to fuse many things that could not normally be fused. This time, perhaps influenced by the lightning tribulation, it caused the chaotic laws within the fused objects to leak out." Xingling crossed her arms, harboring doubts. "A pseudo-spirit is a pseudo-spirit after all. This wasn't because of a law leakage." She narrowed her eyes, thinking with a dangerous gaze, "I didn't expect brother to have this kind of talent. It seems the plan can be adjusted slightly." Xingye scratched his head and said, "I've been out for too long. I need to get back quickly." Lin Ziyuan looked at the Lingyun tree and asked, "What should be done with this?" Xingye said, "Just leave it there for now, we'll cut it down later, and give it to the outer disciples to use for building toilets." Lin Ziyuan nodded blankly in agreement. The two departed first. An ancient King Jiu insect crawled out from underground. It flew toward the Lingyun tree and went into the corpse's mouth. His corpse gradually split open. He came back to life muttering, "Fortunately, after evolving into the ancient king, I can transfer all my soul and spiritual power into the Jiu insect to fake death." His eyes were bloodshot as he roared in a rage. "To actually harm this prince into such a wretched state, Xingye, just wait. My royal family will surely level your Qingyun sect." He looked toward Shadow Slave and questioned unpleasantly, "Are you a waste just watching the show? Has the notification for rescuers arrived?" Shadow Slave appeared and answered meaningfully, "Your Highness, you have done enough, let me handle the rest." Kang Lingyun asked in confusion, "What?" Shadow Slave revealed a sinister smile and said, "I have waited a very, very long time for an opportunity like this, to step from behind the scenes and onto the stage." As he spoke, Shadow Slave slithered into Kang Lingyun's mouth. A moment later, Kang Lingyun's corpse was possessed by Shadow Slave. The Jiu insect crawled out once more, then vanished into the ground. As dawn approached the next day, the insect emerged from that same mountain cave and was snatched up by someone. Deacon Jia stared at the Jiu insect and said, "Rest assured, Prince Lingyun, I will handle the remaining matters for you." Xingye walked into the room. "Senior sister, I'm back." Lu Tianyan stood up and approached him, asking where he had been and why he hadn't given her a heads up or replied to her transmissions. Xingye smiled and replied, Sorry, I went out to handle a few things." Lin Ziyuan followed him inside. The moment Cheng Xin saw him, her expression darkened. Xingye said seriously, "Don't worry, I've already brought him to heal." Lin Ziyuan tugged at Xingye's clothes, still persistently pleading, "Young master, could you take off a bit more? This old man is truly just one step away from the final breakthrough." Cheng Xin turned her face away, unable to watch, and said, "I'll give up. I simply cannot accept that the third person is Lin Ziyuan." Xingye asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Lin Ziyuan's face turned ashen as he thought in terror. "It's over. The young master went to great lengths to help Cheng Xin. It seems their relationship is far from simple. For the sake of his big senior sister, he even dared to offend the entire royal family. If Cheng Xin whispers a few choice words in the young master's ear, my old bones might not survive the night." He walked over to face Cheng Xin and steeled his resolve. "No, the opportunity to comprehend the heaven grade is right before my eyes. Even if I must throw away my dignity, this old man must strive to stay alive." Lin Ziyuan suddenly knelt and lowered his head, saying, "Please forgive me, Miss Cheng Xin. This old man was truly blinded by greed to commit such a subhuman act." He was referring to the murder of the Wanqiang Gate's former gatemaster. However, Cheng Xin misunderstood and said to Lu Tianyan, "Do you see, this is the consequence of you refusing to take the initiative. My junior brother has been treated so wretchedly." Xingye was startled by her words and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" After a long silence, Lu Tianyan covered her mouth and asked in shock, "Are you saying you are now equivalent to a heaven-grade magical artifact? Was that a lightning tribulation you went through just now?" Cheng Xin pointed at him, still full of suspicion. "So, is Lin Ziyuan purely lusting after your heaven-grade body?" Xingye's face darkened as he told her to shut up. Lin Ziyuan asked guiltily, "Does Miss Cheng Xin truly not blame this old man for murdering the former gatemaster?" Cheng Xin replied sensibly, "I once heard Deacon Jia mention that my grandfather actually opposed my parents being together. If he were still alive, I'm afraid I wouldn't have even been born into this world." Lin Ziyuan lowered his head and replied, "I suppose so." Cheng Xin's voice suddenly turned cold and her tone dropped as she said, "That is why I only wish to tear you into 10,000 pieces to appease the hatred in my heart." Lin Ziyuan broke into a cold sweat and stared at her in shock. Cheng Xin's emotions suddenly became erratic as she said, "Why did you let me come into this world? Why?" She clutched her head and screamed in agony, "Stop it, I'm not running away from my responsibility. I'm not enough?" Lu Tianyan asked Cheng Xin blankly, "What's wrong with you? Calm down." Lin Ziyuan was full of questions. Who is she talking to? Xingye frowned, thinking could she have taken out some treasure. He then performed a soul projection and finally perceived the truth. Lin Ziyuan leaned forward wanting to help and asked, young master, what is?" Xingye propped himself up and said, "As I thought, two inner demons are arguing incessantly. How much can I eat? Who told you to be so slow?" Xingye asked Cheng Xin. "So you have inner demons too, and two of them at that." He quickly grabbed both inner demons by the neck and asked matter-of-factly, "Do you need me to get rid of them for you?" Cheng Xin stammered in shock. What? How is that possible? You can actually make direct contact with inner demons?" Xingye arched an eyebrow and gave an interested "Oh." It's rare to see so many expressions on your face. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xin immediately turned to Lu Tianyan to complain. Big senior sister, if you don't keep a tight leash on this man, he'll definitely start a massive harem in the future. Lu Tianyan glared at Xingye and said sourly, I've seen that for a long time now. Xingye was furious and snapped, What kind of nonsense are you two talking? Cheng Xin answered him seriously, If the problem isn't solved at its root, inner demons will continue to sprout, so I want to use my own way. Xingye looked at the two inner demons and suddenly remembered, Right, the people you mentioned wanting to resurrect before were them, weren't they? Cheng Xin lowered her head and replied sadly, Yes, the two most important people to me both died because of me. Lu Tianyan glanced at her and said, Explain the specific method clearly. I don't believe that evil cultivator would sincerely help you. Cheng Xin gave an acknowledgement. After finishing the explanation a moment later, Cheng Xin said that was the entire process. The system appeared and prompted. No content matching her description was found in the system's technique search. Xingye pressed further. Does that mean Cheng Xin was deceived? The pseudo-spirit replied. Not necessarily, only about 20 of the entire system's capabilities have been unlocked. Perhaps the corresponding technique is in the locked portion. Xingye asked if it could be deduced whether the method she mentioned was feasible. The pseudo-spirit replied, That function is not available yet. Xingling raised a finger and said with a dry laugh, Speaking of deductions, I actually remembered something. Xingye pressed. What is it? Xingling explained. Brother, the prize you drew when you were practicing the clone technique was actually swapped by me. I hid the real prize in a deeper layer of the system space. Xingye was shocked. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Xingling laughed dryly again and said, I forgot I opened it to take a look before hiding it. That prize seems to be exactly what we need right now. Xingye was so angry his vision went dark and fury surged within him. You actually dared to open my mystery box. Xingling explained that it was to trick him. The mission-obsessed brother. In fact, the contents were decided long ago. But I no longer have the authority to enter the place where that thing is stored. The pseudo-spirit shouted, Provide the coordinates. I'll go get it. Xingling provided the coordinates, W21T6B89. The pseudo-spirit entered the code. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the universal deduction table. Releasing intelligence information. Unknown if it will be useful. The difference between the soul, the sea of consciousness, and divine sense. The soul is a person's spirit. Unless one practices a special technique, it must maintain absolute integrity and cannot be divided. Once damaged, it is extremely difficult to recover. However, the protagonist, relying on the heaven-defying recovery power of the blood-evil yin bead, can ignore this restriction. The sea of consciousness is generated based on the soul. It is a space that stores all memories and consciousness. Damage to the soul will affect the stability of the sea of consciousness. The higher the realm, the more vast the sea of consciousness, allowing for more complex calculations and storage. As long as the soul is intact, the sea of consciousness can slowly recover even if damaged. Divine sense is generated based on the sea of consciousness. It can perceive changes in the external world and also serves as a means to attack the sea of consciousness of others. Overconsumption of divine sense will affect the sea of consciousness, causing one to fall into a coma or lose consciousness. Attacks on the sea of consciousness will also weaken the perception of divine sense. Xingye was instantly teleported to another location. He asked blankly, Where is this? The pseudo-spirit informed him. Welcome to the universal deduction table. Instructions for use will now be played for you. The universal deduction table is built based on the host's sea of consciousness and requires entry in the form of divine sense. It can simulate and deduce all things. The simulated content is limited by the host's sea of consciousness's calculation capacity. Once divine sense is exhausted, the deduction will fail, and the external physical body will fall into a coma due to the divine sense consumption. Xingye looked up at the already decreasing divine sense and asked in confusion, I haven't done anything yet. Why is the divine sense decreasing? The pseudo-spirit explained. This part is the calculation capacity required to maintain consciousness at high speed. The time flow within the deduction table is 1/10,000th of that outside. 1 second outside is equivalent to 2.8 hours here. Xingye praised this function as being very powerful. It's just like a dream where a long time passes, but only a few minutes have gone by outside. Xingye put his hands behind his back and said, Then let's experiment with Cheng Xin's technique first. The host can call upon the required divine sense materials in the search interface for deduction, but the technique Cheng Xin mentioned is very complex, and she might have only given a rough overview, missing many details. It would be best for the host to go out and ask for clarification first. Xingye pressed a few buttons and Cheng Xin appeared before him. which shocked even the pseudo-spirit. Xingye leaned back in his chair leisurely and said, "Demonstrate that method you mentioned. Find whatever materials you need yourself." Cheng Xin clicked search on the screen and replied, "Okay." The pseudo-spirit's jaw practically hit the floor as it said, "Deducing a clone to help you deduce? Is this an idea a human can come up with?" Xingye looked at Cheng Xin and asked the system again, "Does this fictional character also possess the original's memories?" "Indeed." Xingye took off his glasses and thought for a moment, coming up with an idea. "Doesn't that mean I can create fictional enemies to interrogate for secrets?" The pseudo-spirit explained that fictional characters would unlock corresponding information and behavior as the real person's affection level increased. Even if you interrogate an enemy here, you wouldn't be able to unlock information that has already been locked. Xingye asked how to check affection levels. The pseudo-spirit rejected the idea, saying, "I can't. I'm not a dating sim system." Xingye looked at it speechlessly. Outside, Lu Tianyan was focused on the discussion. "This technique is indeed profound. It doesn't seem to be made up at random. Junior brother, what do you think?" Xingye's body suddenly collapsed. Lu Tianyan stood up and asked worriedly, "Junior brother, what's wrong?" Xingye looked up and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." He asked the pseudo-spirit seriously, "How much time has passed?" The pseudo-spirit calculated. The host stayed at the deduction table for 3.5 days, but only 30 seconds passed outside. Xingye tossed something to Cheng Xin saying, "Here." Cheng Xin caught the object. Xingye asked, "Is this the only ingredient missing from what you need?" Cheng Xin said in shock, "This is a 5 elements essence blood nascent soul. Did Xingling get this from the Acacia sect?" Xingye replied that he collected it himself. The pseudo-spirit was incensed and reminded him, "It was clearly looted from someone else's sect treasure vault. Does the host's conscience not hurt?" Xingye irritably told it to shut up. "If I hadn't looted it, she wouldn't have the right to take it anyway." Lu Tianyan asked if he really wanted to try the method provided by that evil cultivator. Xingye smiled to reassure her. "Don't worry, senior sister, everything is under control." She gave an inquisitive ha at his answer. A moment later, they appeared within a formation. Sun Sighting said it was done. She said in confusion, "I have never seen such a formation, although it's not difficult to arrange. Its operating principles are completely different from any formation I know." Xingye turned to her and said, "All right, there's nothing more for you to do here. Go outside and wait for orders." Sun Sighting gave an acknowledgement and left. Xingye reached out and asked Cheng Xin how it was. The formation she designed was fine, right? Cheng Xin looked at the storage ring on her hand and replied, "Perfect. It's much better than what I could have arranged." She took out 2 coffins from the ring. Xingye wiped his sweat and asked, "Have you been carrying their remains all this time?" Cheng Xin gave a and replied, "My mother's remains were secretly dug up from the sect's ancestral land by me. I couldn't let anyone find out." Xingye's face darkened after listening, and he replied, "All right." 2 inner demons in the back disrupted Cheng Xin's mind. "It's useless. That old evil cultivator must be lying to you. That's right. Stop trying. We won't come back to life." Xingye pinched their mouths shut and told them to be quiet. "Want me to use force to send you on your way?" Many more treasures were taken out from Cheng Xin's storage ring. Lu Tianyan looked at those things and marveled. "Soul-gathering cauldron, shadow wood, soul-nourishing stone, frost jade marrow. You actually managed to collect so many rare materials?" Cheng Xin said. "If I stop at nothing, I can manage it." Cheng Xin held the 5 elements essence blood nascent soul and began to chant. Those materials were absorbed and then dispersed throughout the formation. Cheng Xin formed a seal and shouted, "Rise!" The formation activated around them. Lin Ziyuan outside asked in confusion, "How is there such a huge commotion? Your concealment formation is about to fail." Sun Sighting struggled to maintain the formation and said, "Stop talking and come help." The coffin lids were opened. Lu Tianyan said in shock, "It worked." Suddenly, the coffin lids were blown away. The corpses of Chen Chong and Cheng Xin's mother trembled and wailed in agony. The 3 were stunned witnessing this. Cheng Xin shouted in panic, "Mother Chen Chong, what's wrong with you?" Xingye realized the truth. This technique isn't meant for resurrecting the dead at all. It's only meant for torturing people. Cheng Xin looked at him and asked, "What?" Xingye explained that although the soul vanishes upon death, a very small part of the soul's information merges into the flesh and bone. It won't separate even in death, but this part is too small. So small it can be ignored. This formation, combined with the interaction of various materials, can expand that soul information. However, no matter how much it is expanded, it cannot be considered a true soul. Cheng Xin's mind became a mess upon hearing this, and she asked what it meant. Xingye explained that just as people who undergo heart transplants may have their personalities change, it's because the heart also carries a part of the previous owner's information. The effect of this technique is equivalent to expanding the information on the heart to replace the brain in directing the whole body. And this is the result of forcibly letting the expanded soul information in the flesh and bone replace the true soul. It causes the subject to endure the agony of having their soul torn apart. Xingye lowered his head and speculated. I think the person who first invented this technique must have also wanted to resurrect someone, but failed in the end. Chengxin slumped to the ground blankly after hearing this, tears falling uncontrollably as she said, "How can it be like this?" Lu Tianyan asked in shock, "Junior brother, so you knew about this method?" Xingye gave a hum and said, "I just found out." Lu Tianyan narrowed her eyes in confusion. "What do you mean, just found out?" Xingye said with irrepressible sorrow. "Even though I knew if I didn't let her try it herself once, she would never be satisfied." Chengxin's two inner demons burst into loud laughter, feeling extremely excited. "This feels great. Negative emotions are pouring in incessantly. Her sea of consciousness is about to collapse." Xingye walked into the formation where the two corpses had already collapsed. Chengxin stared at him blankly. Xingye said that by destroying that part of the guidance channel, the soul information would still be amplified, but it would not be forcibly merged into the body. This way they would no longer feel pain, he explained with a smile. The reason the creator of this technique failed was because he chose the wrong direction. As I said just now, no matter how much you expand the information on the heart, it ultimately belongs only to the heart. Forcibly installing it in the brain won't work, he wondered. What if we try a different approach? Instead of letting the heart replace the brain, what if we let the heart's information override the brain? Chengxin asked blankly, "The heart overriding the brain?" Xingye raised his hand and said, "Exactly, if changing a heart causes a slight personality shift, then as long as we infinitely weaken the brain's control mechanism over personality and emotions, while simultaneously infinitely expanding the original owner's personality information carried by the heart, wouldn't that person eventually become someone guided entirely by their heart?" Lu Tianyan spoke up. "Junior brother, your theory is bold, but it does make sense. However, Chengxin's two late friends no longer have souls. Only the soul information in their bones and flesh remains. That is to say, there is only heart information, and no brain," Xingye said flatly. "Then wouldn't it be enough to just give them a brawn?" He looked at the soul in his hand and explained, "I will split my own soul in two, erasing my memories, personality, and all information regarding self, leaving only the most basic functions, and then fuse them with those two." Lu Tianyan frowned and asked, "How will you fuse them? A soul can only fit its own body. Even a forced possession will be punished by the heavenly Tao. The chance of survival is 1 in 10,000, not to mention they are already dead." Xingye turned to her and reminded, "Senior sister, I'm a dead person too." He sent the two soul fragments into the two corpses. "Whether they are dead or not isn't actually that important. The modified refined bodies are no different from magical tools. Since my soul can fit a magical tool, there's no reason it can't fit them." After a while, the two corpses still showed no movement. Lu Tianyan broke into a cold sweat, wondering if it had failed. Xingye looked at her and explained, "That's because the soul information in the bones and flesh hasn't been expanded enough yet. I originally wanted to try using a 5 elements mutant essence blood nascent soul, but my divine sense wasn't enough to purchase it." Lu Tianyan looked utterly bewildered, thinking, what does he mean divine sense wasn't enough to purchase it? Xingye looked at the spiritual power in his hand and said, "Afterward I tried many methods, but the results were all unsatisfactory. Finally, with a treat a dead horse like a live one mindset, I used my own essence blood." Xingye cut his palm and let the blood drip into the formation. The surrounding formation activated once again. Chengxin reached out to shield herself, and Sun Sighting turned pale with shock, not understanding why the spiritual power fluctuations had become even stronger. The formation was about to collapse. Lin Ziyuan pulled out a pill and swallowed it without a second thought, forcibly holding on. Sun Sighting was stunned, recognizing it as a burst spirit pill. "What kind of benefit did the young master promise you to make you work this hard?" Lin Ziyuan erupted with power to stabilize the formation and said, "The young master is the entire meaning of this old man's remaining life." Sun Sighting's mind buzzed. She couldn't understand it at all. 11 years ago, Chengxin went to find Chen Chong and asked, "What's wrong?" Xiao Chong, why the long face? Chen Chong was the daughter of the Green Bamboo sect leader, Chen Rongshu. She said sorrowfully, "Perhaps our sect is about to be disbanded." Chengxin looked at her and asked, "Is it because of that matter where your father was scammed before?" Chen Chong answered sorrowfully, "Yes, that damn scammer posed as someone from the Kanglin royal family and swindled all our sect spirit stones. My father even racked up massive debts." Chengxin took something out of her robe and said, "I have this, maybe it can help you." A topographical map appeared. Chen Chong asked in confusion, "Is this a map?" Chengxin said, "I discovered this in a corner when I snuck into my grandfather's room. It might be a treasure map." Just then, Deacon Jia approached and shouted from a distance, "Miss, the gate master is calling you back." Cheng Xin stuffed the map into Chen Chang's hand. Before leaving, she whispered a reminder. Keep it with you for now, we'll go treasure hunting together later. Some time later they went looking for the treasure, but unexpectedly something went wrong. Cheng Xin cried out, Why did it turn out like this? Chen Chang lay in her arms, coughing up blood, which made Cheng Xin even more panicked. Hold on, I've already called the people from the sect to come and help. Chen Chang said weakly, Forget about me, run quickly. My father has been controlled by that sword, I can't stop him. Cheng Xin choked out, I'm sorry. Chen Chang slowly closed her eyes. Cheng Xin asked blankly, Why say sorry? I'm the one who should apologize. If I hadn't given you that map. Cheng Xin's mother and the others arrived and began to fight against the rampaging things. Fellow Taoists, follow me and slay this demon. She turned and called out, Zinner? Cheng Xin shouted mother with a smile, only to see her mother instantly slashed by that thing, dying on the spot. Cheng Xin stood frozen amidst the sounds of slaughter. What was this? Retreat, everyone retreat. Cheng Xin didn't know who rescued her from the ruins of the Green Bamboo Sect. She only knew that she had caused her mother's death, her friend's death, and the deaths of countless innocent lives. Later, people called this catastrophe the demonic sword chaos. At only 13 years old, Cheng Xin could not bear the guilt and remorse that had seeped into her bones. She wanted to use death to escape, but every time she was discovered and rescued in time. Later, under her father's strict watch, she couldn't even manage to seek death. The only thing she could do was gradually close off her emotions and stop perceiving anything. Thus the pain lessened. Cheng Xin didn't remember how many years she had spent like a walking corpse. Nor did she remember when the inner demons appeared. She only remembered the eyes of her father who loved her most, and the righteous elders gradually becoming cold and unfamiliar. Cheng Xin was very afraid. Afraid they would find out the demonic sword chaos was caused by her. When she learned from her brother that her father and the others were cold because she had made no progress, she actually laughed. How long had it been since she last laughed? Why laugh? Perhaps it was because the shackles deep within her heart, which had already sunk to the bottom, were now falling even deeper. It was too deep, too dark. So dark that she finally noticed the presence that had always been shining beside her but she had ignored. That bright moon. Cheng Yan handed over a pill. He was covered in injuries as he said, I got this meridian-clearing pill in the sect competition, but with my strength I can't use it. You take it, just treat it like a jelly bean. Cheng Xin suddenly leaned on his shoulder. Cheng Yan said in a panic, Why so sudden? Are you feeling unwell? I'll go call the medicine hall. Cheng Xin felt the warmth of her relative and finally opened her heart, calling out, Brother, thank you. I'm sorry. Cheng Yan was moved to tears. He hugged her shoulders and said, Welcome home. Finally, after her brother confirmed that Cheng Xin no longer had suicidal thoughts, her house arrest was lifted. Only then did she realize 6 years had passed and she was already 19. Elder Du saw Cheng Xin and said in surprise, Long time no see. Little girl, you actually managed to find this old man. Is something the matter? Cheng Xin looked up and said, I want to know if there is a way to bring the dead back to life. Elder Du smiled sinisterly and replied, Of course there is. Sun Sighting wiped her sweat and said, All right, finally stabilized. Lin Ziyuan slumped to his knees, panting heavily, inside the formation. Cheng Yan watched in surprise as Chen Chang and his mother woke up one after another. Little Cheng, how did you grow so tall? This is great. Zinner, you're all right. Lu Tianyan could hardly believe her eyes and asked, Did it really succeed? Cheng Xin threw herself at the two, hugging them tightly and wailing loudly. Her mother and Chen Chang looked confused and said, What's wrong with this child? Little Cheng, take it easy, my neck is about to break. Lu Tianyan looked at Xingye and asked with concern, Correcting such a complex spell must have taken a lot of effort, right, junior brother? Xingye replied that it was indeed quite complex. Lu Tianyan laughed and couldn't help but remark that while he called the other a poisonous woman to her face, he had unknowingly sacrificed so much behind her back. Xingye replied with a smile, No, I only spent 30 seconds. If it were for big senior sister, I would have sacrificed even more time. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingye was kicked by Lu Tianyan toward Cheng Xin and the others. Those two inner demons had been excited just now, but now they were so scared they couldn't sit still. How was this possible? Does a resurrection technique truly exist? If this continues, I'll disappear. Xingye appeared before them, his back radiating a divine 10-directional halo like a grandmaster, and said, Heaven has a heart of mercy. The life of an inner demon is still a life. To avoid waste, let me deliver you to the other side. The two inner demons had just uttered a confused ha. Before they were teleported to a strange dimension, they were still happily celebrating. It really stopped dissipating, so he was on our side after all? This guy is pretty decent. The two of them wouldn't stop praising Xingye. Little did they know that behind them was another inner demon with a gaping maw ready to devour them. Xingye's face instantly changed, and he said coldly, Instead of dissipating directly, it's better to be nourishment for my inner demon. It saves me trouble and puts my master at ease. The pseudo-spirit got goosebumps and asked, Host, are you a devil? After listening to Cheng Xin's story, her mother said sadly, so that's how it is. Have we really been dead for over 10 years? Chen Chong looked at her skin and said with disgust that she didn't expect her skin to be so wrinkled and ugly. She praised, "Little Cheng, you're too amazing. I've never heard of any spell that can bring the dead back to life." Cheng Xin looked at Xingye and explained, this spell itself had many problems. It was only thanks to fellow Taoist Xingye's help that it went so smoothly. Chen Chong stroked her chin, gave an "oh" and said, "Not bad, he's quite handsome. Is he your boyfriend?" Cheng Xin said, "It hasn't reached that point yet. Currently it's just an engagement." Chen Chong was stunned, thinking, is the love life 10 years later already this messy? Cheng Xin's mother asked if it was an arranged marriage. Cheng Xin gave a She asked again if it was her father's idea. Cheng Xin replied, yes. Cheng Xin's mother gritted her teeth and said resentfully, that bastard actually dared to treat his daughter as a sacrifice for a sect alliance. Chen Chong whispered an inquiry, how old is he? What's his cultivation? Cheng Xin replied, 21 years old, mid-stage golden core. Cheng Xin's mother crossed her arms and scrutinized him. His talent is decent enough. If Zinner hadn't been held back by us, her cultivation would definitely not be inferior to his. Cheng Xin added, a year ago he was only at foundation level 5, her mother asked in surprise. A year? That's too eager for quick results. Isn't he afraid of damaging his foundation? She pressed Cheng Xin's shoulder and reminded her, Zinner, remember, cultivation is secondary. The most important thing is character. Cheng Xin said, he made a mid-stage nascent soul Grandmaster Craftsman and a mid-stage nascent soul formation Grandmaster willingly serve as his subordinates. Upon hearing this, her mother immediately waved and called out to Xingye, good son-in-law, why stand so far away? Come over and chat for a bit. Xingye thought it over and asked, so that means the nascent soul from the demonic sword chaos appeared because you gave the map to Chen Chong? Chen Chong lowered her head and said, don't blame little Cheng for this. It was my fault for taking it to show off to my father. Cheng Xin comforted, it's not your fault. Who could have known that such a thing would happen? Xingye praised expressionlessly. Truly impressive, even big senior sister guessed it all correctly. Lu Tianyan made a cat-like face and said, back then it was just to deal with Cheng Xin's threat and put her at ease. I didn't expect you two to be so close. It seems I worried too much. Cheng Xin turned to explain, big senior sister, you've misunderstood. We were only in an adversarial relationship then. Xingye nodded in agreement, exactly. Cheng Xin hadn't finished. We only became inseparable after the wedding snatching. Xingye's heart skipped a beat and he immediately retorted, not at all. Cheng Xin's mother asked with a smile, Zinner hasn't introduced her to mom yet. This girl is, Cheng Xin pointed at Lu Tianyan and said, as mom can see, she is that mountain standing in my way. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Tianyan gave Cheng Xin a punch. Chen Chong breathed a sigh of relief and said, this is great. I was worried little Cheng would be depressed because of what happened to us. Xingye reached out a hand to signal and asked tentatively, is the memory of you two complete? Looking back at your lives, is there any period of time you don't remember at all? Chen Chong thought for a moment and replied, no, I remember everything. Cheng Xin's mother also said, I don't feel like any part of my memory is missing either. Xingye said in confusion, that's strange. Even if the soul information in the bones and flesh was amplified, it couldn't be as complete as the original soul. Memory loss would definitely occur. Lu Tianyan asked, could it be because Junior Brother's bloodline filled in the missing parts? Xingye still found it unbelievable. How is that possible? What if that evil cultivator used their souls during the refinement? Xingye scratched his head in bewilderment. If there were someone else's soul in the body, there's no reason I wouldn't find it. Besides, their soul level didn't exceed mine either. Lu Tianyan asked, then is there anything in your body that your divine sense cannot penetrate and investigate? Hearing this, Xingye was suddenly jolted awake. Divine sense cannot penetrate and investigate. If we don't count the system, could it be? The pseudo-spirit asked, what's wrong? Host Xingye said, I want to simulate a version of myself without the blood evil yin bead in my body, and then redo the experiment. Blood dripped down. Xingye stared at that simulated body and found that without the blood evil yin bead, neither of them came back to life. Could their souls really be inside? But why? He finally had a sudden realization and said with a dark face, so that's how it is. I was led by the nose the whole time. The soul refining formation arranged by that evil cultivator lasted for over 10 years. If he had really collected so many souls of the fallen nascent soul experts from the demonic sword chaos, the spatial barrier would have been shattered long ago. So it wasn't that he didn't use those souls, but that he fused them all into the blood evil yin bead. Cold sweat beaded on Xingye's forehead as his mood grew increasingly heavy. Doubts still lingered in his mind. To gather souls so covertly, one would inevitably need to lay the groundwork far in advance. In other words, the demonic sword chaos of back then was likely inextricably linked to that evil cultivator. So why did he put Cheng Xin through such a convoluted ordeal to trigger the chaos? Frustrated, Xingye ran his hands through his hair and said, "Damn it, there are too many details I just can't figure out." He raised his hand, seeking help from the others. Lu Tianyan asked, "Are you saying you're certain the evil cultivator was the mastermind, but you can't guess what he intended to use Cheng Xin for?" Cheng Xin asked, perplexed, "Is it really necessary to find out? He's dead anyway." Xingye flatly rejected the idea. "No, it's precisely because he's dead that we need to figure it out even more." Cheng Xin let out a surprised, "Ha," Xingye thought to himself. The prerequisite for using the blood evil yin bead is an object of dark, sinister, and murderous nature, yet he prioritized the completion of the yin bead over entering the soul transformation abode. "It's hard not to suspect that death itself was a step in his plan," he spoke up. "In short, I feel that although he has fallen, it's highly likely he can be resurrected through some method we don't yet understand, and Cheng Xin is one of the key conditions." Cheng Xin pointed at him and speculated, "The psychological shadow he left on you is just too big." Xingye countered, "That's not it at all." Lu Tianyan asked, "Don't you have that evil cultivator's ring? Are there any clues inside?" Xingye reached out to his big senior sister and signaled, "Senior sister, help me take a look, I haven't found anything special." Cheng Xin also leaned in, saying she wanted to look too. Looking at the items before her, Cheng Xin's mother also found them strange, remarking, "These are all unheard of dark and eerie things. Every single one looks extremely suspicious," Chen Chong added. "I can't see any clues at all." Lu Tianyan pulled out a green scroll and said, "This." Cheng Xin took a closer look and recognized it immediately. "Isn't this a fragment of the ancient king art? It's the one Elder Du gave to Wang Deng." Lu Tianyan could also feel that although it was only a fragment because the technique's level was extremely high, it was very likely heaven grade. Cheng Xin asked in shock, "How can you tell? The manual is so severely damaged. How is it possible to determine its rank?" Lu Tianyan replied calmly, "Experience, I suppose." "No, it should be intuition." Cheng Xin was stunned and muttered, "What kind of judgment is that?" Xingye took the ancient king art and said, "Fine, I trust big senior sister's intuition." He called out to the system and asked, "System, can the universal deduction table deduce and complete techniques?" The pseudo-spirit replied, "Technique deduction requires the host to reach the nascent soul stage and unlock law perception." Xingye asked again, "What if I use the technique voucher from the previous reward?" The pseudo-spirit replied, "That's possible. However, the technique voucher cannot be used on the universal deduction table because your divine sense strength is insufficient." The pseudo-spirit warned, "Host, stop trying to exploit system loopholes. Your divine sense absolutely cannot manifest system items out of thin air." Xingye cursed inwardly in a rage and asked crossly, "Then using it outside should be fine, right?" Ding, using technique voucher. An operation interface appeared before Xingye. He clicked on the scroll and a prompt appeared. "Please place the technique you wish to use into the scanning area." Xingye placed the ancient king art inside. Scanning complete. Ancient king art, low rank heaven grade technique. Xingye thought in shock. Big senior sister was right. It really is heaven grade. Technique content is incomplete. Complete it? Xingye confirmed. Complete it, the pseudo-spirit explained. Completing a high-level technique will consume one full technique voucher and prevent any additional functional improvements. Are you sure you want to complete it? Xingye confirmed without hesitation. Ding, commencing completion. Please do not move the manual. A powerful force suddenly erupted from Xingye's body as it automatically deduced and continued writing the subsequent evolution of the ancient king art. Cheng Xin said in disbelief, "How is this possible? He's actually deducing it on his own. That's completing a heaven-grade technique," Chen Chong also asked incredulously. "He's not just writing nonsense, is he?" Lu Tianyun's expression turned solemn as she said, "No, the power of laws in this subsequent part fits perfectly with the original portion." Sensing this ever-climbing power, Sun-Sighting thought worriedly, "Why is this happening again? Young master, if you keep tossing and turning like this old woman truly won't be able to hold on." Deduction progress 70, deduction progress 85, deduction progress 95. Cheng Xin's mother leaned into her ear and whispered, "Zinner, listen to your mother. You must get your hands on this man. No, you must get him." Cheng Xin remained silent. Ding, deduction complete. Ancient king art successfully perfected. Xingye picked up the perfected ancient king art and said, "Come on everyone, take a look and see if you can find Elder Du's conspiracy in this." Cheng Xin's mother asked in surprise, "You're just going to let us look at a heaven-grade technique directly like this?" Xingye asked back with a wooden face, "What else? Do you want me to read it aloud?" Cheng Xin's mother replied awkwardly, "That's not what I meant." Chen Chong reached out and shouted, "I want to see, I want to see." She never expected to see a heaven-grade technique in her lifetime. Xingye corrected her, "It's not just in your lifetime." An hour later, everyone gathered together to study the ancient king art. Lu Tianyan frowned slightly and called out to her junior brother, "This part of the technique," Xingye gave an acknowledgement, thinking that Big Senior Sister had indeed called it correctly again. With this, all the puzzle pieces were finally assembled. After reading it, Chen Chong started crying again. Heart Demon GU, it turns out I was being used from the very beginning. The demonic sword chaos wasn't because of me and little Cheng at all. Suddenly the formation shook violently. Xingye was forced to teleport back to the outside world. Sun Sighting and Lin Ziyuan turned and shouted, "Master and young master." He asked, "What happened?" Lin Ziyuan replied, "The royal family and the Wanxiang Gate have joined forces and are attacking the Qingyun sect's protective grand array." Xingye asked in shock. "What?" Sun Sighting added. "Elder D was here just now. She said the sect leader invites you to the sect's restricted grounds immediately to discuss urgent matters." Outside, the royal family's warships were already pressing upon the borders. Cheng Li looked down at the Qingyun sect's array from a high vantage point. Luo Sheng flew over and said nonchalantly, "Why start killing the moment you arrive? Everyone, calm down. Let's sit down and talk." Several soldiers flushed at her charm and echoed, "Yes, yes, we should talk." Kang Feng, the prince of Zhenhai of the Konglan Kingdom, possessed a middle nascent soul stage cultivation. He barked with a serious face, "Put away your seductive arts, Luo Sheng. Do you intend to interfere in our grudge with the Qingyun sect?" Luo Sheng let out a soft laugh and shouted, "Oh, don't misunderstand. I'm just bringing my disciple here as a guest." As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished instantly. "I'm retreating first. Qing Zan, good luck." With his hands behind his back, Qing Zan asked, "Gate Master Cheng and fellow Taoists of the royal family, what is the meaning of this?" Cheng Li's face showed his anger as he shouted, "Old thief Qing Zan, you still have the nerve to ask what I mean?" He pointed accusingly. "First you sabotaged our marriage alliance with the royal family. Then you instructed your personal disciple Xingye to ransack my sect's treasure vault and abduct my daughter Cheng Xin. You even colluded with Lin Ziyuan, the murderer of the Wanxiang Gate's former gate master, in an attempt to assassinate the fifth prince. Fellow Taoists of the royal family, and I would like to ask you, what is your meaning?" Cheng Zan's face turned gloomy as he ground his teeth and spoke Cheng Li's name. "Do not spit blood on people without evidence." Kang Lingyun asked coldly, "Does sect leader Cheng Zan want evidence?" He lifted his chin and said, "This king is the evidence." Recalling that scene still left him with lingering fear. That little brat Xingye used an extremely bizarre spatial teleportation technique to transport me from the warship to a cave. The theft of the Wanxiang Gate's treasures and Cheng Xin's disappearance are absolutely related to that art. He then mentioned the collusion with Lin Ziyuan. This king nearly lost his life on the spot. Fortunately, this king used a death-faking method to narrowly escape. I hereby swear that if there is a single word of falsehood in what I have just said, let my soul be destroyed." Cheng Li ground his teeth and threatened, "Old thief Ching Zan, what else do you have to say? If you don't hand over Xingye and the stolen treasures today and surrender half of your sect's resources as compensation, I and my fellow Taoists of the royal family will surely level the Qingyun sect." Kang Feng summoned the Extreme Destruction Cannon and said, "Let's break this turtle shell first." The Extreme Destruction Cannon began to charge, and the cultivators and disciples within the sect couldn't help but look terrified. "It's over. That's the Extreme Destruction Cannon specifically used by the royal family to deal with large-scale arrays. Heavens, that's a pseudo-heaven-grade artifact from ancient times. To think they actually brought it here to deal with us." Kang Feng waved his hand and ordered fire. The Extreme Destruction Cannon fired with a world-shaking power. Cheng Zan resisted with all his might, roaring, "How dare you!" 2 shots from the Extreme Destruction Cannon hit in succession, shocking Cheng Zan into spitting out a mouthful of blood. Several elders shouted for the sect leader in concern. Cheng Zan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, forcing himself to stay up, "I'm fine." Kang Feng looked down and praised coldly, "To dare take the Extreme Destruction Cannon head-on just to protect the array. Sect leader Cheng Zan is indeed courageous, but that shell just now only used 50 of its power." He raised his hand and activated the Extreme Destruction Cannon again, saying, "This time it's increased to 100. What do you plan to use to block it?" With a grim face, Cheng Zan channeled his spiritual power, preparing for a fight to the death. "Elder Guanzhou, if the array is broken, I and the other nascent soul elders will be responsible for the rear guard. You will be responsible for evacuating all inner disciples. You must escort little friend Xingye to safety. As long as he is still here, the Qingyun sect will never fall." Wang Guanzhou shouted sternly, "You little brats. There's nothing for you to do here. Get back to the sect square and assemble. Sect leader, take them away. Elder D alone is enough. These old bones of mine don't want to run around anymore. I'm staying here as the vanguard." Cheng Zan turned and called out in surprise to Elder Guanzhou. Wang Guanzhou ordered, "All those with cultivation at or above the Golden Core stage, listen to my command, follow me to protect the array." The cultivators stepped forward together, constructing a solid defense. Wang Guanzhou shouted, "If you're afraid of death, then get lost." The remaining disciples formed the Qingyun Sky Soaring Array. All the cultivators formed hand seals and shouted in unison, vowing to defend the sect to the death. Cheng Li looked down at the Qingyun sky-soaring array and thought smugly, what a bunch of fools. They don't understand the true power of the extreme destruction cannon at all. The first shot wasn't at 50 power, it was only at 10. See, just one shot left you all wounded. The next shot will surely destroy your protective grand array, and the Qingyun sect will become history from this day on. The extreme destruction cannon fired again. Its power increased several times over. Cheng Li spoke with ill-concealed ambition. My Wanxiang Gate will eventually become the head of the 3 sects and 4 gates. Just as the extreme destruction cannon strike arrived, Xingye suddenly appeared and blocked the front. He reached out angrily and said, don't just go firing cannons at people's sect gates so casually. System notification creation points 386. Immediately following, the incoming extreme destruction cannon fire actually changed direction. This scene left Kang Feng and Cheng Li dumbfounded. What? The reflected cannon fire directly shattered the warship's defenses, causing the ship to fall apart and plummet down. Then the fire also destroyed the extreme destruction cannon itself. Several soldiers shouted in terror, heavens, it's the extreme destruction cannon. The extreme destruction cannon has been destroyed. The warship fell into the sea. Xingye looked composed on his side while Qing Zan and the others wore solemn expressions. The cultivators of the Qingyun sect were also stunned, cursing under their breath, damn. How did the extreme destruction cannon's attack get reflected back? I was already prepared to die. What's the situation now? Is this some internal social event of the sect's upper management and they're just acting for us? A chain flew out from nowhere and locked onto Xingye. Qing Zan realized something was wrong and cried out, oh no, the little friend is still outside the array. Cheng Li and Kang Feng surged their spiritual power and pounced. One gripped the chain tightly while the other held a sword to kill, roaring, it's you again, you little beast. You've ruined this gate master's plans time and time again. To dare use heterodox evil arts to destroy my royal family's legacy artifact. Cheng Li unleashed the void-rending myriad blades art, and Kang Feng also used a same-level move, the Kanglin heaven-shattering art. Kang Lingyun knelt on one knee and shouted, fools, don't use such ordinary spells on him. Just then a giant hand appeared in front of Xingye, blocking all attacks and reflecting the force back toward the warships. Another warship plummeted into the sea. Cheng Li was stunned. Damn it, even our attacks are being diverted. Kang Feng asked angrily, how on earth is he doing this? Kang Lingyun stood up and ordered, year-slaying warships, listen to my command. Turn the defensive arrays to the maximum and form a column formation. All personnel evacuate, activate auto-cruise mode and ram the Qingyun sect's array at full speed. 2 warships accelerated toward the Qingyun sect after activating their defenses. Kang Feng teleported to his side and asked, Kang Lingyun, have you gone mad? With a grim face, Kang Lingyun called out, Uncle, we have no retreat left. This deployment of troops and the use of the extreme destruction cannon were not reported to the Heaven Monitoring Department. Today a year-slaying warship has sunk, and an extreme destruction cannon is destroyed. If we return empty-handed, the royal family's prestige will vanish, and we won't escape blame either. Only by fighting to the death and sacrificing the remaining 2 warships to tear open the Qingyun sect's array will you and I have a chance to atone for our crimes. Kang Feng turned and shouted to Cheng Li, keep a close eye on that kid. Don't let him use that bizarre ability again. Cheng Li replied, don't worry, he can't run. This myriad phenomena lock is specifically designed to suppress spatial divine abilities. The 2 warships were within reach. Everyone joined forces to resist, but they still felt powerless. Are the royal family people crazy? The distance is too short. We can't block it. The arrays on those 2 warships were also at a top-tier level. Several disciples' hands were trembling as they held their swords, fearing, isn't this an internal sect activity? This is getting way too out of hand. Qing Zan turned back with a look of worry. Damn it, under a collision of this intensity, the array will be hard to protect. All disciples of the sect, listen to my command the moment the array breaks. Face the enemy with all your strength. Just then, an old man appeared calmly and spoke 4 simple words, Wuji Sword Domain. An extremely terrifying force instantly sent those 2 warships flying, and those 2 grand arrays shattered in an instant. Qing Wuji, the supreme grand elder of the Qingyun sect, possessed an early infant transformation stage cultivation. He spoke expressionlessly. You juniors from the Wanxiang Gate and the royal family actually dare to run wild on my territory. Qing Zan flew forward and shouted in shock, Su, Supreme Grand Elder. Qing Wuji formed a seal, activating some spiritual power from the gourd behind him, and said coldly, since you've come, don't even think about leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Feng and Kang Lingyun were sent flying, and Cheng Li was also severely injured. Xingye looked at the old man and thought in surprise. The sword chi that erupted was so terrifying it could even severely wound Cheng Li. yet it didn't have the slightest effect on me, the system explained. This is a domain skill that only those at the infant transformation stage can perform. It allows one to alter the laws of heaven and earth within a certain range, making them more aligned with one's own insights. Kang Feng and Cheng Li were wounded by the sword chi and were struggling to hold on. Damn it, how can he still activate a domain skill? Didn't you say that Qingyun ancestor had been corrupted by demonic energy and his life force was nearly severed, forcing him to hide in the ancestral land and linger on only through the support of arrays? Qing Wuji appeared before them in an instant, and without a word, shattered Kang Feng's longsword. At that moment, a bizarrely shaped object flew out from within his body. The object was instantly shredded by the sword chi. Qing Wuji turned and gestured for the others to be released. Cheng Li cupped his hands in a salute, his body still trembling. Senior Wuji, please forgive this junior's insolence. Cheng Wuji stared at him with cold eyes and asked, how did you learn of my condition? Cheng Li replied, returning to Senior Wuji, it was through a fake deacon of our gate. I had planted a mole within your noble sect. Cheng Wuji snorted coldly and asked, which mole? Cheng Li replied, this junior is also unsure. To maintain secrecy, all communications were handled through a single line between the fake deacon and the mole. Cheng Wuji pressed further on the deacon's current whereabouts. Drenched in sweat, Cheng Li stammered, he has disappeared. Without wasting words, Cheng Wuji flicked a strand of sword chi and severed one of Cheng Li's arms. Are you playing games with this old man? Cheng Li endured the pain and pleaded, Senior Wuji, please calm your anger. I truly can no longer contact that person. Cheng Wuji stared him down and said, only I knew of my own condition, and I have never mentioned it to anyone in the sect. Is your mole a roundworm in my gut? Cheng Li said in shock, how could that be possible? Kang Lingyun looked up at them and spoke, could it be that someone in your sect has a higher cultivation than Senior Wuji, allowing them to remain undetected while sensing the mole's existence? Cheng Li looked down at him and shouted, Fifth Prince. Cheng Wuji's pupils shrank, and he was secretly startled. An early nascent soul junior of the royal family can actually withstand the sword chi attacks within my domain, he asked sternly. Junior, what nonsense are you spouting? Kang Lingyun performed a secret technique and said, I didn't want to use this move for the price is too great. 4 cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north, appeared in the sky, merging to emit a barrier-like power. The blood chi of the fallen cultivators rose, gathering into a dense and powerful surge of gore. Xingye thought with a grim expression, has the blood of the killed Wanqiang Gate members and the royal family been entirely absorbed by that array? Kang Lingyun formed seals and chanted. The sea waves surged, erupting with extremely violent power. Cheng Wuji formed seals as well, thinking solemnly. The sword chi cannot penetrate it. This array has formed its own space. The sound of Kang Lingyun's incantation reached seal room 53 of the Qingyun sect. A hand reached out from a coffin, punching through the sturdy wood. An evil power whistled out, sweeping past Cheng Wuji's back. Before he could react to what had happened, Xingye realized that was the direction of the array where his senior sister and the others were. Just as he was about to turn, he was trapped in a ring-shaped array by a tall soldier. Immediately after, Big Senior Sister and Cheng Xin were also pulled over. Xingye and the others were dragged along, his mind filled with confusion. Wasn't this infant transformation stage refined guardian already destroyed by me? Why can it still move? The system explained. The host only destroyed its automatic combat module. It is now being completely controlled by someone else. A mysterious figure broke into the array and subsequently took Kang Lingyun away. He sent a voice transmission to Xingye. You and Lu Tianyin are currently inside a symbiotic energy barrier. He gave a stern warning that if the number of perceived individuals within the barrier changed, both sides would explode simultaneously. So you'd better not try using that bizarre teleportation art. Cheng Wuji formed a seal and chanted, do not flee. Just as he was about to pursue, he instantly struck out with his sword toward Kang Lingyun, Xingye and the others. The mysterious figure struck out with a palm, brushing past and destroying the afterimage before being hit, the shock nearly making Cheng Wuji vomit blood. On this side, Kang Lingyun also suffered a backlash and spat out fresh blood. Cheng Zan surged his power and flew over, shouting, Supreme Grand Elder. Cheng Wuji waved him off, saying, I am fine. He gave solemn instructions to send the fastest person in the sect to pursue. The opponent can control an infant transformation stage refined corpse and fled in such a hurry. The side effects must be immense, and it won't be able to be maintained for long. Cheng Zan took the order. Yes, he turned to ask Cheng Li why his daughter had been taken while he was left behind. Why do you think that is? Cheng Li lowered his head and replied, this junior does not know. Cheng Wuji swept past Cheng Li, simultaneously driving a strand of sword intent through his body, saying coldly, because you simply don't count for anything. Cheng Li was wounded again and coughed up blood, collapsing as he could no longer support himself. Cheng Wuji surged his power and flew toward the barrier, saying, throw him into the dungeon. If anything happens to little friend Xingye, I will ensure he experiences the most painful death in this world. He sent a voice transmission to Qing Zan. I cannot leave the ancestral land for too long. As soon as there is news of little friend Xingye, report to me immediately. Qing Zan watched him depart and gave an acknowledgement. On the other side, the mysterious figure fled rapidly with the four of them. Within the barrier, Xingye was constantly planning how to protect Lu Tianyan. Deciding to use the soul-shattering art to voluntarily lose consciousness, he had to send his big senior sister away first. After all, if the shield exploded, he wouldn't die anyway. The two souls beside him were actually Lu Tianyan and Cheng Xin. Xingye thought in shock. The sub-soul hair has been discovered. Behind him, Kang Lingyun asked, "You're surprised, right? It seems I guessed correctly," he continued. "From the moment you came onto the ship and abducted me, I noticed, your bizarre teleportation art isn't infinite. You can't go anywhere you please at will, otherwise, you would have appeared directly in front of me long ago instead of going through the trouble of searching everywhere. But since you could sneak into the heavily guarded Wanxiang Gate Treasury, I guessed. A large part of the reason is that you left positioning markers on Cheng Xin and those two soul-nourishing pills. I used the refined corpse's divine sense to check if the two women had similar items on them. And I didn't expect you to be able to split your own soul and attach it to a single hair." Kang Lingyun stared at him and analyzed. It seems the same method was used for the soul-nourishing pills. After all, those pills themselves have extremely strong soul fluctuations. Adding a wisp of extremely weak soul is indeed difficult to detect. Xingye looked solemn and cut straight to the point. "Who exactly are you? I just confirmed that your original body is still hanging on that tree. You aren't Kang Lingyun at all." The mysterious person landed in a mountain cave. He pressed a mechanism for a secret room, and a teleportation array ahead was subsequently activated. This was a unique long-distance teleportation array, and the group was instantly teleported elsewhere. Lu Tianyan and Cheng Xin gradually woke up. Xingye asked urgently, "Senior sister, Cheng Xin, are you awake?" The two asked back in confusion. "Junior brother, what happened?" "Where is this?" the system prompted. "The dragon chi here is extremely potent. This is likely a place such as a royal tomb." Xingye gave a suspicious, "Ha!" At that moment, Kang Lingyun coughed a few times. It turned out the person posing as Kang Lingyun was none other than Deacon Jia. Controlling this refined corpse was indeed too much of a strain. He couldn't even maintain the illusion of the ancient king anymore. Cheng Xin cried out in alarm. "Deacon Jia, what is going on? Did my father tell you to do these things?" Deacon Jia replied that the gatemaster knew nothing of this, but things had reached this point entirely because of her father. He resumed his original appearance and continued, "It was precisely his foolish actions that caused a mishap with Miss Cheng Xin's heart demon, forcing me to plan so painstakingly." Drenched in cold sweat, Cheng Xin pressed further. What are you talking about? What do you mean by the heart demon having a mishap?" Deacon Jia asked Miss Cheng Xin in return. "Don't you find it strange? The Green Bamboo sect where the demonic sword chaos occurred was clearly closest to our Wanxiang Gate, so why were our sect's casualties the lightest? It's because your father saw through the horror of the demonic sword long ago, so he deliberately sent a group of disciples who opposed him to their deaths." Cheng Xin raised her hand and asked, "Is the map in my hand also something my father gave me?" Deacon Jia denied it. "That was my arrangement. Even the matter of the Green Bamboo sect being heavily in debt was my doing," Cheng Xin murmured blankly. Why did you do this? Didn't you always say you were grateful to my grandfather for saving your life and were willing to sacrifice yourself for the Cheng family? Was the Uncle Jia in my memory, who cared for me so much, all just an act?" Deacon Jia stated honestly. "It wasn't an act. I am indeed very grateful to the old gatemaster. He not only saved my life, but in that world where only strength mattered, he ignored everyone's objections and let me, who only had an early golden core cultivation at the time, hold the vital position of Wanxiang Gate Deacon. Unfortunately, he was murdered by your father." These words were like a bolt from the blue. Cheng Xin questioned angrily, "What on earth are you talking about? My grandfather was killed by Lin Ziyuan, and he admitted it himself." Deacon Jia recounted that the old gatemaster practiced a special life-saving technique. What Lin Ziyuan killed was only a proxy infant refined using that technique. The old gatemaster's true nascent soul teleported back to a secret room in the Wanxiang Gate. Unfortunately, the first person he saw was your father, his most trusted disciple. Deacon Jia said he told your father the whole story. Originally, he ordered him to assist in finding materials to reshape his physical body, but he never expected that his most trusted person would deliver a fatal blow to him at his weakest moment. Cheng Xin simply couldn't believe her ears. "Liar, why would my father?" Deacon Jia explained that the old gatemaster wanted to pass the position of gatemaster to his daughter. His plan was to have Cheng Li become a sharp sword to assist his daughter. But Cheng Li was not satisfied. He wanted the Wanxiang Gate, and he also wanted your mother. Thus, the old gate master became the biggest obstacle in his plan. Xingye asked in confusion, "How do you know the details so clearly?" Deacon Jia lowered his eyes and replied, "Because this information was bought with the life of Cheng Xin's mother." Cheng Xin shouted in shock. "What?" Deacon Jia continued the story. "After the old gate master passed away mysteriously, your mother was heartbroken. Cheng Li was attentive in every way, gradually winning your mother's favor. The two naturally married, and he took the seat of gate master as the old gate master's direct disciple and son-in-law. But your mother never stopped investigating the truth behind the old gate master's mysterious death. Cheng Li didn't care at first, believing no one could find the truth. Even Lin Ziyuan, who came to the Wanxiang Gate looking for a treasure map, was utilized by him, working for the Wanxiang Gate for 60 years for nothing. Once Cheng Li was finished using Lin Ziyuan, he made him take the blame for the murder of the old gate master. But he didn't expect that to uncover the truth, your mother would actually move the master of the Tianji Pavilion. However, the pavilion master set a condition. Your mother needed to complete several tasks before he would act. Your mother told Cheng Li everything. Hearing the pavilion master would act, Cheng Li feared the truth would be exposed. But after hearing the requirements, he felt at ease again. He believed it was impossible for your mother to complete them. Yet, despite your father's secret obstruction, your mother miraculously completed all the requirements except for the last one within 50 years. The last one required sacrificing a direct blood relative of the old gate master to be fulfilled. Your mother hesitated for a long time and ultimately chose to give up. She was unwilling to harm a relative and honestly told your father her thoughts. Cheng Li, however, panicked completely. Perhaps that beast felt the final condition was the easiest to achieve, leading him to be restless for many days. That was until the demonic sword chaos broke out. He would never let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Deacon Jia asked the young miss if she remembered why she appeared at the Green Bamboo sect back then. The Cheng Xin of that year, hearing the news, had said in a hurry, "What, you say something happened at the Green Bamboo sect? Fine, I'll send someone to check," Deacon Jia said. "As long as you went to the Green Bamboo sect, it was very simple to lure your mother there." He had learned of the demonic sword's danger from the old gate master, and after that, everything went as he wished. He used the demonic sword chaos to eliminate all rivals and your mother. Because of this, you gave up on searching for the truth. Cheng Xin frowned and asked, "Then how do you know all this?" Deacon Jia continued. "After your mother passed away, a messenger from the Tianji Pavilion found me. I don't know what agreement your mother had with the pavilion master. In short, she used her accidental death to fulfill the final condition required by the pavilion master." The more Cheng Xin heard, the more confused she became. "Then why would the people from the Tianji Pavilion tell you?" Deacon Jia said. "I asked the messenger the same question." The other replied, "Because I once promised Cheng Ling Wu Niang, if she sacrificed herself to fulfill the final death condition, I would tell the truth to the person best suited to know." Lu Tianyan raised her hand and said, "The person best suited to know? That should have been Cheng Yan or Cheng Xin. How could it be your turn?" Deacon Jia said. "I was also very lost at the time. Although I desperately wanted to avenge the old gate master and the madam, I was unfortunately mediocre in talent, and my cultivation had been stuck at the golden core stage with no way to progress." He continued, saying that moreover I was already infested with Elder Du's GU and under his control. Cheng Xin said in surprise, "What, you are one of Elder Du's people? I've never heard him mention you before," Deacon Jia stated bluntly. "Because he controlled me to make it easier to monitor the young miss. Does the young miss remember the accident when you were 10? You were attacked by a demon beast and fell into a deep valley, eventually being rescued by Elder Du. Given Elder Du's personality, he should have extracted your soul for refinement back then. But one thing changed his mind. Your body could actually host the heart demon GU." Deacon Jia asked if you knew Elder Du had a technique called the Ancient King Art. This technique is mainly divided into two parts and requires multiple people working together to be mastered. The fifth prince, Kang Lingyun, practiced the part that produces the Ancient King, while the young miss practiced the part that produces the Ancient Queen. He explained that once the Ancient King and Ancient Queen are formed, they only need to devour the other half to complete the final evolution. Cheng Xin frowned and said, "But I've never practiced the Ancient King art." Deacon Jia revealed once again that it's because the cultivation method for the Ancient Queen is different from the Ancient King. The Ancient King requires 81 male cultivators to actively practice, forming life-bound GU in their bodies, and eventually sacrificing all cultivators to leave only one as the host for the Ancient King. The Ancient Queen, however, only requires a GU called the Heart Demon GU to be planted in the host's body beforehand. Subsequently, 3 heart demons must be triggered in succession by friends, lovers, and relatives. Only then can the Heart Demon GU evolve into a complete Ancient Queen. the host must be female, and the psychological requirements are extremely rigorous. All the female cultivators Elder Du found previously, regardless of their cultivation level, turned into mindless raving lunatics after the heart demon GU was implanted and their sea of consciousness collapsed. Elder Du was on the verge of giving up until he met the young miss. He never expected you would be able to withstand the heart demon GU, Cheng Xin asked in confusion. Why did I know nothing of this? Deacon Jia replied. Because while you were heavily injured and unconscious back then, I implanted the GU into your body. Since your mind showed no abnormalities after waking, Elder Du lied and claimed he had saved you. Cheng Xin's emotions fluctuated violently as she said, The heart demon GU, 3 heart demons. Is it for something like this that you actually manufactured the demonic sword Chaos, killing Chen Chong, my mother, and countless innocent people? Deacon Jia replied. Manufacturing the demonic sword Chaos was originally another of Elder Du's schemes. Catalyzing the evolution of your heart demon GU was merely a byproduct. Furthermore, in the original plan, Elder Du only intended for you to develop the first heart demon through the death of your friend Chen Chong. Because if 2 heart demons were triggered simultaneously, the host would very likely suffer a mental breakdown, which would interfere with the heart demon Gu's evolution. Cheng Xin fell into despair, pressing him. Why tell me all this only now? Elder Du is dead. What exactly do you intend by bringing us here? Xingye interjected. Exactly, and I don't believe an evil cultivator of his character would leave the details of his plan so transparently. Deacon Jia admitted frankly, at first I truly knew nothing. Elder Du had implanted a slave GU in me, used solely to monitor the young miss and the 5th prince. Precisely because of the slave GU, I sensed his death immediately. I had learned an evil technique from him capable of extracting memories from a corpse's soul, and it happened to work on him. Through it, I learned many secrets including the complete ancient king art and numerous occult spells. Elder Du's original plan was to ultimately kill the 5th prince and replace him as the host for the ancient king to perfect the technique. It's a pity he died, so this chance to soar to the heavens fell into my hands. I truly must thank young friend Xingye for heavily wounding the 5th prince. Otherwise, it would have been truly difficult for me to become the new host for the ancient king. He clenched his hands in excitement, saying, Now only the final step remains. Cheng Li sabotaged the previous plan, making it nearly impossible for the young miss to develop true love again. But young friend Xingye's appearance has broken the deadlock, Cheng Xin stated flatly. I only have a slight favorable impression of him. It's far from true love. Deacon Jia didn't care. As long as there is a seed, there will always be a way for it to take root, sprout, bloom, and bear fruit. He formed a hand seal and chanted the heart demon dream art, causing a surge of power to emerge before Cheng Xin's forehead. Her aura also exploded, shocking Xingye and Lu Tianyan. What? In an instant, Lu Tianyan was teleported elsewhere. She froze for a moment, looking around warily. Where is this? Was I teleported? Deacon Jia appeared to explain. This is an illusion constructed by the heart demon GU. Currently, only our divine senses remain here. Lu Tianyan asked guardedly, What about junior brother Xingye and Cheng Xin? Deacon Jia guided her to look at a projected image. Their divine senses were in another illusion, where the heart demon GU would manufacture various experiences to escalate their feelings. When the young miss was so deeply involved that she could not extricate herself, that would be the moment of Xingye's tragic death. The young miss would drown in pain and self-reproach, thereby catalyzing a heart demon. At that time, the illusionary heart demon would manifest in reality, allowing the heart demon GU to advance to the ancient queen stage. Although using this method to catalyze a heart demon is risky and slightly less effective, I have no other choice. That Xingye's growth rate is too fast. If I delayed for another year or so, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have a chance to strike. Meanwhile, the real Xingye within the system watched himself and Cheng Xin in the illusion, lamenting, That was close. Fortunately, my reactions were fast enough. I've already transferred most of my divine sense to the universal deduction table. The system appeared and said, With the host's soul strength, you wouldn't get lost even if you fell completely into the illusion. Xingye said seriously, This is a heaven-grade technique after all. I cannot underestimate the enemy. He formed a seal and smiled. I've gathered enough intel. It's time for the hunter and the prey to switch roles. The heart demon dream art. In the illusion, he and Cheng Xin had already reached the stage of discussing marriage. Deacon Jia laughed heartily. Progress is swift. It's already time for the wedding night. Unexpectedly, Lu Tianyan suddenly kicked the door open. She grabbed Cheng Xin's collar and warned coldly, I'm the boss lady of Qingyun. You dare touch my man? Do you have a death wish? Xingye wailed. Wife, she forced me. The Lu Tianyan in the outside world wore a dazed expression, while Deacon Jia was so shocked his reading glasses shattered. Cheng Xin knelt and pulled out a coin purse. This is really all the money I have. Please let me go. Lu Tianyan took the money and barked, Scram and go streaking to borrow more or I'll sell you into a brothel. As a result, Cheng Xin was reduced to a street beggar. The heart demon Xingye subsequently appeared, his voice full of resentment. I hate this damn Xingye, I must tear you into 10,000 pieces. Deacon Jia stood frozen on the spot, muttering to himself. The heart demon formed smoothly, but can this count as true love? The sound of something cracking rang out. Deacon Jia realized the conditions were met. The collapse of the illusion indicated that the heart demon Jiyu had satisfied the requirements for advancement. Cheng Xin looked toward Xingye and Lu Tianyan. Deacon Jia spoke first. Don't worry, their divine senses are merely damaged. They won't die. Cheng Xin showed no kindness, pointing at the two and asking, Can you help me kill this dog couple? Deacon Jia broke into a cold sweat. No, those were just illusions, Cheng Xin said stubbornly. But I feel like they'd do it in reality too. Deacon Jia summoned the demonic Jiyu. Forget it. It's time for the final step. He formed a seal and cast a spell, making the ancient king fly toward Cheng Xin. This array could condense dragon chi, increasing the success rate of the ancient king and ancient queen's fusion. Cheng Xin had a splitting headache as the three heart demons simultaneously erupted from her body and merged with the ancient king. The ancient king could summon the heart demon Jiyu. At this moment, the three heart demons manifested to envelop the heart demon Jiyu in its larval state, causing it to enter a pupal state and rapidly evolve into the ancient queen. Cheng Xin pressed him. If the ancient king devours the ancient queen, what will become of me? Deacon Jia replied. Once the ancient king and ancient queen die, the host will perish as well. Cheng Xin's eyes were melancholy as she pleaded, After I die, do as you wish with Cheng Li, but please spare my brother. Upon hearing this, Deacon Jia began to recount events of years past. Does the young miss know? I was once the leader of a small sect that was tragically wiped out because I offended an evil cultivator. The old gate master saw the injustice and slew the evil cultivator, bringing the dying me back to the Wanxiang gate for treatment. The first person I saw after waking was your mother. She had me confirm if the evil cultivator had been fully purged, and I discovered that the culprit who murdered my wife and children had been missed. To find him for revenge, I stayed at the Wanxiang gate and utilized the intelligence network. I climbed up step by step, eventually securing the position of External Affairs Manager, a role that only a nascent soul-stage cultivator should be qualified to hold. One day, your mother took me to a secret dungeon within the Wanxiang Gate. Imprisoned there was the enemy who murdered my wife, whom I had sought for over 10 years. But he had long since breathed his last, to be precise. The old gate master had already wiped them all out back then, Deacon Jia said sorrowfully. She saw that I no longer had the will to live at that time, so she intentionally hid a corpse, and it happened to be the person I most wanted to kill. I once asked her why she didn't say so earlier. Cheng Xin's mother had replied flatly, Previously, I was unwilling to let an innocent passerby seek death. Now I hope a dear friend can live freely. After the ancient king finished absorbing the heart demons, Deacon Jia said self-reproachfully, The old gate master saved my life once, your mother saved me twice. Faced with their sacrifices, I was powerless. He withdrew the ancient king. I don't want to experience something like that a second time. Cheng Xin seemed to realize something. Could it be that you are? Deacon Jia looked toward the heart demons and the ancient king and said, There are two cultivation directions for the ancient king art. It is not only that the king can devour the queen, but the queen can also counter-devour the king. Cheng Xin was aghast. What? The ancient king was suppressed. Deacon Jia gripped the ancient king with trembling hands. The path ahead depends entirely on your own heart. Uncle Jia can only accompany you this far. Snap, snap, snap. Kid, everyone in the sect is waiting. Sorry to keep you all waiting so long. Xingye, playing the role of a director, suddenly yelled. Cut, he said with satisfaction. See that? That's what you call a veteran actor. Deacon Jia froze in place. What? Everything before my eyes was an illusion? He looked at Xingye in disbelief. This is still an illusion. How is that possible? Xingye took off his hat and headphones to explain. The strength of controlling a heart demon illusion depends on the caster's divine sense. Unfortunately, my divine sense is just a little bit stronger than yours. Deacon Jia ground his teeth and said, This is impossible. Where did you learn the ancient king art? Cheng Xin spread her hands. He deduced the complete technique from a fragment of the ancient king art. Deacon Jia was stunned. Xingye scolded irritably. You old man, really. Instead of learning something good, you insist on playing this self-sacrifice drama. If senior sister hadn't asked me to observe a bit longer, I would have accidentally hit the wrong person just now. Lu Tianyan added seriously, Think about it from another perspective. If the old gate master and your mother gave their lives to save you, would you be content if you just threw your life away? Deacon Jia lowered his head and sighed. Even if I'm not content, I have no choice, because it can no longer be delayed. Young friend Xingye, since you've seen the complete version of the ancient king art, you surely understand. The ancient king on me is different from the heart demon Jiyu. If the Ancient King can maintain the supply of essence and blood to the cultivator, it is actually of great benefit. But the host of the heart demon GU will develop a constitution that easily breeds heart demons, troubled by them for the rest of their life. Furthermore, if the GU dies, the person dies. Only by mastering the Ancient King art can the young miss escape her fate. Xingye pressed him. Deacon Jia, can you elaborate on the technique details you learned from that old monster Du, including the insights of predecessors, precautions, or any commentary-type information? Deacon Jia let out a long sigh. At this point there is no longer a need for concealment. As the first light of dawn appeared, the truth gradually became clear. Xingye rubbed his chin and thought, so that's how it is. Although I perfected the technique, I haven't practiced it myself, so there were indeed some details I couldn't see. Lu Tianyan crossed her arms and said, if the technique is fake, what's the point of asking all this? Xingye replied, precisely because the parts where Deacon Jia did not follow the content are instead more credible. Deacon Jia was confused. Which part is fake? Chang Xin explained. Uncle Jia, you were set up by that old monster Du. The information left in his corpse and soul wasn't the real Ancient King art at all. Deacon Jia was aghast. What? Xingye reached out a hand and said, exactly. He predicted that you would search his soul after he died, Deacon Jia said skeptically. But he had already implanted a slave GU in me. If he wanted me to do something, he could have just given a direct order. Why go to all this trouble? Lu Tianyan reminded him. The slave GU could only control you while he was alive. This was his insurance policy to ensure the plan proceeded even after his death. Deacon Jia was puzzled. Old Monster Du was only at the nascent soul stage at his peak. How could he modify a heaven-grade technique? Xingye replied. He didn't change the content, but he changed the effect and purpose. Deacon Jia was stunned. Xingye said, after the Ancient King is born, one only needs to kill its host according to the records to replace it. Just as you did to the fifth prince. Xingye's gaze turned sharp. You thought you were emulating old Monster Du, but you are different from him. You would never control the Ancient King to devour the Ancient Queen. You wanted to sacrifice yourself to perfect the plan and save Chang Xin. What's the problem? Deacon Jia asked fearfully. Xingye asked in return, do you not know, most social insects belong to a matriarchal society. In the Ancient King art there is no such thing as the king devouring the queen. Deacon Jia cried out in surprise. What? Xingye said calmly. Once the Ancient Queen takes shape, the Ancient King will completely break free from the host's control and willingly sacrifice itself. That is the true essence of the technique. The core of the Ancient King art has always been the Ancient Queen, not the Ancient King. Deacon Jia argued, that's illogical. What was that old monster Du scheming so painstakingly for then? Xingye pulled out a scroll of the technique. Look closely. This is the real Ancient King art. After reading it, Deacon Jia's body couldn't help but tremble. How can this be? He said excitedly. I was actually reduced to being completely his pawn, all while indulging in my own self-importance. If young friend Xingye hadn't stopped me, I would have died so pointlessly. It would have been a massive joke, not to mention repaying the Cheng family. I have become a sinner for the ages, haven't I? Chang Xin took his hand to comfort him. Uncle Jia, this is not your fault. No one could have imagined that he would use his own death to set a trap. Xingye was still wary of his methods, thinking to himself, I knew it. Hey, how could a great demon with billions of negative merit points be destroyed so easily? This old fellow is far too cunning. If I hadn't cheated and completed the Ancient King art, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Deacon Jia asked worriedly, what should we do now? The young miss has already produced her final inner demon through the illusion. It's fine, I took control of that illusion halfway through. It was only used to trick you, so in reality no inner demon was produced. Deacon Jia hung his head dejectedly and said, no wonder the content became so strange. Xingye continued, furthermore I have already removed the other two inner demons from Chang Xin. Deacon Jia asked in shock. What? He looked completely bewildered and asked, removed the inner demons? How is that possible? Chang Xin testified, it's true. He even resurrected my mother and Chen Chang. Deacon Jia spoke excitedly. Young miss, please don't make such a joke, Chang Xin said with certainty. Uncle Jia, it's all true. They are in the secret room of the Qingyun sect's formation pavilion right now, she said with a smile. Mother must want to see you very much too. Deacon Jia was so moved that he wept tears of joy, saying, that's wonderful, truly wonderful. The young miss's inner demons have been removed and Miss Ling is alive. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. He bowed to Xingye. Little friend, thank you, truly thank you. Xingye waved his hand. You're welcome, you're welcome. Deacon Jia pushed Chang Xin forward and said, other than having the young miss marry you, I truly don't know any other way to repay you, little friend. Lu Tianyan blocked his path without a word and stopped him. Your schemes are practically hitting my junior brother in the face. She looked at Xingye and asked, does the most critical problem still remain unsolved? Xingye rubbed his chin and said, correct. As long as the inner demon GU isn't removed, old monster Du still has a chance to exploit it. Deacon Jia reached out and shouted, "Wait, since little friend Xingye has a way to remove the inner demons, wouldn't it be better to maintain the status quo? If the demon GU is removed, the young miss will also lose her life," Xingye said with a serious face. "Maintaining the status quo isn't impossible, but Deacon Jia, have you considered this? What if you aren't the only insurance policy old Monster Du prepared?" Xingye added. "Moreover, do you want your young miss to live in old Monster Du's shadow for the rest of her life?" Deacon Jia asked helplessly. "Then, little friend Xingye, is there a way to have the best of both worlds?" Xingye told everyone, "Wait for me here." After saying that, he teleported away. Deacon Jia was stunned and said, "What happened? I can't sense little friend Xingye's divine sense at all. Has he already left the illusion?" Sweating, he thought, "Wait, does he intend to take Zinner?" Lu Tianyan seemed to see through his thoughts and said unpleasantly, "What kind of person do you take my junior brother for?" Chang Xin also guaranteed. "Xingye wouldn't do that." Deacon Jia was blank-faced. "I haven't said anything yet. Can you read minds?" Inside the system, the pseudo-spirit asked, "What is the host doing?" Xingye replied, "I'm going to try the descriptions and taboos Deacon Jia mentioned one by one." Chang Xin said to Lu Tianyan, "Big sister, I have a favor to ask." Lu Tianyan turned and asked, "What is it?" Chang Xin proposed with a serious face. "If Xingye's plan encounters an uncontrollable variable, and I am in a state where I cannot kill myself, please, you must kill me," Deacon Jia cried out in shock. "Young miss," Lu Tianyan closed her eyes and said, "Hearing you say that, I can feel at ease." Chang Xin let out a ha, looking confused. Lu Tianyan explained, "I was worried you would seek death as soon as you left the illusion." Chang Xin looked at her hands and admitted, "The old me might have done that." Lu Tianyan asked coldly, "Your former self, when I learned the content of the ancient king art. I originally intended to make a move on you. It seems we have both changed." Chang Xin clenched her hands and said, "Yes," she secretly speculated. "Is this that man's training method?" Lu Tianyan shouted expressionlessly. "Hey!" Xingye appeared at that moment and said, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." He stepped forward and told them, "I have a plan, but I need everyone's cooperation." Deacon Jia replied, "Good, please speak, little friend." Xingye said to Chang Xin, "I need you to enter the illusion once more, and this time a real inner demon must be produced." Chang Xin stared at him and requested, "Then please arrange a slightly more normal plot." Xingye promised, "No problem." He looked at Deacon Jia and said, "Deacon Jia, you'll have to leave the illusion for a moment first." The old man agreed. Xingye sat within the light barrier and told him to remove it. Deacon Jia adjusted his glasses and said worriedly, "If both of us leave, the inner demon Gu's illusion will collapse." Xingye smiled and said, "It's fine, I've left a strand of divine sense there to maintain the illusion." Deacon Jia performed a seal and lamented, "To be able to use divine sense so freely. You are being too modest, little friend. This is far more than just a bit stronger than me." Lu Miao's inner demon appeared and Xingye commanded, "Lu Miao, spit out those two previous inner demons." Lu Miao replied, "I've already eaten them. How can I spit them out?" Xingye crossed his arms and frowned. "Stop faking ignorance, I can still sense the killing intent of those two fellows." Lu Miao said stubbornly, "I don't know what you're talking about." Xingye wasted no more words. Reaching into Lu Miao's mouth to forcibly pull out those two inner demons, he looked at them and muttered to himself, "They should still be usable. Fortunately, they weren't completely digested, otherwise it would be a huge problem." Deacon Jia, who couldn't see anything on the side, asked in confusion, "Little friend, what are you doing? Who are you talking to?" Xingye gave a brilliant smile and replied, "Nothing, nothing. Next it's Deacon Jia's turn. It will be slightly uncomfortable, so please bear with it." Deacon Jia shouted in a panic, wait a moment, little friend, what do you plan to do?" Meanwhile, in the illusion, Lu Tianyan frowned and asked, "Shouldn't that be an illusion meant to produce an inner demon for Chang Xin? Why is it full of images of us?" Xingye replied while eating popcorn, "No, it's not like that." Xingye looked at Chang Xin, pulled off the face of Lu Tianyan she had manifested, and asked helplessly, "Why do you always use big senior sister's face?" Chang Xin replied frankly, "Since I'm seeking excitement, I naturally have to go all the way." Outside, Xingye suddenly felt a severe headache. Deacon Jia asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Xingye panted and said, "In the illusion, my divine sense was almost destroyed by big senior sister." Chang Xin's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying power, and several inner demons came pouring out just like that. Lu Tianyan held her head and asked, Is this the illusion?" Xingye said with a calm face. "No, the third inner demon has been successfully produced according to the ancient king art after successfully practicing this technique. An inner demon GU can be formed within the body. The inner demon GU will completely synchronize with the cultivator's soul information, becoming an external incarnation. The essence of the inner demon GU incarnation is a type of artificial inner demon. Even if the cultivator unfortunately passes away, this incarnation can exist independently. In the early stages, the incarnation is in a state of hibernation. Only when the larval form of the inner demon GU completes its final evolution can the incarnation's consciousness be awakened. Cultivating the inner demon GU requires finding a suitable host. Once the inner demon GU is successfully implanted, it only requires the host to produce 3 inner demons because of those closest to them. Sincere emotions. The bond of a close friend, the ancient king will be born, and the inner demon GU will automatically promote to the ancient queen. The power within Cheng Xin's body vented out. Deacon Jia said in shock, "This is exactly the same as the description in the perfected ancient king art provided by little friend Xingye. The version I knew was indeed fake." The form of the ancient queen appeared in midair. Lu Tianyan frowned and asked, "Is this the ancient queen? I didn't expect it to be so massive." The ancient queen continued to writhe, and something was also about to emerge from Deacon Jia's hand. Finally, the ancient king crawled out from his hand and flew toward the ancient queen. Xingye asked blankly, "What's happening?" Deacon Jia said, "The ancient king cannot control the ancient queen. The ancient queen will summon the ancient king and devour it to complete the final evolution. The host of the ancient king will be sacrificed accordingly, their soul and body perishing." Deacon Jia collapsed, and Cheng Xin shouted in a panic, "Uncle Jia!" The ancient queen absorbed the ancient king and entered the egg-laying stage. The number of sub-GU produced is directly proportional to the energy contained within the ancient king. These sub-GU all carry the same mission. In an immortal city of the Kanglan Kingdom, those sub-GU flew in swarms. Their mission was to find suitable hosts for parasitism. Suddenly a commander appeared on the opposite side and shouted, "Where do these petty scoundrels come from? How dare you invade an immortal city of my Kanglan Kingdom?" The commander of the immortal city guard, Lu Tianbo, middle nascent soul stage, he swept his spear, unleashing a powerful force, and roared, "Evil spirits, die!" That force whistled away, turning a patch of the sky black. However, the sub-GU quickly darted through it and continued forward. Lu Tianbo was shocked. "What?" He turned and ordered the city protecting array to be activated. These things were strange. Lu Tianbo considered his options with a dark face. If spells are ineffective, use a more direct method. Lu Tianbo quickly performed the spear shadow barrier. Sub-GU belong to the category of artificial inner demons, and thus they are immune to all physical attacks. Suddenly, a sub-GU burrowed into Lu Tianbo's body. Unlike the inner demon GU that produces an ancient queen, the sub-GU has no host requirements or restrictions. Only one sub-GU can parasitize a single host. Although the city protecting array was activated, sub-GU still flew into it, trapping many cultivators. The city protecting array has failed. Run. What on earth are these things? As long as one is a cultivator, regardless of cultivation level, they can become a host for sub-GU parasitism. A general ran over and asked, "Commander, are you all right?" The parasitized people do not die immediately, but they fall into the sub-GU's illusion, constantly producing inner demons. Until the soul collapses, the sub-GU will quickly find the next host. The areas invaded by sub-GU include not only immortal cities, but also dozens of large and small cultivation families and sects in the surrounding area. Consequently, the produced inner demons constantly gathered in the sky. Viewed from a distance, it looked like a massive dark red cloud layer. Just when everyone thought the entire sky was about to be dyed red, a vortex formed at the center of that inner demon cloud as if attracted by some force, and was dragged toward the ground. They penetrated thick layers of rock and eventually became the best nourishment offered to the ancient queen. The power brought by the sub-GU grew increasingly dense. Lu Tianyan narrowed one eye and thought, "Strange. According to the perfected ancient king art from Junior Brother, these larvae should have prioritized attacking those closest to us. Why hasn't a single one flown over? Did Junior Brother do something?" Shouts of rebuke came from above. "Where do these ruffians come from? How dare you trespass in the royal tomb of the Kanglan Kingdom?" First Prince of the Kanglan Kingdom, Kang Yi, middle golden core stage. Chief Steward of the Kanglan Palace, Song Peng, middle nascent soul stage, he roared in rage. "Presumptuous, how dare you be so disrespectful to His Highness?" The ancient queen split open at that moment. Song Peng shielded Kang Yi and shouted, "Your Highness, be careful." The ancient queen split into two, revealing a withered, elder-like body from within. Kang Yi summoned his longsword and flew down, ordering, "Prioritize dealing with this evil creature. It is absorbing the luck of the dragon vein." Song Peng used his spiritual power and complied. The sword light flashed through, passing right through the elder. The elder stared intently at them and then released tentacles. Xingye charged out like a bolt from a crossbow, kicking Kang Yi and Song Peng away. "Don't get in my way here." The two were sent flying back. Song Peng asked with concern, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Kang Yi looked around and asked, "What is this place? What evil method did that old man use?" Song Peng realized it was the youth who had saved them. Kang Yi let out a surprised "Ha." Song Peng explained, Your Highness, just now this old servant used a full-strength strike but could not wound that monster in the slightest. He pulled up one sleeve and said, moreover, this old servant has been turned into this state just by being affected by the aftershock of its attack. Kang Yi's face was solemn, filled with disbelief. Xingye shielded Lu Tianyun and said, I see, after merging with the ancient king's abilities, it has turned into an inner demon capable of absorbing the essence and blood of cultivators. This fellow is indeed very terrifying, the elder said in surprise. Number 4, you are still alive. The Kanglan kingdom I mentioned eventually became the first country to perfect the ancient king art. It seems I truly underestimated that Jiyu Gefei. He secretly rejoiced. I can feel that the blood sacrifice yin evil bead is still within his body. Number 4 actually found a way to hide his aura. Haha. Heaven truly helps me. Now I can refine the blood, sacrifice yin evil bead, and at that time, I will truly attain eternal life. Old Monster Du suddenly felt a wave of withering, suppressed firmly by the surrounding pressure. Another elder appeared and said, I never expected that besides a heaven-grade demonic sword. My Kanglan kingdom would also see the appearance of a heaven-grade demonic technique. Xingye looked at him in surprise. This person can wound Old Monster Du even in an inner demon state. Grand Emperor of the Kanglan Kingdom, Kang Wudi, middle nascent soul stage, he said coldly. A pity you chose the wrong place to cultivate. Kang Wudi's fingers moved slightly, and the death domain formed into a circular array. Old Monster Du was instantly subdued by a force. Lu Tianyun wiped her sweat and thought, I didn't expect the Grand Ancestor of Kanglan's domain ability to perfectly counter inner demons. It seems there's no need for junior brother to act. Xingye suddenly shouted, Senior Wudi, this person has a grudge with me. I hope you can leave him to me to handle. Kang Wudi glanced down at him and directly exposed him, lying without even blushing. I only refrained from moving against you because you saved my descendant. If you dare to say another word or move, this old man doesn't mind killing you first. Xingye remained silent. Kang Wudi looked at Old Monster Du and said, Stop struggling. The countless bones buried within this dragon vein have already become nourishment for this old man's death domain, the elder said. The speed at which your new power is replenished cannot keep up with the death I bestow upon you. You won't last more than 15 minutes, Old Monster Du chuckled and praised. Truly impressive. To actually be able to bestow the law of death upon a heart demon. If you think heart demons are really that easy to clear, the 5 holy temples would have long since enshrined your family, and you wouldn't have to hide in the royal tomb like a zombie, Kang Wudi said flatly. It is enough that I can destroy you, Old Monster Du chuckled again. Is that so? After being released, the sub-GU gradually grew dim. Kang Wudi's expression turned solemn, thinking, the aura and energy replenishment are rapidly decaying. Has he given up? Lu Tianyun thought with some concern. Is Old Monster Du about to collapse? But if that's the case, Cheng Xin will also die. What exactly is my junior brother trying to do? Xingye looked at the transmission jade and asked, How is your relationship with your grand ancestor? I have something I need help with. Lu Tianyun turned and asked, Who are you sending a transmission to? Kang Wudi ordered Old Monster Du to hand over the heaven-grade technique. I can choose not to kill you for the time being. Old Monster Du chuckled and teased. Guess if I believe you. Kang Wudi said no more, increasing his strength to gradually wither him. Then go to your death. The sub-GU gradually dissipated, and Cheng Xin also collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. Kang Wudi looked toward Xingye and said, It's your turn. Explain the sequence of events clearly, and I can give you a quick death, Xingye said composedly. Senior should worry about yourself first. Old Monster Du was not actually dead. He leapt up using the body of a GU insect. Kang Wudi's eyes flashed as he turned and cried out in shock. What? Under the suppression of the law of death, Old Monster Du had actually begun to transform. Kang Wudi looked up and suddenly realized, this fellow wasn't eliminated by my domain. Instead, has he transformed into a true heart demon state? He began to look around with a terrified face, remaining on guard, based on the current situation. Although it has turned into a heart demon, and I can't do anything to it, it must manifest its form if it wants to attack me. In that case, I only need to heighten my guard. No sooner had he spoken than Old Monster Du's hand pierced through his body. Kang Wudi turned and cursed. Damn it! He clutched his aching chest, thinking it actually made contact with me in a completely heart-demonized state, and then absorbed my essence blood through physicalization. It's impossible to defend like this. If I continue to be entangled, I will definitely be the first to die. The domain was retracted by Kang Wudi. Old Monster Du looked down at him from a high position and said, retracting the domain. Is it to preserve your strength? He continued to drain essence blood and mocked. Stop your useless struggling. He pierced through Kang Wudi's body with all his strength, shouting, Die! However, Kang Wudi was still not eliminated. Old Monster Du asked with a solemn face, What? Kang Wudi turned and asked in return, What's wrong? Did you fail to absorb even a single drop of essence blood this time? Old Monster Du cursed in a rage. Truly a bunch of lunatics to actually compress something as dangerous as the law of death into your own body to launch an indiscriminate attack. But in this situation, you will likely be the first to die. Kang Wudi was indifferent, however. I only need to split the law of death domain into 67,262 parts, bypassing all the vital meridians in my body. Old Monster Du listened with fear and trepidation, lamenting, "Seriously, which one of us is the true monster?" Kang Wudi provoked. "What, are you helpless already? Does a heaven-grade demonic technique only have this much to offer? It seems you are just a piece of trash that even a heaven-grade technique cannot save." Old Monster Du did not fall for it, maintaining his calm demeanor and chuckling. "I've heard of your background. You cannot leave the royal tomb of the Kanglan Kingdom, can you? That's why you're trying to provoke me." Kang Wudi was stunned, and Old Monster Du proposed with great interest, "If I don't strike at you, you can't do anything to me either, right? But I have plenty of ways to deal with you. For example, I could go outside the royal tomb and drain the essence blood of your descendants and all the cultivators in the Kanglan Kingdom. Once I break through to the half-step deity transformation stage, I'll come back and crush you like an ant. What do you think?" Kang Wudi cursed angrily. "Bastard!" Old Monster Du flew up, chuckling excitedly. "I'm truly looking forward to it." Before the sub-GU could invade, Xingye had already left with Lu Tianyan. Old Monster Du turned his head and thought disappeared. Did they use some high-level teleportation scroll to escape? He surged his power and flew after them. "However, I have already left a mark on them. They definitely won't get away." Kang Wudi thought with a heavy face. "This is trouble. I have to find a way to contact the people from the Holy Temple." Kang Yu appeared together with Xingye and saluted. "Greetings, Grand Ancestor." Kang Wudi called out in surprise. "You Kang Yu said urgently. "Grand Ancestor, quickly pour your spiritual power into Xingye, as much as you possibly can." Kang Wudi asked in shock. "What? He's only at the late golden core stage. If I pass my spiritual power to him, are you trying to make him explode and die?" Kang Yu said, "There's no time to explain. Grand Ancestor, just do as I say." After pondering for a long time, Kang Wudi agreed. "Very well." When he saw Kang Yu take Xingye's hand, his expression changed slightly as he thought, "This kid actually dares to seduce Yu'er. If he explodes, then let him explode." Kang Wudi poured his spiritual power into Xingye's body. Xingye enjoyed the surge of majestic spiritual power and lamented. "This feels amazing. Is this the spiritual power of the infant transformation stage?" Kang Wudi was dumbstruck and thought, "What? This is 30 of my spiritual power," and he actually withstood it. Xingye scratched his head and asked, "Is that it?" "Senior Wudi, your body is a bit weak." Ding creation points 86,000. Kang Wudi unleashed 80 of his spiritual power and roared angrily. "You're the one looking for death." That force was as wildly fierce as a mountain collapsing and the sea surging, even drawing Kang Yu into it. Xingye said excitedly, "Senior's spiritual power is decaying. Keep going, pull yourself together." Furious, Kang Wudi used all his strength to strike out with a palm. "You brat, I'll fight you to the end." The power erupted frantically. Kang Yu noticed something and shouted, "Grand Ancestor, did you pass the law of death to him? Are you trying to kill him?" On the contrary, the more it was like this, the louder Xingye shouted. Feeling incredibly excited, he charged outside with that violent power, and the surging sub-GU were collected by him. Old Monster Du opened his arms and said joyfully, "The heart demons provided by the sub-GU are already enough. Now I have the strength of the early infant transformation stage. Next, I only need to absorb the essence blood of compatible cultivators. And Kang Wudi will no longer be my match," he said greedily. "After I absorb that old fellow's essence blood in the future, I'll be able to step into the late infant transformation stage. With the number 8 blood sacrifice Yin Evil Bead, I'll even be able to fight an early deity transformation stage cultivator." Suddenly, a powerful force pierced through the sub-GU. It turned out that Xingye had shattered half of Old Monster Du's body. Old Monster Du turned his head and said in shock, "What?" Xingye stopped in his tracks and mocked. With such a stupid smile, "Did I disturb your sweet dream?" Old Monster Du asked blankly. "Number 4, why is your body radiating the aura of a heaven-grade treasure? Also, what's going on with Kang Wudi's spiritual power and law of death?" Xingye charged toward him with a hot temper. "You have too many questions." Xingye unleashed the Qingyun Myriad Sword Art Boxing Edition. Old Monster Du stood rooted to the spot and was beaten into a pulp. He could not understand it all. Clearly it was a punch, yet it radiated the terrifying pressure of sword chi. Moreover, he could actually hit me even without relying on the law of death. Could it be because of the Yin Evil Bead in his body? After Xingye had his fill of fighting, he flew up with a kick. Kanglan Heaven Shattering Art, Flying Kick Edition. Looking at the screen, Kang Yu couldn't help but lament, so powerful. That monster is no match for him at all. Kang Wudi was stunned for a long while and thought with concern. I didn't expect him to be able to fuse my Law of Death with Sword Chi. But if he can't finish it quickly, Xingye will be surrounded by Old Monster Du's power. He immediately teleported to pull away and waved his hand to sever the tentacles. Old Monster Du chuckled triumphantly. What's wrong? Kang Wudi's spiritual power is rapidly decaying, isn't it? Although I don't know what method you used to borrow his power, if even he couldn't do anything to me, what kind of waves do you think you can make? Kang Wudi sighed in disappointment and thought, as expected, it still won't work. As long as he can't kill that monster instantly, the red energy will continuously provide him with replenishment. Xingye exhaled a breath of turbid air and said, after stalling for so long, I've finally finished the analysis. Old Monster Du stopped his movements and asked, what? Xingye snapped his fingers at the sub-GU and said, unplug your power cord. Old Monster Du looked up and found he could not control the sub-GU, his eyes turning hollow with shock. What? He craned his neck and asked, what did you do? Why are the heart demons produced by the sub-GU no longer under my control? Xingye said as a matter of course. Actually, cultivating a technique is like installing a program on a computer. As long as there are bugs in the program, the lower the grade of the technique, the more bugs there will be. But bugs in a heaven-grade technique like the Ancient King art are obviously not that easy to find. Even if I have the deduction ability, I'm powerless before reaching the deity transformation stage. He looked down at Old Monster Du and continued with great interest. I think one person's strength might not be enough, but if hundreds of thousands or even millions of people are searching together, would the result be different? Old Monster Du stood frozen and asked, what exactly are you talking about? Xingye no longer concealed anything. At the same time that thousands of sub-GU found hosts, the Ancient King art bug search network I needed was finally constructed. When you absorb the sub-GU's heart demons, when you absorb essence blood, when your body is attacked by the Law of Death, when you use heart demons to repair your body, when you completely heart demonize yourself to hide, and when you are attacked by my Sword Chi, every change that occurs in your body is being perceived by the thousands of heart demons within you, he announced arrogantly. At the same time, they send the information back to the vast divine sense network I constructed. Through repeated analysis, countless deductions, and layer-by-layer decomposition, I finally created this. He held out his hand, and a strangely shaped comical little insect appeared beside him. A specialized modifier for the Ancient King art. It has many functions. Old Monster Du asked excitedly. Like what? Xingye said confidently. For example, using the sub-GU's heart demons to simulate an ancient queen with higher permissions, and then the heart demons originally supplied to you will be intercepted by it midway. Old Monster Du ground his teeth and said, impossible, how could such a thing happen? Those thousands of cultivators are parasitized by my sub-GU, how could they be controlled by you? Xingye's gaze was sharp as he said, simple, because sub-GU are born by absorbing the power of the Ancient King, and I am the host of the Ancient King, Old Monster Du asked in return. What? Xingye explained. The Ancient King can transfer hosts, but the prerequisite is that the old host must be killed. If it's transferred without killing, the new host not only cannot inherit the cultivation boost brought by the Ancient King, but will also be rapidly drained of essence blood, and the Ancient King will return to its original host. However, the speed at which it absorbs essence blood is not as fast as my blood sacrifician evil bead's recovery. Thus, the first bug of the Ancient King art was born. Deacon Ja, you have to leave the illusion for a moment. Then, in order not to let you discover anything unusual, I only needed to put on a show with Deacon Ja, controlling the Ancient King to crawl into his body, and then having him take a fake death pill to cut off his life force aura. This allowed me to deceive everyone. He looked down at Old Monster Du and explained, although you devoured the Ancient King under the recovery effect of the Yin Evil Bead, I, the host, did not die, he chuckled mockingly. Thus the second bug of the Ancient King art was born. Although the Ancient King is dead, I, the host, am still alive. So I was surprised to find that in this state I can perceive all the sub-GU you hatched, and I can also penetrate deep into the sea of consciousness of the parasitized through each sub-GU. Thus I tried to use the sub-GU to create a connection between the seas of consciousness of all the parasitized. Old Monster Du simply could not understand. Since you know the Ancient King art like the back of your hand, wouldn't it have been simpler to just eliminate the Ancient King and prevent me from reviving? Xingye crossed his arms and explained in detail. Because both the Ancient Queen and the Ancient King can exist multiple times, rather than betting that you didn't plant GU on someone other than Cheng Xin, I preferred to personally assist in your revival and then completely crack the Ancient King art, making your means of revival completely ineffective. Old Monster Du charged toward him in a rage and roared, don't be too arrogant, you are nothing but the lowliest vessel I refined. The modifier suddenly rushed out, blocking this strike from Xingye. Old Monster Do's eyes narrowed as he asked. What? Xingye said triumphantly. The ancient queen I simulated is much more useful than your original. He opened his arms and chanted the morphological evolution. Old Monster Do asked tremblingly. What? What is this? A colossal entity appeared before him. With a casual wave of its hand, it caused Old Monster Do to begin collapsing because he could no longer support himself. Xingye asked composedly, completely heart-demonized, are you? That mirror shone down, leaving Old Monster Do with nowhere to escape even if he wanted to. Xingye said, since they are all carved from the same mold, did you think you could escape this way? Seeing no way out, Old Monster Do pleaded to number 4, spare my life, I know many secrets and have many ways to help you become the strongest. I can be your lapdog as long as you don't kill me. Xingye crossed his arms and coldly refused, having one old man as a lapdog is enough, also I am not number 4. My name is Xingye, power erupted instantly, and Old Monster Do wailed as he approached dissipation. No please no. In the end he was completely uprooted by that colossal entity, and light gradually radiated out. The colossal entity also gradually disappeared. The cultivators in the city asked in confusion, what happened to me? My head hurts so much. Xingye also collapsed from exhaustion. Lu Tianyan caught him and called out, junior brother. Xingye fell into a deep sleep in her arms. Lu Tianyan breathed a sigh of relief and said with heartache, honestly fighting so hard all by yourself again, have a good sleep. After all the chaos and his cosmic-level hilarious antics, Xingye has finally crushed every conspiracy and fallen into a peaceful sleep in the arms of the eldest senior sister. This beautiful scene officially wraps up chapter 162 and brings today's part 2 video to a perfect close. Thank you so much for patiently sticking with BALA Manhua Recaps on this incredibly long journey. If you enjoyed the sheer shamelessness and pure brilliance of our MC Xingye, don't forget to drop a like, hit that subscribe button, and ring the notification bell. Your support is the ultimate motivation for our team, and it ensures you won't miss out on our upcoming top-tier masterpieces. Once again, you can find the playlist link for this entire series in the description and the pinned comment below. Thank you all so much, and we'll see you in the next epic story.